Hello and welcome to Mega Esports. We return for another GT7 Race Day all over YouTube and Twitch, and we are super excited for this one because we are going to Watkins Glen International Circuit for a full race day with cash prizes. This is going to be an exciting day of racing, and we hope that everyone watching from around the world is going to enjoy today's broadcast. Brought to you by TrackSpot TV, a brand new broadcasting partner for Mega Esports in 2025. My name is George Cook. I'm the CEO of TrackSpot TV. I'm joined here by a commentator in part of our league, Trevor Byers, and a special guest, Mike Howe. Trev, we did this last year. We're super excited to be back. How are you feeling about this one?
Yes, hello to you, George, Mike, and everyone out there watching. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're watching around the world. Feeling good about this one, so much so I've been up since 5 a.m. this morning. I've had a litre of Red Bull and can't wait to get into this one. It's one of America's most iconic road courses. And if it's anything like the first GT7 day we had, I'm looking forward to it. So can't wait to get stuck into it.
That's right. Mike, last time out, of course, we had a lot of exciting racing at Red Bull Ring, some really interesting classes. We were a little bit dismayed, you and me being Kiwis and Trev being the Aussie. Didn't quite go our way that time, did it?
No, it didn't. It really, I think the Kiwis really sucked, to be fair. And we've given them a good pump and boot up the backside, and they've promised to be a little bit better. We've actually given them more than a pump. There's a bottle there of pump water, which we have here in New Zealand. Watkins Glen in America, it's commonly known as what can possibly go wrong, especially a lot of the corners that you got. Well, we'll talk about the track a little bit later, but I've got some hope that, not just about New Zealand or Australia, but that we're not going to have a one dominating driver like we did last year with Ranger Oz. He was superb, but I just want to see it, everyone step up, everyone getting a bit of a fair share of the spoils. And like you said before, George, money's on the line here. It's not vouchers, it's not kisses and cuddles, it's actually currency. So I think that's fantastic, and it's certainly it's drawn a huge field. So looking forward to this one.
Exactly. We'll take everyone through the prizes, the structure, and the individual classes we'll be racing on as well. We ought to have a special race today, which we'll announce in due course. A big thanks to the organisation Mega in the background for helping us to put on a show here at Mega Esports, and a big thanks to Nathan Howe and the admin team at Mega Esports for not only the broadcasting partnership, but also for all the hard work they do, wrangling all the drivers into the right place at the right time. It's fantastic. And of course, thanks to you guys for being here in the commentary box alongside us. This is absolutely fantastic. Let's talk a little bit about Watkins Glen, because these GT7 race days, they focus on one individual track. Last time out it was Red Bull Ring. Now we're at this beautiful American circuit. So let's take a quick look and run through some of the details. So it is a stunning location, Watkins Glen in New York, over in the Americas. There's a big capacity here, but the stands are actually pretty small. So we've got 38,900 is the actual total capacity of the stadium. FIA Grade 2 track, owned, of course, by NASCAR, located, of course, in Dix, New York, I can see there. Let's take a look at the actual track itself. It's relatively short. We only got about 5.5 kilometers here in the first corner. Absolutely critical to get right. So off the line, you head straight to turn 1. It's the 90. This is the one where you see the NASCAR replays, and they're all going wide. Be very careful, though, because GT7 will punish you for running a little bit too wide. Then we go up the S's, up the hill. It's a right-hander, it's a left-hander, it's another right-hander, and you're on the back straight all the way up to the most famous corners here.
Absolutely, the inner loop, and if they get it right through here, we've got turns 5 and 6 coming up, the outer loop, the chute as well, but it all begins there with the bus stop, and boy, have we seen plenty of incidents there over the years. It's a great mix of high-speed corners and technical sections as well, and if you get sector 1 and 2 right, it's into sector 3, all starting from turn 7.
Yeah, turn 7, of course, the toe, and this really leads up to quite a decent little straight if you get it right. It's all about getting the exit right. You can come in at a fairly decent old pace at turn 7, but once you line up this little straight, don't get too cocky, because this right-hander at turn number 8, the beginning of the heel, I'll tell you, it will really spit you out and make a mess of your car. You've got a nice little right-hander. If you get the speed up there again, it's all about the exit on Watkins Glen, and most of the corners you really have to be on your game. This left-hander here at turn number 9, though, that's a very hard one to get right. I've seen a lot of the really good drivers make a complete mess of it, and yet it just seems to be you can still spit out a reasonable time if you, again, get that exit right. So we go through 9, another little straight down here into 10. This is actually a little bit easier, that turn, but the final turn, turn number 11, you've got a couple of choices here. If you come onto the straight, And of course, the old pits, which we'll see coming up a little bit later on, will come down the start-finish straight there. And we have just successfully completed, hopefully, if you've done well, another track lap here at Watkins Glen.
It's a fantastic circuit. I absolutely love driving at this place. It's technical. It's got those really, really dynamic corners like the bus stop. And then down the chute, my favorite place, because it's double apexes. You're constantly looking for a shorter exit, getting the power down nice and early. And that toe is the bane of my existence. But this is why I love the track, because you've got the greats and you've got the bads. It is a really dynamic place. And I think the guys are going to have a lot of fun here, because we've got 3 categories of cars that are absolutely, some of which are not great for this, some of which are going to be absolutely excellent, some downforce, some without downforce, and I think a favorite of Trevor's as well. Let's take a little look at the schedule today and show you guys what you're in for. So as you can see here, we do have 3 categories of cars. We've got the Supercar Club, the 90s GP, and the 2008 Super GT cars. These 3 will go through in a little bit more detail, give you some information about the exact car layout and some of the details around the car. But here's the event schedule for today. There will be starting, of course, with the qualifyings, 10 minutes each, all in a row, and then we'll be taking a short break and then come back for a sprint for each of the car categories as well. 7 laps each, so it's very, very short, very, very rapid. It's going to be very high intensity. There will be a meme race here today. We're going to get the Unimogs out because, you know, we're in a nice part of New York. We might as well get the old farming vehicles out. So there will be a 1-lap meme race as well, which will be absolutely funny. So make sure you tune in for that. And then finally, to round out the day and the big prizes, of course, for the drivers who win these, the feature races. So each category will go through its feature race, 18 laps for the supercars, 90s GPs will have 22 laps, and the 2008 Super GTs will have 20 laps. So, Trev, take us through the prize breakdown.
Certainly can do that. Pole position bonus today, $30. We are playing for some serious cash prizes here, of course, for this GT7 event here. Sprint and feature races, 3rd place will fetch you a cool $30. 2nd place will see you pocket $50. And 1st place, of course, $100. Of course, that is all based on results pending any stewards' inquiries as well post-race. Prizes are all in New Zealand currency, of course. And as we saw in the first event, George, it can be 1 or 2 drivers who almost need a security guard when they leave the track, don't they? At the end of the day, that's a great initiative, isn't it, to get some cash prizes behind this as well, isn't it?
I completely agree, and it gives a nice incentive to get some good racing in there, makes it really competitive, and this is actually why Mega Esports is holding such a dear place in my heart and many drivers' hearts as well. It's not just the fact that they're offering cash, it's the excitement of those prizes overall. There's actually something to race for more than just the glory. Mike, over to you. Let's talk about the Supercar Club.
Yeah, look, big bang in racing, of course. We love the brutes, we love the V8 supercars, but we've got the old little version here of the mighty old Mercedes, 577 horsepower, 1,650 kilos, and the top speed of over 300 kilometres now, nearly 320, worth around about 184,000. I'm not sure if that's New Zealand or Australian dollars. Of course, it's the old AMG GTR, which has the twin turbo V8, and we'll look forward to seeing how, you know, we feel a little bit stunned to it, but it's 4-wheel steer, of course, aiding the control, and she's quite a decent old machine, this one. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how they go. I had a crack earlier on, and I can tell you I absolutely suck driving these things. But old man with bad eyesight, you can't really be too upset about that, surely. Then we go to the 90s GP type car. Of course, don't say F1. It's 773 horsepower. It's the old 3.5. Sounds fantastic, this car. 505 kilos, or the size of a couple of mother-in-laws, and worth around about $1 million. And these things top over 330 kilometres now, genuinely over 200 miles an hour in the old names. The original Formula car based on the machine of the 90s. Naturally aspirated V12, semi-automatic, and the high nose design that defined, you know, as you can see, defined the great areas of Grand Prix racing. And they look, guys, they look like a proper race car, which I think is fantastic. Now these, I'm actually not too bad on, but not at this track again. Sorry, again, old man, bad eyesight.
That's quite all right. I think someone who is a big fan of the 90s GP cars is actually Trev. So, Trev, you must be looking forward to seeing these cars go around the track.
Absolutely, can't wait to see how they go around this circuit as well. Obviously, lower downforce than the current age of F1 cars, but V12 semi-automatic gearboxes. As you can see, they're one of the greatest eras, in my opinion. George and Mike from F1 racing, 330 plus kilometres an hour. And another thing, George, I'm looking forward to today with this particular category is the liveries, of course, to see what sort of classic 90s liveries we're going to see on those cars out there today.
Exactly. I'm expecting at least one good McLaren livery. I really hope so. So we finally look at our third car category. It's not the last one, but it's the third main category here, the 2008 Super GTs. Trev, tell us all about these beasts.
Yes, we've got 480 to 520 brake horsepower, 1,100 kilos, only $1 million in GT7 currency, speeds of up to 300 plus kilometers an hour, of course, top category of Japanese GT racing, and they are modified, of course, from their road going counterparts, capable of some high stakes racing, some of the fastest cars in the world, and just a very nice looking category of motor car as well, isn't it, George? So also looking forward to seeing how they go today.
Yeah, a lot of work to do on the liveries for these because you need to put a lot of little sponsor logos absolutely everywhere. That's the classic look for these Group 2 class cars. And finally, last but not least, our meme race vehicle. It is the Unimog, the Mercedes-Benz Unimog, I should say, with a grand total of 29 brake horsepower, weighing in at just under 2 tons, costs 46,000 in-game credits, and does an absolutely blistering top speed of 70 kilometers an hour. This is going to be a fascinating race. Looking forward to seeing this. Of course, it is the legendary agricultural vehicle that has absolutely no place on a racetrack. Very, very cool. I'm looking forward to all of these guys. We're a few minutes away from our first qualifying, and that, of course, is going to be the Supercar Club. And we've got the entry list up as well, and a few notable names that are coming in here as well for the Supercar Club. We've got Simon Bishop, Kevin Cooper, Snyder, Matt McEwen, so 2 GT World Series drivers from New Zealand, Trev. I don't know how you're going to fare on this one, mate.
No, it's going to be interesting to see how we, I'm sure Mike will be right across that as well. But no, big names, of course, usual names, of course. We've got Matty McEwen, like you said, Simon Bishop. Matty McEwen recently driving a factory Gazoo Toyota 86. So we've got a couple of guys coming in with real-life motor racing experience, of course, as well. Paul Candelonian as well, a.k.a. Noodles. Massive names, George and Mike, and big names in the sim racing world. The cream of the crop, really, when it comes to sim racing. So looking forward how they go. And hopefully, I'm sure, very professional, all very clean out on the track today.
You've been pretty lucky with the driving standards so far, guys, and you know, in one breath we've got a bit of money on the table there, so everyone's pretty keen to chuck a few bucks in their pocket, but it doesn't define them, it doesn't make them into bad drivers, and that's been what I've been really impressed with, you know, with the Mega Esports racing we've had so far. So yeah, as long as they keep it clean and tidy, we don't want the stewards to be having a dog's breakfast of the race in Formula One post-event. It's all about clean racing on the track, and I think those, yeah, like you say, Trev, you know, the guys that have done a good job, and you know, they know what they need to do, but there's always going to be those cheeky little blighters through the course, you know, that'll try something and they'll probably get their hand smacked rightly. But yeah, looking like it's got there's definitely the cream of the crop here today, and Kiwi or Aussie don't really care, mate. It's just clean racing, and honest to God, you know, have some fun, and that's really what it's all about, isn't it?
Couldn't agree more. We've got to have some clean racing, and we will have some clean racing. There are some other notable names in this race too, names that we'll remember from Red Bull Ring, such as Ranger Oz, Caleb. We've got Jimothy Payload. I don't think he was in the previous one, but he is a notable name. Freelix, of course, coming back in. Jono Star making an appearance here. Jono Stankowski. And we've got GT James 03 as a new runner here at the Watkins Glen Mega Esports event. That's going to be good to see him running. Don't know quite what his speed is. Weezer as well. So we've got about, I'll do the count on stream. There's about 12 entries here today, so we're going to have a good race. But Ranger Oz really brought it to all the competitors throughout all the events at Red Bull Ring. He was absolutely dominant, executed strategy really well, and was really fast on track. And Trev, I mean, you've got to have a vote behind him, I'm assuming.
Absolutely, yes. If I were a betting man, it'd definitely be on him to take home some money today. But obviously, with Noodles as well, Paul Candelonian, whatever you put him in, whatever category, whatever platform, he's always going to be right up there at the sharp end of the field. So 2 names. I know we've got Simon Bishop as well. I'm not going to say too much about Simon. We all know he's a favourite of mine, but cannot wait to get stuck into this here today.
Yeah, I think it'd be good. These cars are difficult to drive. They are heavy. They've got a huge amount of power. I mean, these are essentially commercial cars. That if you're absurdly rich, you could probably find a way to buy one. But they are commercial cars. They essentially are a Group 2 spec in terms of speed, but they are almost as heavy as that Unibog that we're going to be racing on later on. So, I mean, Mike, this has got to be a tricky balance for them. You said you've driven it a little bit. How was the turning? Could you actually get through the corners?
It's just sighting the entry to the corner. During the track talk, the track walk, I said about exit speed is everything, and that's what it's about at Watkins, Glen. There's a few times that you can make a mistake coming in and you can get away with it, but when you are actually exiting, you've got nowhere to hide. You've got to have that speed, and that's one thing I found. The bus stop especially it's very tricky. These can become very unstable on the entry into that one there, and again power on the way out, which is I think at track limits too, guys. I'm not sure how the track limits are going to be. Are they going to be policed or what the stall is there? Because I seem to find them on a fairly regular basis. I don't know about you lot, but
yeah,
I'm a shocker. But no, it's a handful of car. You're right. It is quite heavy too. So definitely getting that nose in the right direction. But I think it's going to be. We've got some very. I mean, remember last time we did this at Red Bull. The quality and the difference of vehicles we had there, and the quality of drivers. They're just going to be, they're going to be at home on this in this particular car, I'm sure of it.
Correct, yeah. Of course, they have to switch up quite dramatically, so we are going to be starting soon with our first qualifying. Final thoughts here, Trev. I mean, difficult to switch up. These are front-engined, rear-wheel drive cars. You've got a lot of power at the rear end, but a lot of weight at the front, so that rear end's going to be going backwards and forwards like a fish.
Absolutely. Heavy but powerful. Just like me. No, that's a terrible dad joke to get us underway. But no, they are very, very high performance road cars. Like I said, very heavy, but also very powerful. And it's going to be interesting to see how they go out on this circuit as well. Mix of high and low speed corners, and especially down into that bus stop chicane on lap 1, and to get some clear air as well. Always important at the start of qualifying to get your banker laps in and get a good time on the board early.
Absolutely right. Well, looks like qualifying is just about to begin, so we will rapidly make our way over to the qualifying event so that we can get this qualifying underway. It is the supercar qualifying. Let's go on track. All right, first couple of people exiting the circuit now, and it looks like a nice sunny day at Watkins Glen. They've got the sports soft tyres on, so just to add another element of jeopardy here, guys, they're not on tyres that are considered racing tyres. They're on tyres that really stop them from slowing down. These are almost anti-tyres, if anything. Out on the track, we see GT James out there, Noodles is out, Ranger Roz is out, McEwen's out there now next to Simon Bishop, Freelix, and they'll all get through onto the outlap and just start to feel the track and feel the tyres and feel where things are at. Once again, big thanks to all of our sponsors as we get into today's proceedings here at the GT7 Race Day for Mega Esports. Big thanks to Mega, big thanks to Hooncorp, big thanks to the guys at the Oz and Z Endurance Championship as well, and of course a big thanks to our broadcasting partner TrackSpot TV for being here and putting on the broadcast today. Trev, this is the part that we were talking about. Here's the chute, and already we can see cars going sideways.
Absolutely, you can see there all of the cars, in fact, out onto the circuit. You can see them jostling for position. We mentioned a few moments ago about trying to get some clear air, get a lap time in nice and early. You can see them here out on the circuit, currently with GT James. And grip looks a little bit low here at this point in time as the track rubbers in throughout the course of the afternoon. But very important, of course, isn't it, Mike, to get out there, get a feel for the conditions nice and early. And like I said, get a lap time on the board. And as we've seen in many categories of motorsport, very important to get out there early and get amongst it with the time on the board.
Yeah, that's right, Trev. And it's interesting too, just watching a couple of drivers here. Ranger Roz, who's third on the thing at the moment. Just obviously everyone got out there very, very quickly, and almost wondering they're trying to pick up a little bit of aero to help them along too. And I think that's another thing on the qualifying. The smart ones do find a sap to go in front of them. I say that nicely, so they can pick up a little bit of a gain. But Simon Bishop, Side Dog, of course, the man who's jumped to the front of this one. He's the first car on the track doing the circles, and it's very interesting to watch and see how they play it out. But boy, the quality of how these guys do the job, just cropping every single apex. I mean, I'm sure I could spend quite some time watching how they do it, because there's nothing near the lines I was trying to do. But going back to Ranger Roz, who's in the third place at the moment, he's got someone in front of him, so it'll be interesting. Not right up his tailpipe there, but a little bit of aero help the team early. and we'll see what these times align like though. But yeah, George, look, it's certainly something that everyone's on the same paper at the moment. All the points are equal, so we'll see how they come out at the end of this qualifying.
We'll do at the end of that first back straight after the S's. They are doing about 280 kilometers an hour, so these beasts are absolutely moving like the clappers. Some nice liveries we've seen so far, some default greens around the place. GT James got a nice pink and black livery. Ranger Oz, who we're looking at now in the number 82 car, got a bit of a Michelin theme going at the moment, which is very nice to see. Looking through the grid and just looking at all our competitors, we've got Noodles, he's in fourth at the moment. First laps will be coming across the line in a minute or two. Timothy Payload's got a bit of a colourful one going on. Payload on the side of it. Then it's Matt McEwen in the stock standard blue. Love that. And then we've got Dengus here in the orange still livery. Beautiful stuff there. Number 8 is Snorksel. And we've got Freelix in P9, Clan Fever in P10, and then of course Caleb rounding out the grid in P11. So, who is going to put the first lap in? Coming through the last corner right now, it is Simon Bishop. It's your favourite, Trev. And let's see what kind of time he is able to put. Will it be the benchmark?
Let's have a look here. He comes across the line, a 1:51.555, but he's straight down to P3. Not many points there for Simon's livery. I thought he would have done better than that, but here comes Noodles as well, as you can see there with a 1:50.925. So, George, those times are tumbling. And as we know, very short, sharp, punchy session here. So they've got to get those times on the board early. But Noodles on P1 now, less than a tenth back to GT James in second.
Very impressive stuff. Yeah, we are already 4 minutes and 15 seconds gone through this sector. GT James going purple through sector 1 already. So number 18 car is looking rather unstable through the bus stop. He's absolutely sending it. Might be a bit of a track limits violation there. Mike, he's getting sideways.
Yeah, he's absolutely crossed up and like a bad politician, doing a cracking job though. He's coming back from that. I thought he was almost going to go round, but I was just jumped on board prior to that with watching Simon Bishop. I'm a little bit surprised. He's actually riding the limiter on a lot of the gears for quite a long time. I think that's a little bit of performance hurting going on there. I just say that he's missed the early apex at the moment, going at the base of the hill there, but he is a 10th up, so we'll see how that one all plays out for him. Golly, it's some great space there from Noodle or Paul Candelani doing a cracking job at the moment to be so out of the box so fast. And like you said before, guys, these things they're on glorified crossbody tyres, not the beast racing things to keep them going on these heavy old warthogs. So they're doing particularly well, but we'll see how it goes as the time is, like you say, we're kicking into it already. We're counting it down, and we're at 5 minutes and 20 seconds already in. So we'll see, but big sideways here for Seidel just coming through the right-hander, and he's going to roll off the slap and see what he can do to move up through the grid as he's done a bit of time. He has, but he still stays in 4th spot by the looks. Yes, he has, only just, and that's a shame, but glowing front brakes on these things. And like you said before, Trev, these things seem jolly heavy. You know, braking is going to be a big part of it, and another reason why you don't want to be losing any pace at any part of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. 1,650 kilos, as we know, gentlemen, heavier than your purpose-built racing car. So braking zones are going to be longer as well, and trail braking into those corners is going to be very important, George, on your qualifying laps here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the brakes are designed to slow these beasts down. Got Caleb coming through the last corner. Does manage to graze the wall there. That's not going to be good for his times. What will it be? Good enough for 5th place, and actually puts himself between the 2 Kiwi GD World Series drivers, Matt McEwen and Simon Bishop. So 5th place for Caleb. Very good time. He's run a little bit wide at turn 1. We've got a fan in chat already for Snorksel. People loving to see him out on track. He's doing well in P8 at the moment, just ahead of Freelix by 53 hundredths of a second. There's nothing in it between most of these guys, and P1, P2 still battling it out. 6 minutes and 50 seconds has gone, so we're going to see maybe 3 more laps at the absolute maximum. No tyre life and degradation or fuel degradation set for qualifying, so it's even Stevens. Get out there, push as hard as you possibly can. That's why you guys are going to be seeing that these drivers are experimenting with getting a little bit on the wrong side of grip, because it may just find them a couple of extra tenths, and that's all you're going to need to find an extra position. Looking for these Kiwis in Simon Bishop and Matt McEwen to get themselves back further up the grid. They were right there at the start, but unfortunately pipped by Noodles GT James 03, who we're seeing come through the last corner. down through the straight. Everyone taking a couple of millimeters distance between them and the wall. Across the line, is it improved? No, it's not, but Ranger Oz does improve and puts himself up into P2, while Noodles extends his lead by another little bit. And there's Matt McEwen, 0.003 of a second ahead of Ranger Oz. Still quite far off back of Noodles, but that is a great lap by the Kiwi driver.
We actually saw McEwen and Ranger Oz having some great battles there at Red Bull too, weren't they? I mean, if Ranger Oz actually won the race, particularly McEwen wasn't too far behind him. So I think there's a little bit of, elephant memory going on there, where these guys will have some great scraps during the course of it, and we'll see how they can all bounce out. But yeah, it's right across the line at the moment. I mean, McEwen in second, Noodles doing a cracking job at the front of the field, and Ranger Oz, nanoseconds behind him. GT James, though, after seeing him in that previous lap, he was pretty all over the place, but now he seems to have got really, really solid, and he's only 0.2 of a second behind the third place vehicle, which is Ranger Oz. So we'll see how this one plays out from just watching this lap. Guys, a 1 minute 50.7 is the fastest lap so far from the race leader Noodles, or Port Candlonian. But the other thing too, I mean, these guys have been practicing in the Formula cars, which are much, much faster. They're doing laps in the 120s. To be into these much heavier cars, earlier braking, and doing the 150. So everything's just coming up at a different rate. So a lot of calculations going on there, Trev. And I know you're a handy little peddler yourself, but it must take a fair bit to be able to bring these things into remembering which car you're driving, how hard you push at any given time.
Absolutely, and that's the secret, isn't it? The magic about adjusting between these different categories today, as we see Matt McEwen, massive amount of oversteer there as he comes around to the final part of the lap, onto the start and finish straight here. We're going to see these cars second or third push lap. These tyres are going to reach that optimum operating window as he comes across the line. And guess what, George? He's gone even quicker now, 0.029. Less than a tenth of a second there. He's gone to P1 now as we ride on board with Noodles. Absolutely nothing in it. A couple of tenths, not even, George, covering the top three at the moment.
Oh, this is exciting, and that's a purple first sector for Noodles, so he is going even quicker. Matt McEwen says, right, that's my race done, because the 10 minutes that we have for this qualifying has elapsed. Into the chute we go, and Noodles is sideways. He will want to be straightforward as much as possible as he exits the chute down towards the boot. Fantastic stuff so far, and that was 3 purple sectors in a row for Matt McEwen. That's what's put him on top. We've got Caleb and Dengas also going back to the pits. They're out for the remainder of the session. Happy with P5 is Caleb at the moment, but the question is, will Simon Bishop let him have it? Coming up to sector 2 timing line right here. Will Noodles have improved? Let's see, he has. He's got 0.161 of a second on the board right now in the purple. So this will be an absolutely mega lap here by Noodles if he's able to get through sector 3. Let's watch. Now down into the part of the track where things get a little bit tricky. This is a hard corner, braking zone uphill, but get it turned in. Suddenly you're finding yourself a little bit off camber as you get the power down these machines. Small wiggle there for Noodles, but he's maintained his lead, and it's 3 purple sectors in a row, potentially for Noodles as well. Turn 13 into turn 14. This is a hard sweep to the left-hand side. Bring it back into the right-hand side. Don't touch the wall. Get the power down nicely. There's a couple of centimeters in that. Beautiful stuff from Noodles across the line. What's it going to be? It's good enough for pole position for Noodles, and Ranger Oz takes P2 away from Matt McEwen. Great stuff, and only by 14 hundredths of a second. That is as close as we have seen it. What an opening qualifying here at the Mega Esports GT7 Race Day. Fantastic stuff.
Unbelievable qualifying session here, and look at that. 150.576. Noodles in at P1 there. We see Matty McEwen, distinct Caleb, and Dengas coming in to the pit lane, but I'm not sure what we're witnessing here, gentlemen. Whether I'm hallucinating or not, which is a very distinct possibility, because I've only had 2 hours sleep coming into this, but what a fantastic session we are seeing here. This is really setting us up, isn't it, George, for a big, big day of racing ahead.
Certainly is, and Mike, you would have been seeing a few last laps come in there, so any other results to report before we go to our results screen?
No, I was actually surprised that Dingus came in so early in the piece too. He went into the pits and sat out the last lap, or pretty much a lap and a bit. So I'm a little bit surprised at that. He was looking good and obviously finishing through in 7th place. But you know, he wasn't that far off, and I just thought maybe there was one better lap in him. And Cy Bishop actually, unfortunately, on that last lap did show some improvements, but just that last sector, that jolly heel and toe we were talking about, the you know, turn 7 through to 9, and even 10, unfortunately, it was his undoing. And again, just missing a couple of apexes, running on the limiter. You know what? I'm almost starting to believe that Cy Bishop is human. And but great driving though from Paul Candelani and Noodles. I mean, what a great driver of him. That's the time to shine. And Ranger Oz, again, we hear that name, but you just can't be angry with him. He's just done a cracking job. Absolutely right.
Let's take a little look at our results. And it is lining up on pole position Noodles with a 1 minute 50.576, separated to P2 by 14 hundredths of a second. Ranger Oz taking that P2 spot, followed by Matt McEwen in P3, GT James 03 in 4th place, followed by Distinct Caleb in P5 with a 1 minute 51.2. It's a 0.667 gap to our leader. Simon Bishop, the surprise there, in P6, followed by Dengus, who decided to sit out the remainder of the session after about 7 minutes of running. Freelix rounds out your top 8. Moving to our final 3, it is Snorksel in P9, followed by Jimothy Payload in P10 and Clan Fever in P11. So those results will of course carry over into their first sprint race, but first we have another category to talk about. But and before we do that, fantastic way to open this session here at GT7 Race Day. Fantastic. That was super close to the top. Lots of people coming back out for their laps and a lot of improvement throughout the session.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was actually quite impressed. Sorry, I was quite impressed that no spins, no major problems. Sorry, Trev, but the old Kiwi's got to get the Aussie going. But you know, again, it was fast, it was furious. Most of the drivers did a good time and then improved. And of course, right towards the end there, you know, coming right through with the fastest, and that's what we'd like to see. But you know, that's a very, very tricky track to master. I don't know about you guys. I zoomed in a couple of times and had a look at the front brakes of those Mercedes. They were cherry red on the fronts and just starting to go red on the back as well. In fact, Nismo pointed it out to me. He said, "Have a look at this," and wow, you know, just all happening here on the track. And man, that's only after a very, very short qualifying session. I can't wait to see how the race is going to unfold. And we all know what qualifying means. Absolutely nothing once the start flag comes out.
It all goes to one side, doesn't it, once we see the checkered flag and the race begin. But I think that's what we're expecting too, wasn't it, gentlemen, coming into this qualifying session with the quality of drivers. We spoke about that before leading into that qualifying session, and the times and how close they were too, George. And I think it's going to be fairly close come race time as well.
I think so, and you know, now we get to talk about the next car category as well. So we're going to be going to those Formula cars from the 90s, and this is a totally different parallel right now. We're going from slow, heavy, and bad on the brakes. The brake discs are probably larger than the tires if you looked inside the actual cars. Now we're into the Formula category here. So it's the F3500. These are incredibly quick cars. So you're going from struggling on you know, sports soft tires to having as much grip as you want. That means you've got a whole different set of challenges to actually deal with now. And I really don't know. Like, every time we do this GT7 track race day, I just don't understand how these drivers can switch between the different categories. How do you take driving in that Mercedes to now driving in a Formula car, Mike?
That's exactly the thing, isn't it? I mean, I'll be okay in the Unimog, but I think of these things climbing out of the Mercedes. You're climbing. I mean, I know we're. Nismo was practicing before, having a bit of a play before we went to broadcast, and I was, you know, watching them in the low 120s, and I'm sitting thinking, wow, you know, I mean, this the pace, and now these mostly the same drivers are going to jump into these Formula cars, and they're going to be doing, you know, well over 330 k's, I think, Trev, and the down those long straights these cars can get up to. So, you know, how they do it, I honestly. It's just a freak of the way these drivers can do that. They can just, you know, we were talking off here before about how, you know, we're just sitting there and as commentators we can flick a switch and we can do some broadcasting, and heck, sometimes you make it sound interesting. But these drivers, how they have to flick their switch, Trev, of, you know, from being, you know, in a 1600 kilo Mercedes into a 600 kilo machine. I mean, it's I don't know how they do it.
It gets me every time, actually. It is just such an amazing skill to be able to jump across different categories, and we see that with different platforms as well. Obviously, these guys going from Assetto Corsa to iRacing back to GT7, but I know from personal experience, guys, when I jump across and cut some laps on time trial or something, I'm always fiddling with force feedback and something's not quite right when I jump between these cars. But the fact that these guys can jump in a matter of seconds, minutes from one category to another, it really is something to behold, actually. And it shows you really how they're professionals at what they do, and they're the very best in the sim racing world. So it's something to behold.
Absolutely. And so talking about the entries today, we've got a few repeat names that are going to be going through the different categories. We may see a couple of people that are jumping in for the first time for specific categories. So we've got a slightly smaller category for the 90s GP here. Noodles jumping back in, so we're going to see him back on the track, which would be great. Simon Bishop. We also have Ridwan Hamza joining the category in the 90s GP. Wasn't able to make it for our supercar category, but he's here for the 90s GP. That is a massive, massive name to come into the racing world here. Alongside him, we also, I believe, has Diffs Wood jumping in for this one too. So big, big names coming back. We've also got Timothy Payload back, Matt McEwen's back, Weezer, John O'Stan is back for this one, Dengus returning, and then we've got Kevin Cooper for HC Renegade, and a new name here, State 509. So a few new names coming in, which is going to be great. And a grid size is going to be about 10 or 11 drivers, which is a very healthy grid for this kind of race. Really tricky in terms of getting the overtakes right here, because slipstream becomes a massive, massive thing to focus on.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very, very important for the drivers to get themselves a good grid position. I think in the Mercedes, it doesn't really matter where you qualify. You're in a saloon car, you can sort of not bump your way through, but you know what I mean. You can get away with a little bit more. A little bit of a different story when you're in a Formula vehicle. You have to protect that front. Obviously, the downforce is very, very important. You don't want to go up someone's chassis, unless you like them or something. But other than that, you've really got to keep these things pointing in the right direction. Hey, also I want to do a big shout out to a lot of people that are around New Zealand and around the world, around Australia and outside of Australasia too. Thanks for tuning in. I know that we've got some decent numbers popped in. I had a lot of people already say to me they're looking forward to this race meet here today. So thank you very much for giving us your heartbeats. Hopefully we're going to provide you guys and girls some fantastic racing here. And don't forget, it's money is up for grabs here for all the prizes. We're not talking about stickers. We're not talking about a Snickers bar. We're talking about actual money. So just want to say thanks to the guys from TrackSpot TV for putting this together, broadcasting wise. The amount of time and effort, and I can say this an outsider, I turn up here and I do this, right? The amount of time you guys actually take, Trev and George, pre-event, days and days and weeks, and including young Nath as well here, who's sitting in there, and he's actually over my shoulder doing all sorts of stuff. I know, like a lot of us, you'd like to be out there driving too, but the amount of time and effort you guys put in is just fantastic. So I just wanted to shout you guys out, and also welcome everyone around New Zealand, Australia, and around the world. It's going to be a cracking day here today, this Saturday, and let's get ready to rumble.
Yeah, thank you for the kind words, Mike. Really appreciate that. And of course, a big thanks to yourself as well for jumping in, because your legendary voice adds so much to the broadcast here today. Welcome to, we can see the chat messages coming in. We've got a few people over on the YouTube. We are going live to the New Zealand Sim Racing TV YouTube, the TrackSpot TV YouTube, the TrackSpot TV Twitch, which is flooded right now with a bunch of people chatting. And of course, Trevor Byers has his own Twitch as well. We are going live there too. We will be uploading replays to the Mega YouTube channel, so keep an eye out for that if you want to rewatch. Always on YouTube, and we will get some links out to you guys. But welcome in. I can see a lot of people in chat. Welcome into Ika, welcome into Good Guy, welcome into Snorksall, welcome into Aussie Pride, and Good Guy Rob. Thank you all for tuning in. Trev, you've probably got a few people on your Twitch too. Famous place that.
Absolutely, yes. I haven't forgotten about everyone out there, so on my Twitch channel. But a big shout out to Viper, of course, Liam, Rain of Fire, and also Isaac as well, and Jason Wilkinson, of course, another famous name. Thank you for the subs, guys. And yep, I won't forget about you on there throughout the course of today, so thank you.
Fantastic. So 90s GP, 10 minutes of qualifying. Now the lap times, as you said before, Mike, 1 minute 20. So we're going to be seeing at least 8 laps for these guys to be able to go out there. 1 out lap, 7 hot laps. So you've got a bit of extra time compared to those Mercedes when it comes to actually getting out on track and doing this. I guess the mindset starts to change a little bit. So, how do we start to approach it? And I can actually see qualifying is about to start. So we'll talk about the mindset as we jump in to our next qualifying. It is the 90s GP coming up in a few moments' time. And this is going to be a very, very spicy qualifying. We've got 10 on the grid at the moment. And this is going to be really tricky because these cars are from the 90s. They are very, very tricky to drive. Let's go and have a little look and see how they're going to fare. Oh, and already you can just hear the RPM. Isn't that a glorious sound, Trev? It is just monumental. The circuit lights up with sound waves.
I'll tell you what, I'm just waiting for Murray Walker to start talking in the background, but you're the next best thing, George. But as we take a look at these cars coming out onto the circuit, the liveries, that's what it's all about as well. But look at this. It's going to be interesting to see the slipstream battles as well here for qualifying. The sparks are flying. Of course, this Watkins Glen circuit, it's going to be interesting to see the ride height on these cars. But look how quick they're going, George.
Oh.
They are absolutely flying. I don't know about you guys, but here on my screen. And look at that, we'll take a look at Ridwan Hamza, of course, jumping in for the 90s F1 cars here. Paddle shifters, of course, a hell of a lot lighter than the Mercedes that we saw in the opening qualifying session. But look how close it is here. You can see Ridwan there as the drivers getting out onto their first opening laps of this qualifying session. It's going to be a matter of slipstream is going to be very important here, isn't it, Mike, and getting your position out on the circuit before you start your quali runs?
Yeah, no, 100%. And we're actually already seeing some of the drivers jockeying for position. They don't want to actually tow someone around the track. So the aero is a big, big part of Formula cars, as we know. The more air over the front, the better grip, and we'll see how how that plays out. But a little bit of not mind games. Ooh, I think we just might have had a little bit of an oopsie daisy there for the fourth place car there, Ridwan F1. He's just given the wall a little bit of a tap, but no harm I can see. I just jumped on there and there's no damage on the car other than ego and pride. But you're right there. So and of course quali for sim racing, very, very important. Same with real-time racing. The drivers do need to keep the cars in good condition. They haven't got a huge amount of time in this one. But for the drivers, just watching again, Ridwan through the bus stop, I don't think he actually backed off the gas whatsoever. The pace was, at the moment, just watching him now, he's coming out on the left-handers. He's hit speeds over 280, 290 kilometres an hour in the very, very technical sections. So I might just have a little bit of a cup of tea and watch this one there, Trev. Sorry, George. I think, George, we know these cars, they say, the top speed of 300 plus kilometres an hour, but it's a real thing here. And these aren't very long straights, but they're well and truly going over 300, aren't they?
I think the thing we need to look at is the statistic on the average speed around the circuit, right? Because the average speed of those Mercedes was probably 100, 120. Now we're going to see average speeds of probably 200, 220, because most of these corners are flat out, and they are flat out at 250 kilometers an hour. Ridwan coming across the line now, and we'll see if he's able to set a decent lap time. Matt McKeown still in the lead at the moment by a quarter of a second. It's very close between Ridwan and Simon Bishop. Noodles not able to put in a good enough time. That's very wide by Ridwan, but Matt McKeown is leading at the moment. This man is looking ferocious in these cars, and I'll be honest, my eyes are not doing a good job of keeping up with the action compared to the Mercedes. The Mercedes much easier. Now go for a casual cup of tea, stroll and snooze around the track at your leisure, but for these ones we are all foot on the gas, and Matt McKeown doing a good job so far, coming up through the toe right now. You can just see the violence, Trev, of these cars. He's up already in sector 2, 2/10 of a second goes purple. This is violent stuff here in these cars.
Certainly is. It's not quite the Unimog, is it? But let me tell you, I can barely keep up here, and I've had my eyes lasered 12 months ago. But you can see here Simon Bishop, the man, the myth, the legend, as we ride on board with him. Here, paddle shifters, of course, in these F1 cars. Haven't seen a McLaren, the famous McLaren livery there from the early 90s, of course, with Ayrton Senna. But this man, here he comes onto the start-finish straight. They're going so fast as he comes across the line on 1:19.222, and he's 4/10 behind Ridwan, of course. And have a look at this. We're looking at a Lewis Hamilton livery and a Lewis Hamilton helmet as well. The famous Senna colours, of course. But you can see Simon 4/10 of provisional pole position. Jimmy is back into the pits down there in P8, but it's still Matty McEwen sitting pretty there with a 17.911. And given the sheer pace of these cars, Mike, they will be able to get a few more laps in here in this qualifying session.
Thanks, Trevor. I was just about to say, Matty McEwen, we're 118.4, and unbelievably, he's now 117.9, and we thought the lap record was in the 20s. Well, Matt McEwen doesn't have any respect for lap records. It's absolutely clear. We can put that as front page news tonight, 6 o'clock. It'll be the headline. Matt McEwen doesn't care about lap times. He makes his own. And look, it's not to say he can't be chased down at the moment, but just watching him where he is, he's in the final couple of corners. He's 6/100ths of a second up on his own purple sector lap. And I just want to watch him as he comes down the start-finish straight now. This guy is going to do it, and he's going to do it again and do it well. A 1:17.697 from 0.06 to 0.2 of a second, guys. So we're in, oh my word, we're just flying. We're absolutely flying. He doesn't need a race car. The man should be behind a Concorde or something. But I'll tell you, it's going to be some sensational racing. Cy Bishop's already gone to the pits now. Is this a strategy, George? Is he going in there to chuck on some new tyres? I mean, we don't have any wear or anything. Is he just having a mental reset?
He might just be having a mental reset. I mean, these cars are so tricky to drive, and there's so much energy involved. And he might be thinking, you know what? I'm not going to do a better lap than that. Might as well just recoup some energy, ready for the sprint races that are coming up and the next qualifying session that's coming up. So I don't blame Simon Bishop for that at all. And crikey, I mean, one thing we've got to note as well, as Matt McEwen goes purple again in Sector 2, this man is used to driving the Prototype X Red Bull cars, which are essentially the future vision of what Formula One could be. And they corner even faster, they corner even better. They've got more downforce, more grip, more top speed. And those cars are what he's been trained to drive in the GT World Series. He's used to speeds up here. It's no wonder his skill is showing even more as we get to these faster cars. He's gone faster. Again, another 0.3 of a second taken out of his own time puts Simon Bishop half a second behind him. This is true dominance right now from Matt McEwen, Trev. I mean, the rest of the grid, you know, just give up. Just go and park it. Matt McEwen's got this one in the bag for qualifying.
Well, he does so far at this point in time. Oh, it's like we're watching them on _2 or something, isn't it, George? It's incredible how quick they're going out there. As we take a look at Ranger Oz now, Diswood is he's either having a moment there or he was warming up his tyres, but he's back into the pit lane now. You can see State 509 there in P6. Here is Diswood. And now Noodles. Let's have a look at Paul here across the line. 118.8 there for him, 822. So now taking a look at Dengus, who's sitting in P8, a 10th of a second ahead of Jimmy Payload in 9th. And Clan Fever down there in 10th. Here is Jimmy with his unique Payload livery there. As you can see now, here comes Jimmy and approaching the ankle of the boot or the shoe, and I'm going to get that one mixed up throughout the course of the day, but that is not the ideal line to take around there. And a big mistake here, a very short lap as well, Mike, so that's going to cost Jimmy here in P9, 2.8 seconds off of provisional pole position. Here we go through the bus stop with Clan Fever. Somebody slow this down, George, would you please, as we take a look at his times here. He's currently 3.3 seconds off of provisional pole position, just hanging around outside in the top 10. Once again, George, another driver going off at that part of the circuit, so they are pushing it to the absolute limits here.
Oh, they certainly are. Red One is coming to the pit. Simon Bishop actually back out, and he's actually done an improved lap there, but McEwen has improved yet again. Now the lap record is a 1:17.131. Mike, this must be doing your head in.
I was about to jump in. I almost wanted to jump over the top of Trevor like a bad quilt, but I'll tell you, I saw McEwen go across the line. I was watching Sidog, and he's just gone back out, done a couple of laps, and you know he's getting faster. There's no doubt about that. But I think he went in the pits for a bit of a reset. This is Sidog I'm talking about, in second place at the moment, Simon Bishop, and he came out and did a better lap. But boy, what is in the Ribena of Matt McEwen, because he is absolutely flying. My word, you know, you just can't take your eyes off the guy. Hey, look, he's had enough. He's the better part of well over half a second down on anybody else. So he's just going to go and calm down. And you know what? I'm really impressed with that strategy. But you know, there's nothing wrong with the pace of these other drivers. And guys, don't forget, George. Don't forget too. This is just qualifying. This doesn't represent the race. One little mistake off the start and everyone's on the same field, and you can be as fast as you like. There's no point being the fastest person in the pits with a broken car.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, he just needs to take it a little bit easier, I'd say. Oh, Simon Bishop at the a big mistake, but it's the end of his qualifying nonetheless. 9 minutes and 40 seconds through. So there will not be any more running for Simon Bishop at the moment. We will see if they're able to do any better times. I think we're seeing the absolute limit here. Diswood has found his way now up into P3. Great lap from him. It's a 1:18.2. He's just coming around the last couple of corners, that pit entry lane. We will be talking about that in short order across the line. Will it be an improvement for Diswood? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, unfortunately for him, it's an 18.353. Ridwan is out there for one final lap. This is going to be his moment to shine. He's put in some great laps so far, was an early leader temporarily, had some antics out on track, now through into the heel, gets a little bit wide through there. Wow, I can't believe that he's able to hold on to that. Of course, he is the skilled driver, so he will no doubt be familiar with putting a couple of wheels onto the gravel. Does so again. He's actually 0.2 of a second down at the moment. Doesn't look like he's going to be making any further progress at this stage. Ranger Oz in P5 right now, 1600ths of a second off the back of a P4 and second row of the grid start. Ranger Oz will be very, very keen to get that done, but he is done in qualifying right now, so it's really all up to Ridwan Hamza. What's he able to do? Last couple of corners into 14. We go, gets it slid into the right-hand side. Oh, millimeters from the barrier, and across the line he goes. What will it be? No improvement for him, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is our qualifying session for the 90s GP. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I am spent after that.
Unbelievable session there, a 17-1, absolutely outrageous, George. You shouldn't be able to do that. There's calls for Simon Bishop to shave his head to get those extra 6-7 tenths of a second. Not sure whether that's going to do him any good, but what a session, Mike. I need to lie down after that one, but that was intense to say the least.
Oh, well and truly wasn't it? It was a really, really good qualifying. And I'll tell you one thing too, in 10 minutes, Matt McEwen just made $30. You know, I mean, that's a pretty good hourly rate, $30, but to make $30 in 10 minutes, that's not entirely too shabby. Now, you know, we're particularly well-paid professional commentators, but I don't think we're on that sort of professionally paid rate, guys, but that is absolutely well done there for him. And again, it doesn't reflect the race, it just goes to show the quality of what's out there on the track. But I cannot believe, I genuinely cannot believe a 1:17.13. Nismo was actually just cruising around and having a bit of a play, showing me a few lines and talking as he does. He can do a lot of multitasking, and it was doing 21s, 22s, and I thought, gee, that's going to be quite competitive. I thought, you know, maybe you should be driving, mate. And then, you know, nothing wrong with a 21, but geez, a 17. Holy smokes, guys, that was absolutely fantastic. So, look, does it reflect the race? Not in any way, shape or form, but I'm looking forward to this one. But McEwen doing a cracking job there, 1:17.1. Sidog in second place there with a 17.7. Then we go to Diswood there in third place with an 18.2. Ridwan, and we expected great things, and he didn't fail there. Top four there, 1:18.3 from him. Ranger Oz again, 1:18.3 as well. Same, virtually the same time there for State 509 in sixth place with a 1:18.398. Noodles, well, Noodles does what he does, just keeps on getting good times, a 1:18.4, and Dingus the top eight there with a 1:19.1. George, that's not entirely a bad way to start the day, is it, mate?
Certainly isn't, and you know, last couple of drivers here, Clam Fever in P9, Timothy Payload in P10, but yeah, certainly, I mean, that's not a bad way to start P8, and especially in a field like this, you're essentially guaranteed a top 10 position at the moment. But I mean, yeah, to your point earlier, qualifying is one thing. Doing this in the race, a totally different thing. McEwen and Simon Bishop, Kiwis on top today in P1, P2 for the F3500A class of rating, our 90s GP category, and 10 minutes of absolutely wild qualifying. I mean, I'm still a little bit bewildered, if I'm completely honest with you guys. It's so quick, it's so rapid, and the sounds of the cars are so good that I'm just enthralled at every moment. So a little bit hard to be a commentator on some of that, I do have to be completely honest with you guys. I am looking forward to our next category of qualifying, and then we'll be getting into our sprint races. So we'll see what happens in the race for these guys, but one small spin here or there, one little bit of extra throttle in these cars, and you're going to be around, and you're not going to be winning that race. So it's all going to be about how you prepare and what you end up, your mindset ends up being towards the end. Let's go back to our lovely faces over here. Wow, take a deep breath, guys. That was absolutely extreme. And to be honest, I'd love to say that we've got a nice, calm qualifying after this. We don't, because it's going to be time for our 2008 Super GT class. So we're going essentially from Group 1 to Group 2. It doesn't really get much slower. And these cars with a lot of aero, a lot of downforce, and a lot of power is going to be very, very exciting too. But yeah, 90s GP, Matt McEwen, congratulations. Trev, I mean, you're a fan of these cars. You love Formula One. I know you're an aficionado as well. So it must be a joy to see these cars go round at, 16,000 RPM?
Unbelievable, just unbelievable. I finally calmed down. I know that was it was supposed to be a 10-minute session. It felt like about 10 seconds, wasn't it? I thought I was going on a bit of a trip there, Mike, but no, fantastic to see them out on the circuit. I don't remember them quite looking that quick when I was a 6-year-old kid watching them on the TV, but fantastic stuff. Big shout out to, of course, Simon there with the Ferrari livery. I think it was a Lewis Hamilton helmet, of course, with the yellow. I couldn't see though, Mike. It was going too quick for me, whether it was a Hamilton or a Senna helmet. But what a fantastic session. But as we said, once we get into the race proper, it stands for very little. Whether you're on pole by 0.6 of a second, come the start of the race, George, it doesn't mean an awful lot, does it, come race time?
Exactly, yeah. And Mike, definitely want a hot take from you on that sprint, because on that qualifying, because it was just completely rapid fire, and it did feel like about 10 seconds. The cars and the way that they move left and right and how quick they do that. I mean, through the bus stop, I don't think the game can keep up with the speed of those cars.
No, it's very interesting. It's the intro, it said about the cars capable of speeds up to 330 kilometres an hour, and I was actually on board a couple of them, and they exceeded that. McEwen 332 I saw at least once. Cy Bishop also the same thing. Ranger Oz, he just seemed to be high speed a little bit longer, but just, you know, there's those corners just not able to spit out the result that he would have wanted. But certainly nothing wrong with the pace that he was coming out with. And when you start to realise that, you know, the top all the cars really were in lap record territory, we just saw some that were a little bit quicker. And I noticed too, one of the comments that come through was that the optimum lap that McEwen could actually do was a 1:17.1. What did he do at 1:17? You know, pretty much bang on to what he could do. So it's not often you see a driver from the optimum actually putting it through as a lap on the track. So it's going to be very interesting. The other thing too, obviously there was no degradation of tyres, there was no fuel consumption being used there in that race. So it would be really cool to see how that's going to play out during the course of the race. I mean, is it possible with lighter fuel loads and good tyres we can find faster times, or are they going to, the tyres go away quite quickly, and we'll see how that plays out for that formula. But we switched classes yet again, George. We're not worried about formula cars now. We're not worried about the old Mercedes that we had running around, the old boat anchors. Now we're going to jump into something completely different.
Exactly, yes, it's that old Monty Python line, and now for something completely different. And it certainly is now. It's the 2008 Super GTs. These are Group 2 category cars for those of you who play GT7. They are extremely fast. They're extremely tricky on the throttles. They're very similar in a lot of ways to our 90s GP car and category. But these are a little bit heavier. They've got a little bit more downforce in a lot of areas. So they're not quite as wily. You can get away with a little bit more in these cars. But it's going to be just as tricky for the competitors. And I don't quite know how they're going to handle that switch. It's like, how do you just dial back by about 10% on what you were doing in the F3 500s and now go to these 2008 Super GTs? And Trev, you've seen these cars at all sorts of circuits, including Bathurst. They are not super simple to drive.
No, very complex, like we said at the top of the show. Up to 500 brake horsepower, of course, 1,100 kilos, but the top speeds as well, looking at 300 plus kilometers an hour, and just taking it very carefully into the braking zones, of course, and getting that trail braking right. They're very difficult to control, Mike, and once they go around, they're not coming back, are they?
No, they're a heavier old car, a lot less powerful than what we've had on so far, but excuse me, we're going to certainly see some excitement coming out from the drivers. Also different makes and models in this one too, which is pretty cool, which is the right car to choose. How much of the balance of performance is there, or what favours the car for this, and what handicaps the car for that. But I mean, we've seen these names, you know, and there's so many people welcome to come and join this formula, but look at what we've got on the track here this time around, and who is the specialist for this one? Some of the drivers we have lost, obviously, you know, for this field, but again, guess what? Mr. McEwen's back out there. Then we go to Side Dog, you know, Mr. Candelloni, and the whole, you know, all of these ones. Noodles is back for another crack. So we'll see how it goes. Even Red Front has come back as well, and F1 he's going to have a go in the again, climbing out of what he's very, very good at, and was very, very good at, to give these a boot in the backside, George. So we'll be very interested to see how these play out, and watching them, well, not quite so quickly there, like Trev was saying, that they won't go quite so quick. We won't get quite so dizzy, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, you know, the loop that is Watkins Glen has certainly spun us a little bit, and we're going to take a little bit time to recover for that, but we will get into qualifying soon. I do want to mention as well, despite the fact we have these incredible world-class drivers in the grid, we also have drivers that are all the way through that skill level, and it's completely open as well. So get involved here at Mega Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Find us on Discord, find us on Facebook, get involved, because you could be here competing against these amazing drivers in these amazing categories all day long for a full GT7 race day. Also bear in mind we've got the AusNZ Endurance also running through Mega Esports. Get involved, get into the Discords, everyone is welcome. Nonetheless, everyone in chat, hopefully you're all enjoying. We've got a lot of action coming up. Let's just run quickly through who else we've got jumping into the grid. So Rid1 making a return for Super GT. We've got Noodles, Psydog, that's Simon Bishop, Weezer, Renegades back in, Snorksels back in, Jono Stands back in, Ranger Oz is back in, Jimothy Payload making a return as well. Matthew McEwen, Clan Fever, Supra77 is in, he's a new name here. Clan Fever, of course, Ola Fresht, a good friend of myself and Nathan's, and NG Tom also in. So we've got a couple more competitors in here, slightly bigger grid. But I think the point that we need to go to, Trev, here is that we do have a mix of Super GT cars. It's not a specific one make model race. We've got the Nissan GTR, GT500s, we've got the Lexuses, I believe we've got the NSX in there. So there's going to be a big mix. Right now, I'm seeing that Lexus is the big favorite on the grid right now.
Absolutely, balance of speed and handling these cars, of course, like we said, jumping from one category to another. But yeah, like you said, different makes here, of course, which we're looking forward to see how they go out, especially on this circuit as well, given the mix of obviously the undulations and high-speed corners into the bus stop as well, always very tricky. So it'll be interesting to see which make can dominate here in this qualifying session and on into the race for the Super GT category.
All right, let's have some predictions. Mike, Kiwis on top again? Yeah? Yes, no?
Mate, yeah. What was the question again? Oh, look, I don't know. I don't know. At the end of the day, this is such a different wheelbarrow compared to the things we had before. So we'll see how it goes, but it's not gonna make us dizzy. It's going to be a little bit easier to sort of watch around the track, and I'm quite keen to see. I was really impressed with the lineup and that for the Formula cars going out as we get to go on the track very soon. But I was really impressed with the respect everyone gave each other for racing room, and there was a few tactics there trying to get a few bits of aero. And I think Trev, that'll be a very big part here. Can you try and find someone to get an aero buddy so you can actually get a little bit of a game?
Absolutely, especially down that back straight. We know it works, has various levels of success, of course, whether it works or whether it doesn't. But yeah, definitely drivers to keep an eye on. Ranger Oz, of course, Matthew Allen. We're going to go away from the Kiwis a little bit, but also interesting to see how Clan Fever, Olaf and Supra and Enki Tom go as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how those guys go in this session.
Right, yeah, we're looking forward to the beginning of qualifying, which hopefully should be coming up in a few moments' time. 11 people on the grid right now. Let's just look through some of the car combinations and seeing who's jumping into what. Ranger Oz, Noodles, Matt McEwen, Simon Bishop, Rid1, all in the Lexus alongside Supra and Snorksels and Jimothy Payload. So that is the majority of the field in that Lexus. It's clearly the big favorite in the GT500 class. We've got a GTR chosen by NG Tom, who's going to be going with a lovely blue livery. It's a classic one for the GTR. And then we've got one other driver who's in a different car, and that is Dis Wood, so Dan Wood in the NSX GT500. So the NSX is quite a beast. It is a beautiful low-profile car, not quite as boxy and chunky as you might see with the GTR. The Nissans quite like to make their box cars, as we all well know. The NSXs, you know, they're looking a lot smoother, a lot more flatter profile. And then you've got the smooth lines of the European-designed Lexus. Preferences? What do we think? If you could own one.
Well, everyone seems like the SC, I suppose, the 430. But yeah, I like somebody who throws something different. Clan Fever with the GTR. I like that. I think that's going to be cool to watch. I mean, it might be the bumper car, and of course the NSX and the GTR. Those are the ones to watch, I suppose. Everybody else. Oh, sorry, the Triple O STK is also in the GTR as well. So, but these drivers, they spend a lot of time, you know, that they'll go out, they'll take their micro sectors and what they can do and what they can gain on and all of that. But I think we're about to kick off with the qualifying very, very soon. Again, welcome to everyone around New Zealand, around Australia, around the world. Hopefully you're enjoying this TrackSpot TV coverage here of the Mega Esports racing that's happening here. And of course, the shout out to Mega and shout out to Hooncorp and the big supporters here of this wonderful racing program we have here today. George, countdown, mate. It's happening, and here we go. Cars going out onto the track.
Here we go. Let's see these cars get out there. Super GT class, of course. That's the GT500 Group 2 spec. There's McEwen out there, Range Roz out, Simon Bishop out, Red 1, Noodles, Dan Wood, those 6. Absolutely the top 6 at the moment on the grid. We've seen them put in some incredible efforts in the 90s GP and some really good drives, of course, in our supercar, Mercedes supercar class, which we saw a little bit earlier on. We've got a sprint race coming up for all of them. We'll have a 5-minute break between our qualifying sessions. This is the last of those qualifying sessions for now. And the sprint sessions, which are 7 laps each here at Watkins Glen International. And this circuit, Trev, has certainly not been disappointing so far.
No, it's been incredible entertainment so far this morning and into this afternoon. And I'm sure that's going to continue. But how good do these Lexus cars look out on this circuit? We couldn't have picked a better venue here in the great state of New York, of course, in the USA. It's one of America's most iconic road courses, isn't it? So we've seen F1, NASCAR, amongst other categories here, but we're taking a look at Matt McEwen. And this man is going to need a wheelbarrow the way he's going, bringing this cash home here at the end of the race this afternoon. But we take a look here on, we see all of these drivers out on their initial warm-up laps in this qualifying session. As we know, only 10 minutes for qualifying here. And we're right on board now with Simon Bishop. And, well, gentlemen, these cars, at least we can see what's going on as we see Simon coming through turn 1 for a lap here at Watkins Glen. And doesn't matter what you put this guy in, he's going to go very, very quick indeed. As we approach now the S's, of course, the fast run onto the back straight. Now, I'd love to stay on board here to see how he goes through the bus stop or the inner loop chicane. As you can see, get the anchors down. Very important to get that turn in just right. And so far, so good. So good here, George, for this first part of the lap in this opening sector for Simon.
Absolutely right. Yeah, here we go in towards the boot now. It's a tricky corner. It's downhill. It's slightly off camber until you get to that last apex, double apex on that. Get the power down as much as possible and push yourself up towards the toe. Uphill now, and again, slightly off camber, a little bit of a dip in. If you get off of that, you'll be sent very, very wide, but it looks like Simon has navigated that absolutely beautiful. It's a 57.2 for that sector 2, so this is looking like a very quick lap so far. Now into the heel, this is where we round up and go uphill once again. Gets a nice run across the curb on the exit line there. Get it turned in. Will he have the grip? He has the grip, and he's turned it in beautifully on the apex. Runs it nice and wide onto that curb using all of the track. Brake at the 100 marking zone. In fact, in that case, don't brake because you're Simon Bishop and you're that good, you don't even need to use the brakes. Now into the last corner. Bear in mind, that's the pit entry line there. It's going to come into play as we head into the race, and this is looking like a stunning lap, Mike. Let's see what the time is across the line.
Yeah, 33.904 here for Simon Bishop, and well, bang, 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 and the time just keeps on coming down, and straight away Paul Candeloni leapfrogs him as well. Then we go back to Matt McEwen, who's 0.044 seconds back behind him, and then 0.0352 side on. So he's just out of the box and super fast. Everyone's on the pace. We're looking at the 133s. Remember, before we were doing 117s, and a lot of the same time drivers in those Formula cars. And I've just stayed on board with Matt McEwen, who has just tried to make the bus stop into a straight line down the end of that back straight at walk back to 9. 281 kilometres an hour going into the bus stop there, but 330 plus in the Formula car. So there's so much that these drivers are trying to take in and trying to work out. So what more can you say? I am full of respect and admiration of these drivers, and I'm scared when they're actually on the real road. But probably on the racetrack here in the sim world, they can set these things away and do a cracking job. Looks like McEwen just got it done another faster sector. So watch for better things to come there from him. His Paul Candeloni, his Noodles got himself a secure pole at the moment. I might just jump on board with him and see how he's going. But we're watching the screen for McEwen at the same time, because never say die attitude. And Noodles has actually got himself a tail gun Charlie here to get a little bit of aero out of as well. If we just watch him into the final couple of corners here. Now the right-hander, this is very critical to the wall as he manages to keep it off the wall, down the start finish straight. 33.3 becomes 33.7. It's an improvement for him, but it's not enough to take him through, guys. So we'll see how this one plays out. Obviously, we're only, just coming up halfway of the 10-minute qualifying session. And McEwen, what more has he got in the bag? We'll see what he can do. Sidon back in second place, Noodles in third. Ridwan is Ridwan just jumped off the scale. He dropped down because Ranger Oz has come up to fourth place here, doing a sterling job. So he's got himself into the 1:34.002, which is a great time. But guys, it's 0.6 of a second off the early pace of Matt McEwen, and we know that he does very, very good, but he just keeps getting faster. So, George, we are just got the halfway point as we watch these Ranger Oz coming through the bus stop there, going through that long right-hander. But it's not over yet, and it'll be interesting to see how this one comes out. But so far, McEwen's looking like a pretty good payday for two 10-minute sessions. Is there going to be a third one?
We shall see. You know, we've already talked about Matt McEwen's familiarity with these faster class of cars, and he's certainly demonstrating that skill and talent at the moment out on track. Simon Bishop also managing to get up there ahead of Noodles, put himself back into podium contention. Ranger Oz going and improving in Sector 2, nearly 0.3 of a second up on his time. We'll stay on board and see what kind of time he's able to put in. And oh, we've got a car around. I don't know who that is, but there is a car around on circuit at the exit of the heel. And that is not an ideal place to park. I get to say my usual line. You can't park there, sir. And also, just to go back to your warp factor 9 thing, I think they need to find a bit of extra power. I need to dial up Scotty. I cannot get any more power, Captain. And I think he just needs to find warp factor 9.5, does Ranger Oz. Will he do it? Let's see. He's been up on his time. Should be an improvement. Cross the line. Not enough, though, to take P3 away from Noodles, and pit lane entry for Widwan there. This is really interesting, Trev. I don't know how these guys keep extracting more lap time. They're finding time out there. It's not that the circuit's necessarily improving, but they're finding where their lines are.
We see that all the time, don't we? With the good drivers can find a 10th or two. The really great drivers can go and find about half a second when they need it. But look at Jimmy there, using every bit of the track available to him as he comes around the hill. I think I might have called it the ankle before there, guys. But anyway, that's just me doing my usual thing. Here comes Jimmy Palo now, 1.3 seconds off provisional pole position here, and 5/10 further back from Ridwan Hamza, a couple of tenths ahead of Diswood as we take a look here in the final sector there. 0.2 of a second up.
Sorry, Trick, can I just jump in? McEwen just had a spin. Inside Bishop is now the fastest car by 0.167. So, but Matt McEwen tried so hard, and he's actually just had a little bit of a spin as he was going through the hill, and he's unfortunately turned that lap absolutely to mush. Now he will be gutted about that and about getting the. Sorry to jump in there, matey, but getting his, getting his focus right, getting his determination inside Bishop. You know, we've just seen this guy. He's been playing bridesmaids for so far all day. Is that going to be the state of the day? But now he said, you know what? I had a little bit of a reset and think about things in the previous quali session. He doesn't need to do it this time. He's absolutely fine. He's even just going through the bus stop, and he's just wrecked 3/10,000ths of a second off his previous purple sector session. So the man is a laser point of precision, and we'll wait and see how McEwen can go, because he'll only have this is basically the outlap now, and one more lap to shine. So it's not all over. Sorry to jump in there, mate, but I'll tell you what, this is looking like it's not all over yet. And I think Cy Bishop, he's thought, $30 for 10 minutes, that's not a bad payday there, George. So he might be wanting to jump through. In fact, I'm stayed on board with Cy Bishop there, and look at this, he's just gone and done another purple sector. So into this lap. So we'll just see if we can keep this one going, and we'll see if we can actually improve even upon McEwen, who is, he's trying to rebuild himself after that previous problem in that lap. So he's got some work to do here, and wow, still got the pace well and truly on board, isn't he?
What about, gentlemen, the consistency of this man? Look at those times on the right-hand corner of your screen. I've got a feeling, George, we're going to be seeing some more purple here, and we do, a 1:33.103. And that sets him, George, to the top of the timing sheets, and we were with that lap right throughout the course of it. And And what a stunning lap that was from the one and only Simon Bishop.
Yeah, he's done incredibly well there, and he's put himself nearly 0.3 of a second off his nearest competitor, Matt McEwen, who is coming around for another lap here. We may, gentlemen, see a 32 today. If Simon Bishop decides to go any faster, most of them will come across the line and get one more lap in. 9 minutes and 55 seconds, so 5 seconds to go. A bit of a moment for Matt McEwen on the exit of turn 1. Does get it straightened up again, but that'll cost him a little bit of lap time. Behind him is Noodles, and we've got Ranger Oz there as well, so all of them will be looking for a dramatic improvement on this last lap. Big gap between the gentlemen on track right now, so we're looking at nearly a second between the top 5. Timothy Payload still doing really, really well down in P6, and then it's Dan Wood, Supra, Snorksel, Clam Fever, and NG Tom, your top 11 at the moment, but all eyes on Simon Bishop right now. He's coming up to the last few corners before the end of this qualifying session. Anyone across the line now, that is their qualifying done. Smooth line still for Simon Bishop, Trev, and I honestly think we may be seeing a 32 here today.
Yes, absolutely. This man is, we know he's not human. He doesn't have a lot of hair, and I shouldn't really go with that joke. It's a bit of an in-house thing. I do apologise as we take a look at him now through the final corner. 133.1 is what we're sitting on for the time being. Can we get into the 32s? No, I can barely take a breath there. That's slightly slower. We've got a car stationary out there on the circuit. It looks like Matty McEwen.
McEwen's around, and he's lost that position. Mike, that's a huge upset.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. But Paul Candelania, though, Noodles has come up to second place. He just did his best at the final, and what a great drive. It was, in actual fact, in the last couple of corners, he was on a purple sector lap, was Noodles in second spot. So the dominance is over. The drought has been broken, and McEwen has been shown to be human after all. He's done a cracking job, though. Still gets a podium, but of course it's Cy Bishop now with $30. That's right, 3,000 cents of New Zealand currency in his pocket. So after that great 10-minute session here at Watkins, Glen in America. But yeah, great time for Noodles to shine. And sometimes it's not about necessarily winning the battle, it's about winning the war, isn't it? And so a lot of these drivers, a great effort there from them. But a little bit of a surprise there for what happened to McEwen. But you know, completely different makes and models of cars. You would have taken a lot of data on board from that one, guys. And I think, George, it's about time to run through who's done what and where to start off this race later on today.
Yeah, it's a really exciting one. We'll get to the results as soon as GT7 throws us over to that section. But yeah, I mean, McEwen made a mistake yet again on the heel, and unfortunately for him, it's just yet another situation. He's got 2 of those in this qualifying, and that's really cost him. It's cost him a massive amount. He's only 0.2 of a second, or just under 0.3 of a second, off the back of pole position, and unfortunately he'll have to deal with being on the second row of the grid. Here are the results on your screen right now, and it looks like Lexus dominance here in the 2008 Super GT category, the Mega Esports GT7 Race Day. Simon Bishop with pole position nearly into the 132s, but that 33.1 solidly landed him that pole position. Noodles in P2, followed by Matt McEwen and Ranger Oz rounding out the second row of the grid. Then it's Red1 F1, and Timothy Payload, a little bit of a surprise here. He's clearly a lot more comfortable in this category of car than he is in the other categories that he's been racing in today, so a great P6 for him, ahead of Dan Wood, who is absolutely no slouch, and that NSX is very, very quick. Balance of performance is on, so these cars are relatively equal in terms of their scenarios and their top speeds and their cornering ability. Supra takes P8, followed by Snorksel in P9. Clan Fever rounds out the top 10, followed by NG Tom in P11. Gentlemen, that's another exciting qualifying. We had a little bit more time that qualifying to make sure that we were actually able to talk a little bit about what was going on track, because those 90s GP cars, I'm still trying to recover. That was a great little bit of qualifying, and congratulations, of course, to Simon Bishop. Fantastic work.
I think they all had a little bit more time to think about their lap there, and you could just see them, you know, being absolutely pinpoint and precise. And you're right, Cy Bishop just managed to absolutely smack that one. So unique pole sitters for each race has come up there for a little bit of a message in the side chat. Also, welcome to the people that are popping in there into the Discord. Welcome to you from New Zealand and around the world, and hopefully you're enjoying yourself. Get ready, because we've just gone through the qualifying. If you've just joined us, get yourself the popcorn, get yourself the the drinks, get yourself nice and comfortable, because it's going to be a fantastic afternoon's racing. New Zealand time, I think in Australia you're still at the late part of the morning, and wherever you are around the world, just shout us out, let us us know where you are coming from, where you are watching from. And we're seeing real currency being played for here today. So it's just going to be fantastic. Again, shout out to the sponsors. Thanks to TrackSpot TV, a brand new broadcasting company. And those two mugs are the representation of it. I'll tell you what, it's great to be part of you guys who certainly know your stuff way better than I do. Thanks to Hooncorp Esports as well, and of course Mega for putting the money up there for paying out the real dollars here for Mega Esport Racing. So we're looking forward to some great racing. Let us know where you are around the world, and a bit of a comment there, shout out if you want. We can try and do what we possibly can during the course of, guys, what's going to be a very, very busy little afternoon here. But Watkins, Glen, can you believe it? That was actually the slowest group of cars we've got out there on the track. They were just doing 1 minute really slow as compared to the 17s and the earlier Formula cars. And you know, it's really good that the spoils have been shared out amongst the pole winners.
Yeah, correct. And the schedule going forward, just to remind everyone, we've got now the sprint races coming up. So first we'll start with the Supercar Club, then we'll go to the 90s GP Sprint, then there'll be a Super GT Sprint. 7 laps each, so there will be slightly different lengths of races. That first race will be a little bit longer, but we're going to take a short break before we get there. But thank you everyone in chat. We can see a few people watching from Toronto. Someone trying to race from the state of Florida, which is very, very interesting. It's a long way away, but of course the platform of Gran Turismo 7 allows us to do that, which is fantastic. So fantastic to see everyone in chat, and we are hoping you're enjoying so far. You've just got the taster. We're just at the appetizer at the moment, Trev, and we've gone through it. It's been a delicious appetizer, but I'm so ready to get into that. I don't know if it's a main course, but certainly getting some tapas before we get into the feature race main course.
Absolutely, cannot wait. Maybe a nice wine or something there as well. But no, don't drink and drive, of course. Drive responsibly, be responsible there. But don't get too cheeky either, Mike. Don't make me come over there. But no, looking forward to it. It's going to be fantastic. And do not go anywhere. You know what it's like when you're at a restaurant or a cafe. You get up and that's just when the main course comes along. So do not leave. It's going to be fantastic.
Absolutely. We're going to go to it.
Sorry, mate, it's been so exciting. I've actually come better prepared. I've not just got the drinks, I'm not just ready to go, but you can see behind me there, I've got a bed. So if it gets too tucked, I get too tucked out, mate, in the little breaks, I'm going to go and have a lie down. Where's the cup of tea, mate?
Absolutely. All right, well, we're going to take a very quick infomercial break. We'll be back with you very, very soon for our first sprint race. It is the Supercars 7-lap sprint race of Watkins Glen coming up in a few moments' time. Stay tuned, we'll be back.
Anyone that wants to go motor racing can go motor racing. This is so good. Everyone loves driving a car fast. You will have fun.
You can call me stupid. Yes, you can call me cheap. You can say I'm lazy. You can say I'm weak.
To make some stage. Get a team of your friends together. Let's go racing. Boost the fun up.
You're in trouble.
Cannot cost more than $1,000 for the initial purchase. You'll be talking to me. You'll be talking to me and the judging team. And we'll give you penalties like making you dance. We take donations straight to the charities. We do it because we love motor racing. So you should come racing at Lemons with NASCAR.
But when it comes to her, you better keep it sealed. Don't you dare say a single word, or I will strike you where it feels.
Where do I go from here? Have it in your head. You want to be a racing driver. The right way, the fun way. Time in the seat, time on the track. That's the trick. Don't have the big budget is what Lemons is all about.
You're in trouble, baby.
Hello and welcome back to Mega Esports GT7 Race Day. We've been having a fantastic time here, and I think the metaphor will stand. We've had our appetizers, the qualifying is all done, and we are getting prepared for our first sprint race at Watkins Glen International Speedway. It's a 7-lap round, and of course the Mercedes AMG GTR 2017 cars the absolute heaviest beasts in our racing calendar, do return for that 7-lap sprint race, which is going to be super exciting. Noodles on top for that one, guys. It was really, really exciting. That was a great qualifying by him. He managed to get that car wrangled just enough to get that top spot. Now the question is going to be, how's he going to handle it in the race? And Trev, you know, you've got experience in this as well. Starting a race at Watkins Glen, not easy, because that turn 1 into the S's, into the slipstream, and then into the bus stop, that is not a simple start to a race.
No, I think challenging is a masterpiece of understatement there, but down into turn 1, of course, at the 90. Rather imaginative name for that. If you get through there cleanly, the S's, and then onto the back straight for that passing opportunity, potentially early on lap 1. But the old saying, you can't win the race in the opening lap or the opening corner, but you sure can lose it, as they say. But I'm sure all of our drivers out there, like we said, professionals in what they do, and I'm sure it's going to be all nice and clean racing as we get underway for race 1.
Exactly right. So Mike, what's your hot take on this? 7 laps, it's not massively long, it's about 14 minutes. We saw just under 2 minutes of lap time. What are we going to see?
I'll tell you what, I think the ones that haven't been doing all of the 3 classes are probably in a bit of an advantage here, George, because we saw the last qualifying there in the older cars here, the GT cars. We saw spins and we saw mistakes and we saw drivers starting to, you know, be better than their best. So I'm thinking that the drivers here that haven't contested all the classes might be in with a bit of a better chance, but then you can't beat experience. So certainly looking forward to this one, and it is a one-make class, all the same car, the AMG Mercedes, and we know how good they are. We know how grouse they sound. So let's hope the drivers are up to the task.
And I'm sure they will be. We're going to start really, really soon, so we're jumping straight into it this time round. So the race is about to get underway. We are nearly ready to go, so get ready. Supercar Sprint coming up in a few moments' time. I'm super excited about this one. Noodles and Ranger Roz on top, and we'll be going to our start in a few moments' time. The lights are actually already on. I've got to hurry up. Here we go. All right, get ready. False starts, of course, will be penalized. Noodles from Ranger Roz, from Matt McEwen, from James 03, and 3 lights are on. 4 lights are on. Get ready. Get ready. 5 lights are on and lights are out. We are away for our first sprint race of the day at Mega Esports GT7 Track Day. Good launch off the line for Noodles, but he's going to be under pressure immediately on the inside line as Ranger Roz does have a little bit of look. Noodles forced offline. He's wide at turn 1. The 90 already taking a couple of victims in the background, and Noodles is going to be losing that position to Ranger Roz, who's got the inside line, and up through the S's we go for the first time. Caleb and McEwen side by side through this section, and the question is going to be who's going to come out on top at the bus stop. GT James is looking strong in P3's right behind the rear wing, small rear wing, I should say, of Noodles, and now into the hard braking zone. The tyres are very, very tricky to deal with at this early stages. Noodles has a bit of a problem, but a bigger problem for Ranger Roz, who's fallen back to P3. Through goes James, and that's a big issue for Ranger Roz into the bus stop chicane. Not an ideal start for him whatsoever, and that truly is an accordion of cars going into the chute, and down we go. Trev, it's an absolute car park in there right now.
Absolutely a disaster there for Ranger Roz. As you can see, they're down to P4 off of the start here on this opening lap at Watkins Glen. It's up, it's down, it's fast, it's slow, and the racing action is absolutely fantastic. 7 laps here at the Glen, and boy, oh boy, look at that. Noodles leading this one. We're riding on board with Ranger Roz, under pressure from Simon Bishop, and no less, if you don't mind, behind him down there in P5, and then it's Matty McEwen up ahead of him. He's got front row seats to the battle for P2 here between Matty McEwen and Caleb, as well, as we take a look at Matty McEwen here in that beautiful blue Mercedes AMG car there. They're all jostling for position, and more importantly, Mike, we've seen very clean racing. It looks as though everyone has got away cleanly here on this opening lap.
Yeah, they certainly have. I was a little bit, I felt sorry for Ranger Roz at the bus stop, because he was the pioneer, and we know how heavy these cars are to pull up in a straight line, and the amount of power these things have got as well. So he unfortunately was a little bit undone by that one, and just goes to show that his reign of fantastic, still up there, still in the top 4, but he was just about unbeatable last year at Red Bull Ring. But at the moment, he's showing that he can potentially be beaten. Not that we've seen the worst or the best of him or the worst of him just yet, because running into the second lap, let's not forget, and Noodles is doing an outstanding job. 5.5, over half a second, 5/40 of a second there, well and truly in front. And of course, he's setting the purple sectors, because the first flying lap there as well. As he goes through the bus stop very, very cautiously, but he pulled up a little bit there by the second place of District Caleb, because Distinct Caleb's actually pulled back a tenth on him this time around as he comes in, but just drops off a little away. So not to be messed around with here. Paul Candelani or Noodles, the race leader, just driving the thing beautifully as he starts to line himself up to the base of the last sector.
Simon Bishop's gone. So Simon Bishop has had a problem at the heel. He's spun around. Whether there was contact involved or not, we don't know, but that front bumper not looking particularly healthy, and already a victim. So we were talking about such a clean first lap, or the second lap, and we've had one of our top competitors basically out of the competition as it is right now. So Ranger Oz will be elevated up into P4, McEwen up into P3, and the scrap for P2 right now is absolutely going on. Sorry to interrupt, Mike.
No problem at all. There was damage to the front end of the Bishop car, but he's managed to, obviously that's come right now, so he's got a what was a wounded car back on full form, but doesn't take away what's happened at the front of the field though. And again, it's fortune favouring the brave. You just got to make no mistakes. I didn't see it either whether or not there was any incident there, but McEwen just coming out of the final turn after starting the lap, and he's just scraped the wall there as well. So, but coming into turn number one, they are certainly pushing it, guys, and we're watching Noodles starting to really come under attack there from the second place for Caleb. Caleb trying to get on this rear bumper bar, trying to help him to move out of the way a little bit there, but it's very early in this race, but it's only a short race, guys. It's only 7 laps, and Trev, it needs to be 7 very fast and quality laps. You can't afford to make a mistake here.
Absolutely, and it could just take one mistake, of course, in the sprint race, and it could be all over, as we saw with Simon Bishop. I couldn't watch, fellas. I'm absolutely devastated here, but that's all it takes. Even the likes of Simon Bishop, and one mistake, and next minute you are facing the wrong way. But as we get back to the sharp end of the field, I believe that's called a commentator's curse in this business, George. As soon as I said everything was all nice and clean and nothing could possibly go wrong, we saw Simon Bishop facing the wrong way. But as we head back to Caleb now in P2, 3/10 behind Noodles there, as you can see. Noodles having to make that Mercedes AMG car very wide onto the back straight. Not the back straight, in fact, I should say. We're coming through the final part of the lap, sector 3. I beg your pardon, as we ride on board now with Caleb. Where can he get by here, George? It's going to be very difficult for him to get past in this final sector here.
Yep, aim for the end of the pit straight. That's going to be his best shot. He'll have a little bit of a slipstream. Needs to focus on the exit of turn 14. We're coming into 13 right now. A little bit of brake, get it turned in, ride that curb nicely. Don't go too wide, but you will be pinged for track limits. Bear in mind, of course, that we are now on the sports medium tyre, and tyre degradation is enabled, fuel degradation is enabled as well, so these cars are going to be getting lighter and lighter throughout this race, not by a huge amount, as Caleb sets the fastest lap of the race. It's a 1:54.197, and Mike, this is still a fair way off the qualifying times that we saw, but it's still pretty rapid, and all the competitors in the top 6 are absolutely line astern at the moment.
Yeah, you're dead right, and unfortunately not line astern is Freelix right at the back. The 11th place car, he's had a big problem at the bus stop, and I just having a look at this car with some severe damage right around the Mercedes. It's just come right, but he's about 13 seconds behind Cy Bishop, who also, we saw earlier on, had that little bit of a problem. So again, can't say whether or not he was helped on that one, or whether it was a genuine mistake, but we've seen some great scraps going on here at the moment, and I'll tell you what, right at the front of the field there, it's Jimmy Payload, he's doing a fantastic job. Timothy Payload there in the 7th place Mercedes-Benz. Look at that car, just about deserves a checkered flag for that paint scheme by itself, let alone his driving ability. He's doing a fantastic job. But the rest of the field there, they're all just sitting up and paying attention, because Noodles at the moment at the front of this one, he's over half a second ahead, guys. He's just showing them a clean set of heels. And then we go back to the second place there of Caleb, who's flying. He's absolutely flying. I think we've just seen another fastest lap there from Caleb there, 1:54.1, which is fantastic and awesome. But he's still the better part of 0.7 of a second back behind the race leader Noodle. So looking back through the field, we're starting to see a few gaps coming up here as well, guys. And Trev, I know that earlier on we saw the brakes glowing red on these Mercedes-Benz AMGs, and as we are into the fourth lap now, I don't think it's going to be much different. Braking efficiency is going to be very, very hard on these things. They need to look after the front end of these cars.
Absolutely, and it's going to be mud. We saw in qualifying, of course, those longer braking distances, but when you're in a long gaggle of cars, I just had to take a breath there because we saw Matt McEwen just managed to keep it all together there, coming through the final part of the lap into turn one. He runs a little bit wide there. Is that going to give Ranger Oz a chance to take that P3 position as we take a look at GT James 03, of course, in this category here this afternoon now, as we come up over the top of the crest of the hill here in P5 at the moment. He can see P4 and 3 just ahead of him coming down to the bus stop. So easy. Quicker sector there, half a tenth down on that sector. Never mind about track limits over there, fellas. Be very, very careful about that. But Ranger Oz in P4 under pressure here, George. He's going to make that car very, very wide indeed, because the minute he steps out of line, GT James is going to be all over the back of him. He is already.
Yep, GT James doing extremely well at the moment, and he's going to try and capitalise, of course. As soon as there's a mistake just ahead of him, he will find a way to do that capitalisation, get himself into that P4 position. But right now, it looks like just the bounciness of the cars, it's starting to maybe wear on the guys a little bit. They're on slightly less grippy tyres than they were for qualifying. It was sports softs. For the qualifying, it's now sports medium, so there's even less grip. So it's not just that you're chopping and changing between the different cars, you're also chopping and changing between the different tyre compounds, which introduces a whole another level of complexity for these drivers. So impressed to see what we've seen so far. Looks like Matt McEwen is making a bit of progress, getting up to the rear wing of distinct Caleb in P2. So this battle is rapidly turning into a five-way scrap. Noodle still holding strong in P1, but right now it is these three, Matt McEwen, Ranger Oz and GT James, in the scrap of the season right now, or scrap of the day at the moment, that's for sure. And P3 is up for grabs, Mike.
Yeah, well and truly is. I also noticed too that Noodles has got the fastest lap yet again, so he's managed to eke out the second place there of distinct Caleb, who had the fastest lap, although still back in second place. And the amazing thing too, that Noodles has actually extended to over a second gap there between himself and second place Caleb there. That is just an amazing drive, but it is certainly the race at the moment on the track is to watch the battle for third place there. And in fact, looks like Ranger Oz has just made the pass on McEwen, and that is no easy feat. Matt McEwen is not easily rounded up and passed. He's the guy that's got everything down to the absolute analytical perfection. As I'm watching Ranger Oz doing the dance of the flying swan through the bus stop, and man, he held that one together with duct tape and super glue. But thankfully, he's still on the track and still a solid third place, but 2.5 seconds back behind the leader Noodles, and we are into the sixth lap already there, George. So this isn't it's all not all over, because a mistake can still happen, but Noodles looking very, very handily placed at the moment, well over a second ahead of second place there, distinct Caleb. So we'll see how this one goes, George, and I'll tell you what, it's going to be a fantastic run to the line, there's no doubt about that.
Absolutely. Last few corners before we head into the last lap of this race, Ranger Oz performed a great maneuver overtaking into turn one on Matt McEwen, beautifully caught on the cameras, so we captured all that in HD and being beamed out to 4 locations worldwide. So welcome in, of course, to everyone in chat. Make sure you are giving some comments, chat, letting us know exactly how you feel about today's proceedings. But yeah, Ranger Oz has now got a real mission on his hands. Can he hold off Matt McEwen in the closing part of this race? And Trev, you'll take us through the last bits of the last lap of this sprint race. It's super fast, it's super short. We're going to be going for even faster races in a short period of time, but this has been great so far.
Absolutely, absolute pleasure to have you with us, of course, our great partners. As you can see, that lap, their final lap of this race. A big shout out across all platforms, of course, YouTube and Twitch. In the chat, even the robots, George, are having a great time. So big welcome to everybody out there as we get down to business now on the final lap of this race. Ranger Oz, 2.1 seconds off the lead, 1.4 off of Caleb. He's got bigger issues to worry about, and they're in the form of Matt McEwen just behind him. as we come down to the bus stop chicane for the final time, quicker through that second sector of the first sector, I should say, of this lap. But Ranger Oz, can he finish on the podium here? And what's that? An Australian in the lead. No, let's move on quickly. A bit of Mike Howe there, if you don't mind. But Australia, New Zealand, 1, 2, 3, 4, as we come through to the final part of this lap. As we come down to the boot for the final time here. Very important to not miss your braking markers here, because Matty McEwen will be all over the back of Ranger Oz here on this final lap. We know Noodles is getting close. So is Caleb there in P2. But we're going to stick with this battle here for the final podium position. Purple sectors there through sector 2 on this lap. And we're not too far away now, just a couple of corners between Noodles and a race victory. And of course, the cash prize here in the opening sprint race here this afternoon. Here is our race leader, race winner. Oh my goodness me. Commentators curse. What? It's still very, very close. It's less than a second. 0.5 of a second, but I reckon Noodles might have it over Caleb here through the final corner in the Mercedes AMG cars here. Look at this, he's close, but he's not quite close enough as Noodles comes across the line to win this opening sprint race. Caleb in second, Ranger Oz getting the job done in P3 ahead of Matty McEwen. GT James in 5th as we take a look at Snorkel coming around the final corner. And boy, this sets the benchmark. Simon Bishop back up to 7th there after that incident earlier on, George. So a good recovery drive from him ahead of Dingus. Jimmy Payload coming across the line in P9. And look at this beautiful livery. He's got my vote on the livery of the day. Close to the wall there. Is he going to make it into P9? It's a sprint to the end.
Whoa.
Oh, Glen's got him. Wow, well, blink, if you blink, you're going to miss that one, George. He just misses out there, still inside that top 10. And you can see the results on your screen. What a finish for that race here this afternoon, the opening sprint for the Mercedes AMG cars.
Indeed, we'll have the race results up in a moment's time. Got to make sure I'm on the right thing, and then we can click on the results screen. Here we go. What an intense race. We had about 4 or 5 close battles all the way through. Noodles, though, manages to take that top spot. 0.6 of a second was the gap between him and distinct Caleb. Caleb put up a valiant fight all the way through that, but it was not quite enough. Then Ranger Oz and Matt McEwen, I mean, these two were absolutely scrapping it out. Was not the closest finish necessarily between them at the end of the day, but boy, oh boy, they put on some good racing for us. GT James just falling off the back of that battle towards the end of the race. Then it's Snorksel, a very respectable P6 for him, ahead of Simon Bishop, who had that spin at the heel earlier, or the ankle, we should say. I think we're going to coin that term, Trev. At the ankle, Simon Bishop putting his car's nose into a barrier, finding himself in last place, but a valiant effort to bring himself back up to P7. Then, of course, it's Dengus in P8, followed by Clan Fever, who was 0.013 of a second ahead of Jimothy at the end. Jimothy made that small mistake, rode the barrier on the exit of turn 14, and it was all over at that point. He lost that position only just by an absolute hair's width. Freelix rounding up in P11. We caught that a little bit later on, that he'd had a bit of an issue, but fantastic way to start the opening sprint race. 7 laps of extremely interesting action, and that is going to be money in the pocket of Noodles today, Mike.
Oh, look, that was a fantastic finish. Right at the back, though, Jimothy and Freelix were actually playing silly buggers. They were just side by side each other, and what they were trying to do was actually get a 0-0 difference between the two of them at the end of it, because they both had problems. In fact, Jimothy actually slowed down. I saw that a little bit earlier on there as we were sort of wrapping up towards the end of the race, and it was a great little bit of spectacle for them as well. So I thought that was pretty cool. One thing also, I gotta say, Ranger Oz doesn't get any money on that one for the win, but did get the lap record last lap, 53.8. So, you know, you can't win the race, but you can cement who's your daddy, who's the fastest guy on the track. Well, it was Ranger Oz. So I got to give that one to you, Trev. I got to give that one to you, Cobber. You did well, mate. You didn't do enough, but you did well. But no, that was a really, really cool display there from the drivers. And again, you know, just a couple of little mistakes here popping in, and wish I could have told you what went on with Sidog. I wasn't involved with Cy Bishop at the time. I wasn't watching the screen of his particular car, but you know, it's not unusual to be human and have a bit of a mistake, guys. That was certainly one to put in the books. And you know, that was only 7 laps, Trev. I don't know about you, but that just seemed like an awful long race compared to the fast qualifying we've had before.
Absolutely, and I'm still trying to work out what sort of accent that was there, Mike. But no, fantastic racing. $100 in the bank, of course, for Noodles, which is fantastic. And talking about the next race coming up, George, we might be seeing the quickest race of the afternoon. In fact, we might be seeing the quickest race in the history of humans, given how quick they were going around during that qualifying session. But no, fantastic there. And what about the battle P9 there? P9 and 10, of course, Jimmy just missing out there. They were trying the Rubens Barrichello, Michael Schumacher, back in the day, of course, when they did, if you remember, they would try and always finish line astern in the dominant Ferrari days of the early 2000s.
Oh, they had the privilege and the pleasure of getting away with doing that sort of stuff back then. Of course, here it is tooth and nail, and everyone's going to be fighting for those extra little tenths here and there. We saw that between Jimothy and Clan Fever and how close it came at the end with that little bit of a mistake from Jimothy, and that's all you need to cost you a position in these kinds of races. And yeah, you know, that's a minute and 55 essentially average lap time through that, so we're talking a 14-minute race. Now we're going to be looking at an 8-minute race, so it's literally half the distance, well, no, same distance, half the time, of course, for this race, and it is just going to be hectic on that first lap with all the cars bunched up at the beginning. I think the real trick for the upcoming 90s GP, the F3500A cars, is going to be the start. How do you get that car off the line? How do you get the traction down? They do not have a lot of good ability to get from 0 to 10 kilometers an hour. That's the struggle zone right now. You've got to actually get it off the line and get the power down, Mike, onto the track. Otherwise, you're going nowhere. And that qualifying you've just done, all for nothing.
Doesn't matter that it's a lap record that we've ever seen, 1:17 around the track. It doesn't matter who was doing that, because we've seen some uncharacteristic mistakes in that first race with the GT cars. So, you know, it's certainly going to be one to watch, this one with the Formula cars. We know that the Aussie likes these Formula One type cars, and bless him, he'll be sitting there dribbling out the side of his mouth, poor old Trevor. But no, it's going to be absolutely fantastic, and I think really it's who. The drivers we've seen in that previous race, who can actually form themselves into an open wheel driver. We know the quality of you know, some of the ones that'll do all three of them. We know that you know, Cy Bishop can drive anything. Matt McEwen did so well, obviously the fastest in the previous qualifying, but again, it all means absolutely nothing now, because you've done your best. Now we'll see what you can do, and again, knowing what that time was so clearly, and you know, scintillating pace. You know, Trev, I know you're going to be excited about this, mate, but you're just going to have to try and curb your passion too much and just focus on the whole race as a whole. But what's your call on this one, buddy? Because I know that you know these drivers a lot better than I do. And who is the open wheel specialist in race conditions?
Well, first of all, I don't think I'm going to have too much time to be dribbling out the side of my mouth in this race coming up. But no, just every time I see these cars and the liveries as well, I just think Mansell, Senna, Prost, all of the great names, Schumacher. But speaking of our drivers in this race coming up in the 90s GP cars, familiar, of course, faces, Noodles, Sidorg. It's going to be interesting to see how Weezer, of course, goes as well. And, of course, Matty McEwen always up there. And Simon will be looking to bounce back, George, after a very uncharacteristic mistake during that first race. So I think Simon, in fact, I know Simon will be out to bounce back in race 2 here in these 90s F1 cars after what happened in race 1.
Exactly right. Yeah, he'll be a man on a mission essentially for this. So I'm expecting to see a good result from him. Matt McEwen's probably the one that I'm going to peg at the moment for a top position. He's qualified on pole. He's ready to go. The man is really good in race conditions, but he's also been known to make a few little mistakes. You know, it's unfortunately a little bit of a New Zealand choke thing. Well, anyone can choke, but you know, if you choke through this part of the race, it's going to be really tricky. Just before, while we're waiting for the sprint to get underway, let's do a little bit of a reminder for everyone on our schedule and prize structure today. So we'll jump over to our schedule. So of course we're right at the moment in the middle part of this. Sprints 7 laps each. Supercar Club, I should say, has just been completed. We're now going to our 90s GP, and then staying tuned, of course, for the 2008 Super GT Sprint. Then we'll be going to a short break. Following that, we'll go to our meme race with the Unimogs, and then another short break before we head towards our features. Little reminder here on the prize structure as well. Qualifying pole position bonuses, which have all been handed out now, $30. Sprint and feature races, third place gets $30, second place gets $50, and first place gets $100, all valued in New Zealand dollars. So that is a big one there. And of course, Noodles will be stoked. He takes home $130 just for the supercar sprint and qualifying so far, gentlemen. So that is a big load of money in that man's pocket, and I'm sure he'll be absolutely stoked and looking to see what he can do in the next couple of categories we've got coming up, which, you know, again, we're going to be very, very hectic because these are incredibly fast cars. So I'm a little bit scared for everyone on track, if I'm honest with you. I'm scared for what the state of my head is going to be. How many RPMs is my head going to be spinning around in a circle as we head through 7 laps of this, Mike?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You make one mistake and it's going to really cost you. I was actually quite buoyed by the previous race here with Cy Bishop. You know, never say die attitude. Every reason to pack it up. 7 laps. He spun it, lap 3, I think it was, and spun badly. You know, the car was damaged. Comes back, finishes 7th. You know, passed quite a few cars on the way. A little bit different on this one. A little bit, you know, a lot more on the line really, and it can all go wrong so quickly. We saw qualifying laps which was super fast, but you know, one little mistake, especially at the bus stop, guys. I mean, that is one rapid little section of track. You're coming in at well over 300 kilometers an hour. I think I saw McEwen at 331. Ranger Oz seemed to be really fast in there, but just couldn't quite get the lap time. So it's about track craft, it's about driver skill, it's about, you know, those around you giving you room. Are you asking for room? Are you going to get room? And we'll see how it all plays out. But no, on a serious note, though, we can have a laugh and a banter about each other and that. But as far as these drivers, though, Trev, I mean, we really have got some quality drivers. And it wasn't just that McEwen was so fast. There was so many other drivers around him. And I think the whole field was under lap record pace. So, Trev, that just tells us how good these drivers are.
Absolutely. It's easy to forget too, isn't it, gentlemen? We really are spoiled, aren't we, when it comes to the quality of these drivers? We talk about Simon Bishop, of course, Ridwan Noodles, these types of guys, Ranger Oz, Matt McEwen. These are some of the names that, you know, we are privileged enough to call on regular occasions across all the different platforms. But it will be interesting. The start, very important. We keep talking about the start, but I cannot wait to see these cars, these 90s F1 cars, down that back straight, all streaming into the bus stop on the opening lap. I think it's going to be, I think they're going to be fine, but I think if they get it wrong there, it's could become a plane crash there on the opening lap.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, it will be interesting. It's going to be a challenge for the drivers. It's going to be a challenge for us to keep up with all the action. So of course we will bring you the absolute best of what we can see out on track. Just a reminder of the qualifying order for this one, as I see it right now. We've got McEwen on top, then Simon Bishop in P2, followed by, I believe, Dan Wood, followed by Ridwan F1, followed by Ranger Oz, followed by State 509. Now, I think we need to talk about State 509. He's coming in specifically for this 90s GP race. He's clearly extremely quick. To be P6 and amongst this level of drivers, that's a quality effort. So, I mean, Mike, what do we reckon? Do you reckon he's got the chops here to make it up into that top 5?
Well, I'd like to think so, but I mean, I don't know as much as you guys about sim racing, but he's a BDR driver there, so you know that's sort of everyone else is a AA plus. So we'll see. You know what he's certainly punching above his weight to be in the top 6, be lap record and you know, lap record pace and better. But you know, it really depends on how he can start. Can he convert that quali, that top 6 quali there, into a really good, you know, what happens in the first corner? We saw this in the previous race. We saw Ranger Oz in the Mercedes, you know, getting his nose in front, and then come the bus stop, Trev. You know, we know how I keep going on about that, but I know it's a very, very technical, very high speed section, and none more so than the high speed we're going to see in these cars there. So, you know, it really comes down to how he can convert that. But I think right at the front of the field, we do have the cream, and it's risen to the top. But you know, we'll see what he can do. But I'm well impressed, Trev. I think that he'll be there, and he certainly deserves to be there. And of course, Noodles with some work to do. Again, we know the quality of the man. We just saw it a minute ago, didn't we?
Absolutely, and yeah, State 509, he's a bit of a man of mystery, of course. I'm not sure of his real name there, but he's just snuck in there, of course, for the 90s F1 cars, as you do. But yes, I guess the time for talking is almost over. I can't wait to get into this one, of course, and just do not go anywhere, of course, ladies and gentlemen out there, with the not just the sprint races, of course, for cash prizes, but the feature races coming up later on this afternoon. George, that's when it's going to get even more serious, isn't it, here this afternoon on GT7? Exactly
right. You know, I was thinking we could actually have some other form of entertainment as well. While we do this, we get a magic 8-ball out and make a prediction with the magic 8-ball, or a random, you know, pinwheel selection thing, random selection, see who's going where, but it's so hard to call. I mean, that's why I'm saying it. We need those magic 8 balls and things like that, because at the moment it's impossible to figure out who's going to do what, who's going to end up where. So many factors involved, and that first lap's going to be absolutely key to sorting out the order. Matt McKeown's got a huge job to do today. He's got that $30 already for the qualifying in this 90s GP category. Can he bag $100 in here? That is going to be the question. And I think we've just seen a starting soon marker come up, so I believe we will be getting started very soon. A big thanks to everyone in chat. I've just noticed one here. Snorksel has tuned into one of our chat rooms and has said, I'll take best of the rest after that. So that was for the previous supercar round. So he's obviously quite stoked with his performance. He actually did very well overall. I don't believe he's in this race here for the 90s GP. No, he's not. But I believe he'll be making a return for the Supercar GT, the Super GT round in a few, well, it should be actually literally a few minutes' time. I was about to say about 20 minutes' time, but it's not going to be the case. 7.5 minutes, this race is going to be over, guys. So it's not going to last long. Big thanks to everyone in chat. We are, of course, going live to NZ Sim Racing TV YouTube, to the Trackspot TV YouTube, Trackspot TV Twitch, and Trevor Byers' Twitch page, which is twitch.tv/kidbyers. Go and check them out. Go and give it a like and subscribe to all these platforms. Thank you all so much for providing the platforms for today's broadcast. We'll have a follow-up replay of today's events coming up on the Mega channel. We are getting the countdown now. Here we go, guys. The 90s GP sprint race is about to begin, and I am super excited for this one. It's going to be a wild bit of racing. So let's jump out on track in a few seconds' time. The lights are about to go out. Here we go. False starts course will be penalised. Matt McKeown on top, followed by Simon Bishop and Dan Wood. Second row of the grid, 4 lights, 5 lights, and we wait. Bated breath, and lights are out. Here we go, and a good start from everyone on the grid. Last place, didn't have the best of starts there. Matt McKeown trying to hold that inside line, force Simon Bishop offline. Late braking by Simon Bishop doesn't come of anything. He actually runs very wide. We've got a car off in the background, a couple of accidents already. One car out of this race, and right down the back of the grid it is Dangus. He's had a massive problem. Up we go to the S's and down the back straight for the first time towards the bus stop chicane. Oh, the cars are everywhere. They're 3 wide at the moment. It's Ranger Oz, State 05. It is Diswood all going for it. State has managed to get ahead. He's up into P4 in this race. Simon Bishop has had a decent start, but he's lost the position already. State now trying to keep the position in P4 away from Ranger Oz, who's attacking from P5. Ridwan in P3 has lost the position to Simon Bishop. It's again back to our qualifying order at the start. Matt McKeown leads us by 1.3 seconds already. We thought he was going to be a man on a mission. He's a man with a rocket pack on the back of his chest, because he is absolutely flying away at the early stage of this race. Simon Bishop now gets the clean air to go after him. State still holding on from Ranger Oz and now starting to make some progress back towards Ridwan F1. We've seen 3 wide, and that's a big moment there for Dan Wood. He's just gone left, he's gone right like a pinball, keeps it out of the wall though. And look at the rear ends of these, Trev. This is absolutely incredible stuff.
Unbelievable. We're here for a good time, not a long time. Oh my goodness me. We nearly got launched into another stratosphere there, didn't we, George? As we see Diswood there in the beautiful Winfield 99 Williams livery there, of course, down in P7. Dingus, of course, having some issues in that opening lap off the line. Matty McKeown with a 26.689 on this opening lap. And it was so busy there, wasn't it, from 2nd to 6th on that opening lap, Mike. That's really what gave Matt McKeown an opportunity there to just get some breathing space at the front as we ride on board with the 90s F1 Specialist State 509.
Sorry, mate, what a start he got. He's nearly 2 seconds ahead of Simon Bishop. Sidon, who's doing a great job in 2nd place, but don't count out Red1 F1. He's trying everything he can as well. The gaps are really wide though, George. I really thought there'd be, spoiler to spoiler, wheel to wheel. We love open wheel racing, but it's just surprising how much gaps there are at the moment, and everyone seems to have their own little piece of real estate, just trying to go back to the scraps. I think we're looking about 5th place there with McGilza, who's actually up to 5th place at the moment, and he's got a decent old field of cars behind him, but We're just not seeing the same thing at the front, though, where we really think the heat would be intense and you know, all the pace would be happening. Guys, it's they've got plenty of room. They can almost sort of chat amongst themselves while they're just circulating around the lap. We're into the second lap now, and we can see how quickly it's going. But we're just starting the third, and across the line already going the fastest lap. No surprise, there's McEwen with a 1:21.4. Remembering he qualified a 1:17.1, 3.3 seconds faster, and he's got Cy Bishop there who's trying to shut him down. But I'll tell you what, it's a 2.5 second gap back to Cy Bishop to second place. Third place there, looks like we've got a few changes back through the field there as well. But the third place is another second back there to the fourth place car of Ranger Oz, and we know how fast he can be, especially in the open wheel cars. He was very good at Red Bull Ring, so don't take anything for granted there with Ranger Oz, who was on pace, but he's got a massive gap back to Noodles here in fifth place here, so nearly the 2 seconds, or sorry, a second. So it's all on. It's everyone's race to lose, really, at the front of the field there. But the guys at the back, they've got a massive harm here, because, you know, the 7 lap race, they've got to do it. They've got to do it really well. They haven't got time for big gaps. They've got to get aero. They've got to catch up to the cars in front, George. And I don't know if they've got the time at the moment, but McEwen, man, he is on a mission. He's absolutely what Trev said before, as we see tails dancing on some of the cars as they come out of the corners. But we're just going to have to stay tuned on this one, guys. One thing we know, though, George, it's going to happen very, very quickly.
That's right, yeah, blink an eye and you will absolutely miss it. The rocket packs that these drivers are strapped in today are absolutely flying around the field. And yes, one small mistake, gaps are definitely opening up, but one tiny mistake and that gap is absolutely gone in an instant. Matt McEwen, so dominant in this race. As we see sparks fly underneath State 509's car. He's lost the position to Ranger Oz. He's lost the position to Noodles. So unfortunately, not able to maintain his good qualifying form in P5. He's got Dan Wood now behind him too. That's going to be a tricky one. And all big issues here for Red 1 F1 has come together with Simon Bishop, and Simon Bishop has had another issue. Ranger Oz now in the scrap. He's going it for P3. Ranger Oz might even get the position around the outside. That's going to be tricky. It's going to be a door slammed in his face by Red 1 F1. Simon Bishop escaping by the skin of his teeth on that one, and I told you guys, we blink and we miss it. We're 5 minutes in. Lap 4, Red 1, big issue. He goes left, he goes right, he goes onto the gravel, loses the position to Ranger Oz, and suddenly Noodles is back into it, dives up the inside, a little bit of contact between the rear end of Red 1's car and the front end of Noodles. We've got an unbelievable scrap going on here for P3, Trev, and we are nearly at the end of this race. We're already past half distance.
Unbelievable pace here, and if you're just joining the stream, no, you don't have it on fast forward. This really is the pace of these 90s F1 cars, and what an excellent addition to GT7, of course, in the free January content update. Riding on board with Noodles at the moment, the Australian, as he comes through the 90 at turn 1, lap 5 out of 7. And boy, oh boy, what can he do here? Half a second behind Ridwan Hamza. And then it's Ranger Oz side, or Matty McEwen up there in P1. We saw Dengus on that opening lap facing the wrong way through turn 1. He's back up into P7 now as we go through the bus stop, and the pace is incredible through that corner. Unbelievable stuff here, and a little bit disappointed, George. No Marlboro McLaren liveries in this field. It should almost be made mandatory in the rules and regulations, shouldn't it? We later mentioned tobacco sponsorship on air. I'm not too sure, George, but Noodles in P5. He'll be looking to get closer here. He hasn't got much time to do it, but he'll be looking to close up here on Red 1 and P4.
Certainly will be, and this will rapidly start to condense the grid towards the end of the race as they get towards the point where some drivers will struggle on these tyres. And yes, no advertising for tobacco on this channel, of course. And that might be why we're seeing some alternative choices, let's say, for the liveries. But you can always replace it. Go with Marlboro grapes or something like that. There'll be plenty of options. Nonetheless, still fantastic liveries from all around the grid at the moment. Simon Bishop got away by the skin of his teeth. He's in a Lewis Hamilton-esque Ferrari livery. Of course, seen the F1 start off at Melbourne last week. Now we're in the weekend of China Grand Prix, which is fantastic as well. So for those who are enjoying today's track racing, you'll soon have more Formula One later in the evening to contend with. Let's talk about Matt McEwen, Mike. He is amazing. He is away. He is clear of the field. It'll only be a mistake that'll be his downfall.
Yeah, that's right, and it's just incredible how slow these cars are, and I say that with respect because, I mean, Range Ross have just done another fastest lap. They're in third place at the moment, a 1:21.2. Can you believe we're 4 seconds off the pace of qualifying? I know they are a lighter car potentially, but boy, I am absolutely aghast at this one. We are in the penultimate lap, guys, and we're already at the base of the shoe, the heel, or whatever you want to call it there that Trev likes to call off the track, and then it'll be into the final lap after this one. But watching Ranger Roz, he really has got the bit between his teeth at the moment, back in the third place, and we're trying to watch around the rest of the track there as well with bated breath from these drivers. But Noodles there looking very good in that beautifully turned out red rocket as well, as he gets himself out into that little section now, coming down into that left-hander. This is a very, very technical part of the track. It's like the bus stop, but not quite so short. They've got a little bit more time to react. And we start looking at the front of the field now for the positions and for the laps as we now start. Matt McEwen at the front of the field, guys, has just started the last lap of what is happening here so very quickly. Trev, I don't know, mate. I think you said it was almost like we've got a bit of a chance to take a breath, but I don't know about this. It's 7 laps, just about 7 minutes, 7 laps of absolute motorsport mayhem.
Yeah, well, before Trev jumps in, I want to remind everyone that this race is shorter than the qualifying that we've just done with these cars. 10 minutes of qualifying, this race will be done in less than 9.5 minutes, Trev.
Two great minds think alike. I was just heading down that path. You can look at that 9 minutes, incredible stuff here as we see Lewis Hamilton. It's Simon Bishop. Oh, off into the wall goes Ridwan F1. And is he going to be in danger here of losing P5 on this final lap from State 509? That was a big, big moment, George, there.
Yeah, he had a huge crash, got damage on that right-hand side tyre. This will open up the gap for State to come over, but it's going to be lights out for this man, or checkered flag certainly for this man right here. Matt McEwen drove fantastically off the line, covered off Simon Bishop into turn 1, got his head down, got the laps in, and 9.5 minutes later he comes across the line, takes the checkered flag and wins $100 into his pocket for this sprint race. Fantastic stuff. Simon Bishop P2, Ranger Rolls P4. Will there be a position switch for Ridwan? No, he holds on to P5, luckily for him. Great drive back from Dengus, and P7 did have a crash in lap 1, turn 1, manages to take P7, so well done to him, because we've got Clan Fever, Dan Wood both having issues in this race. Across the line comes Clan Fever now, and then Timothy Payload will be at the rear of the field. Oh, Dan Wood has just gone for a massive trip. Was that Clan Fever? That was Dan Wood. It was Dan Wood. He's gone for a massive accident into the entry of the pit lane and those water barrels, and his engine is damaged. He can't get the car moving. He won't lose 11th position to Renegade, but that's a P9 gone from within his grasp in a moment, and that is how fragile these cars can be. They will chew you up and spit you out at a moment's notice. That's what we've seen here today, and what an intense sprint race. Less time in the sprint race than qualifying for these cars, and that was just a ridiculous bit of action. And what a drive from Matt McEwen, absolutely stunning. We'll have the race results up in a moment's time. Here we go. So unbelievable work by these teams and these drivers here today. And Matt McEwen, I don't know, what do we say, Mike? What do we say to that?
Well, we just say well, and that's really all we can do. But I think Sidog did a great job for second place. I think he was a little bit lucky. About 3 laps in, we had a bit of a problem at the bus stop, and unfortunately he actually may have checked up a couple of other cars around him. But I did actually see a very interesting little mention as we go through those results. So with McEwen doing a cracking job, Sidog in second place, Ranger Oz of course in third, Noodles in fourth place there. And obviously identical cars. Ridwan F1, oh boy, he was lucky to hang on to 5th place after that spectacular accident. And then we go State 509 there in 6th place. Dengus, who again looks so very promising in the earlier stages, guys, just coming through for 7th, and Clean Fever in the top 8 screen I've got in front of me. But one interesting, and there we go, Jimothy Payload, I love that name, Jimothy Payload there comes through for 9th place, Diswood 1 in 10th place, and ESR Renegade there comes through to top out the 11. But Snorksall comes up with quite a good little comment on one of the Discords I see. It says, if I was going to run this race, I probably would have thrown in a Jordan tribute of some sort. And I thought that's actually quite apt, you know, with the passing the other day of Eddie Jordan, unfortunately, after all of the things. So that's a good shout out there and nothing disrespectful for the cars we saw on the track, because obviously we're very, very focused on this race weekend, guys. But yeah, look, that's Matt McEwen at his best. You know, I saw the analytical mind and the mechanical ability of this guy in the 86 last week at Hampton, and you know, I certainly got a lot of respect from that. I knew of him, of course. Nate Nismo, you know, knows a lot of the guys here, and I hear the names and I see them in there. But actually seeing the guy in the flesh, seeing that he's a complete you know, virgin getting out on the racetrack, and the analytical mind this guy's got. When the instructor was showing him the breakdown of the car, I've got absolutely no surprise as to why, you know, he takes this racing, he does this racing so well. But George, I've got to say, mate, hats off to you. You said that the whole 7 laps is going to happen in 9.5 minutes. You got it wrong by 6.8 seconds. I'll let you off this time, but next time we just aim for a little bit more accuracy if possible.
All right, I'll get the scientific calculator out for the next one. Absolutely. I blame the race drivers. I mean, you know, they took 6 seconds too long for Matt McEwen to get the win. That's the way I see it. Nonetheless, yeah, Matt McEwen, of course, double New Zealand Esports Racing Series champion, back-to-back years with that as well. And this year he did win that drive in the 86. And the man has got an analytical mind. He is absolutely focused on what he's doing. He's got incredible talent. Obviously a GT World Series driver. Likewise with Simon Bishop as well. 2 GT World Series drivers on the grid today, and they're both showing some real performance out there today. Simon Bishop just couldn't keep up with Matt McEwen, who's doing so well. But yeah, great job by everyone out on track, and what an unbelievably quick race that has been. I'm just flabbergasted. 9 minutes and 36 seconds, 0.8. I think something like that. It was 896 or something like that. Yeah, I'll get it right for next time, Mike. I promise. But yeah, Trev, give us your hot take on that, and ladies and gentlemen, let us know in the chat. Blinked? Did you blink? Because I think you would have missed it.
It was hectic, wasn't it? It was fast-paced action right throughout. 9 minutes 36.6 or something. I'm sure we'll get it right eventually, Mike. But interesting, actually, the fastest laps there, the top 5 into the 121s. And all within about 2 or 3, 4 tenths of each other as well. So quick and also very consistent for that top 4, top 5. And I think we might have even snuck an Aussie in there on the podium in P3. So great racing action, and it's really going to set the scene for the rest of the afternoon here.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question though? Why were they 4 seconds a lap slower from quali? I mean, I'm not a sim guy, but I mean, they would have had the same car, different car. What we had there as far as the setup of the car?
Yeah, so the key difference there is that we are running the racing medium tyres for this. Racing softs were the ones, the tyres of choice over in qualifying, but they're going to not do particularly well in a race scenario. So racing mediums on the cars, same with the sports mediums for the supercar series as well. So they're on a slightly less grippy surface, probably why we saw the cars fishtailing a little bit more out there too, Mike. But yeah, I mean, I couldn't do that, if I'm honest with you. I couldn't drive a car like that. That's just unbelievable.
It's I could live to be 150 and still not be able to handle a car at that pace. It is incredible. We keep saying how professional and how talented these drivers are. Matty McEwen, as you said, Mike, you've seen him firsthand in real life. I know it scares me, the real world, but it is incredible. And just shows you how we can come back from the sim racing world to the real life racing cars and still get the job done here this afternoon.
Yeah, quite right about that, and it is the comeback, and it is great to be part of this comeback too, guys, from Red Bull, and thanks to Trackspot TV for bringing us here. Thanks to Mega Esports, of course, the primary mover and shaker of this, of course, Hucorp Esports, Nismo and the team who do a cracking job. And if you're tuned in around New Zealand, around Australia, around the world, g'day mate, there you go, and hopefully you're enjoying your day here on this wonderful Saturday. And let us know where you're from, how you're thinking, and what you have for dinner. But it's certainly looking good, guys. We're cracking through the program very quickly here. We've been on here for quite some hours ourselves, obviously getting ourselves already. George, your professionalism is second to none, mate. You and Trev and Nismo, the way you guys are prepared for this. And what's been really cool, I watch on the Discord, in the build-up of the weeks ahead of the, not days, weeks ahead of these events, is how much input the drivers actually have too. Pre-event, how much say they have. I mean, Sidog is very generous about his, how he thinks things could be done or not done, what's a good idea, what's not a good idea. Matt McEwen and many others as well. They keep throwing in things. So it's really their event, and I think it's a fantastic thing that some of these drivers will be getting, financial rewards. But I like the fact we're seeing a little bit of a, bit of money here, a bit of money here, so we don't have a dominant driver here today so far.
Yeah, exactly. And the drivers, working in hand with the admins to make sure that these races are as fair and as fun as possible. Because that's a key component as well. At the end of the day, sim racing is all of our hobbies at the end of the day, and we need to make sure that these races are fun, that they're competitive, and that we see lots of action out on track, because that's what makes a good broadcast. It makes our jobs significantly easier as well. So far the formatting of the GT7 Race Day has been fantastic. That's why we brought it back. Red Bull Ring was an absolute success, and we had such a series of different cars through that. The vintage cars, we had the Group 3 cars. It was fantastic. We had some great close racing and battling all throughout that weekend, and so far we're already only 2.5 hours into the broadcast, chaps. We've got one more sprint race to go, and then 3 feature races to go. So we're not even halfway through the action that we're going to see today, and already I'm absolutely stoked. If this was cutting off in about 5 minutes of the broadcast, I would have already been satisfied, but we've got so much more for everyone at home to watch as we move through the rest of the program today. Of course, big thanks to yourself as well, Mike, for jumping in. Your legendary commentary makes this absolutely work, so it's brilliant to have your insights and that fantastic, extremely experienced voice on the broadcast too. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not too far away from our Super GT, I keep getting this wrong, the Super GT Sprint, 7 laps coming up further at Watkins, Glen. It's going to be another good one, another high-action, high-paced endeavour. On pole for this one, I believe it was Ranger Oz who got the pole position. I will double-check that as we get closer to the events. We're not that far away at all. Trev, predictions, mate. Super GT, this is going to be a good one.
Absolutely, it's boy, can't wait to get into this one. The feature races, of course, totally different ball game from the sprint races. We're talking tyre wear, tyre strategy, how the drivers are going to manage that. We've got Paul, of course, the previous events champion there in Noodles, who's already picked up some cash today. Simon Bishop, he's had a bit of a rough day, Simon, hasn't he? It hasn't been smooth sailing for him so far. Matty McEwen, we talked about that factory Gazoo 86 drive in the Toyota. He's going to be another one to keep an eye on. And Ranger Oz, another favourite of mine. Looking forward to seeing how he is going to go here in this one.
Absolutely, yeah. Mike, what do you think as well? I mean, I think it's going to be a pretty close one. I don't know if we're going to see quite the same speedy action that we saw in the F3 500s, not maybe a slightly calmer first lap. Then again, I mean, if these cars are close on track, it's going to be all hands on deck. Yeah,
well, this is the only race we're going to have today that actually has the variation of cars. Not all the cars are identical, which is cool. So everyone, like you say before, in the qualifying has chosen the Lexus, and they seem to be quite happy with that. But I'll be keen to see how the NSX goes. I mean, we certainly have seen the top field shuffle around a little bit in some of the races so far today. And like you said before, George, unbelievably, there's so much more to come here at Watkins Glen, of course, in America, and we'll see how it plays out. But we've got the Nissan, the GTR, we've got one of them, and we've got the Honda NSX. So yeah, we'll see how those ones play out, guys. But Trev, mate, I mean, it really has been a smorgasbord, I suppose, so far today. I mean, we saw the dominance last time of only a couple of drivers. Now we've seen a few. I'm quite interested too. We've seen a few drivers here choose to not participate in some of these races. So that tells me that I think the Red Bull Ring one, I know there was a lot of exhausted drivers at the end of that one. So, they're just taking a little bit of a break, go and have a cup of tea, go and have a think about things, go and have a calm down, and then get back behind the wheel. So, Trev, I think these drivers will be, they're better for the experience from what we did last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, coming off the back of the event at the Red Bull Ring back in November, and never easy. And you wonder whether fatigue is going to become a factor. We've had the short, sharp sprint races now into the feature races. So I wonder whether it's how the drivers are going to cope, I guess, with that fatigue factor as well. And is that going to come into some of the drivers and some of the racing here this afternoon?
I think I'd be exhausted.
The interesting thing is we've seen mistakes on the 7 lappers. We've actually seen mistakes on set, and the feature races this afternoon, George, they're a lot longer than 7 laps. So the drivers have got to be on their game. I mean, it's easy for us to sit here and talk, but the drivers need to step up, don't they?
They certainly do. And let's take another quick look at what's coming up in terms of the schedule today. We've got our Unimog race, which is coming up after the Super GT race. We'll be taking a couple of short breaks in between these sprints and the feature races. But these feature races are not short. They are very long. Supercar Club, 18 laps. We know that we average about 1 minute 50 to 1 minute 55 per lap. That is not a short race. 90s GP cars, going to be a lot shorter than the Supercar Club, that's for sure, but 22 laps on those incredibly fast cars. That's going to be exhausting for our competitors. And then, of course, the 2008 Super GTs, we're about to see the sprint race kick off in a few moments' time for that, but 20 laps they're going to be doing on around 1 minute 25s, 1 minute 30s, or thereabouts. So, do the math on that one, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to be out there for at least half an hour, and if you're racing all 3 of these feature races, you've got another solid hour and a half of racing ahead of you once you get to these feature races. So that's going to be absolutely fascinating. I'm still super keen to see what we're going to have for our Unimog races. It's going to be a fantastic bit of fun. Hopefully we get a few competitors jumping in, and we're going to make some serious jokes through that. It's going to be good. But we will be going to a short break after this final sprint race, 7 laps. By the way, we're looking at the grid at the moment, still getting sorted out, still getting a few participants into our lobby, so we won't be too far away at all, and then we'll get the order set up and we'll be good to go in this race. Now, we really do need, I think, a bit of an ability to predict outside of our own opinions, because at the moment I can't predict it. Matt McEwen, I think, was a bit dead set on that one. I think that was pretty clear. We knew he was going to, if he got away well, we knew he was going to absolutely dominate, and it's a very, very short race. We know he's quick. In this race, I'm not so sure. I don't think it's going to be quite as simple for him.
Come on, Trev. Come on, Trev.
Oh, I'm keeping an eye on him. I'm just hoping he doesn't go with that Australian accent again. He's done that a couple of times this afternoon. So, no, I think it's open. I think probably the most open race I think we're going to see here. It is hard to call. We keep talking about the same sort of 3 or 4 guys who are going to be right up there. But once again, the start, very, very important. If you have an incident on the opening lap, of course, shorter race, of course, the 7 laps, very, very difficult to get back amongst the action, as we saw, although Simon did do a pretty good job, didn't he, to get back up into P6 or P7 there at the end of that first race. But no, looking forward to it. Too hard to call. We might put it out to the chat, I think, George, to see who our viewers think might be coming home with the goods here in this next one.
Yeah, please let us know. Of course, we're going live to 4 channels simultaneously today: NZ Sim Racing TV YouTube, the Tracksport TV YouTube, Tracksport TV Twitch, and of course Kid Buyer's own Twitch as well, twitch.tv/Kid Buyers. So let us know what your thoughts are in chat. Who do you predict is going to be the winner of this one? This is a big one. It is the 7 laps Super GT. It's a mixed class on this one. It's not a one-make series. We've got the Lexus GT500, we've got the NSX GT500, and of course we've got the GTR Nismo GT500. So a real nice mix of cars. Dominant choice has been the Lexus. It definitely looks like people are going, that's probably the meta car in this situation. I can totally understand why people want to choose what is considered the quote-unquote best car in here. But we didn't see Dan Wood do too badly on that NSX. And, if there's a few mistakes here or there, which there inevitably will be in a 7-lap race, I think he's got a shot in that NSX.
Yeah, I think so. If he gets a good start on this one, but again, it's an academic thing, really, isn't it? Once it's a 7-lapper, so if you don't get a good start, I mean, you almost want to go to the pits and just go and have something to eat and get ready for the afternoon, because those are big mileages. You said, was it 22 laps? So it's going to be what, 31 minutes and 15 seconds of racing coming up for that particular race here, according to the Georgeometer. But no, look, it's going to be really exciting, and I'm impressed to see how we go. I've already seen some issues going on there during the practice here that's going on. Some of the drivers having a bit of nonsense there, guys. And there's as they start to count themselves down, we just see the starting soon sign come up there. Just very quickly, guys, run us through Trackspot TV, because it's a new thing to the screen. Just tell us quickly what that's all about.
Absolutely, yeah. So Trackspot TV is a new endeavor that I've started off. We are basically a broadcasting and commentary service here in Australia, New Zealand, and around the world. We actually have people in Scotland who are doing broadcastings in some of the biggest European leagues for ACC. We do all platforms: iRacing, GT7, ACC, Formula 124, Race Room, AMS2, and we're here to improve and elevate leagues broadcasting all the way up to as close to professional level as possible. That's what we intend to do. That's what we're here to be. And of course, as the CEO, I get to be very, very proud of what we've done so far. We've got some really impressive leagues and broadcasting partnerships under our belt. Mega Esports is one of those big ones that we're very, very proud of. Been working with Nathan on that for quite some time. And I was very, very fortunate also to be able to recruit this man here, Trevor Byers, into the paddock of commentators that we have at our disposal, which is a huge, huge element to add to our team that's ever growing and ever evolving. For those of you out there who are interested in broadcasting and commentary, and if you want to get involved, you can go to trackspot.tv, and there are some links on the website to register as a teammate, and we'll do some interviews and we'll get you on board. If you want to register for broadcasting services, you can also go to the website, hit that broadcasting tab, and there'll be some links there to redirect you to a registration form. So, you know, it's an exciting time. We're in a point of sim racing and esports around the world where a lot of leagues are easier to set up. It's easier for drivers to get involved. And the one thing that I think has been lagging behind a little bit is the ability for people to go and get a good broadcast. We are ready for the race. Let's go in and get on track because things are about to get going for the Super GT Sprint. Here we go, cars are lining up. Let's get the information screens going there. I could rant on about TrackSpot TV all day. Mike, I'm going to blame you for that one, but thank you very much for the hand over there. 4 lights are on, 5 lights are on, false grid start as always with these, and Simon Bishop is the one on pole position, followed by Noodles, and Noodles, what a start from him on the inside line. Noodles already up into P1 in this race. Simon Bishop, no answer to that initially, so he's lost out on pole position, might even lose another position to Matt McEwen. We've got a disaster in the background already. A car has gone round. There's damage on several cars as they headed through turn 1. Matt McEwen already up into P2 in this race. Simon Bishop losing 2 positions at the start. He just couldn't get the car away and off the line. Now the slipstream starts to take effect. Ranger Oz might be looking for a bit of a move. They're 3 wide, they're 4 wide nearly, and they're certainly getting back into line as they head through the bus stop, because you do not want to be too wide through that bus stop. And the order looks like this: Noodles in the lead, followed by Matt McEwen, followed by Simon Bishop, followed by Ranger Oz, followed by Jimothy Payload, already up a few positions in this race. Dan Wood fallen to P6, followed by Snorksel in P7, making a return. Wasn't here for the 90s GP, but he is back for the Super GT. ESR Renegade finds himself in P8, and at the back of the grid, it looks like it was NG Tom and Clam Fever that came together early on in this race. Lightning quick these cars are as they go up the toe and into sector 3. Coming across the line, will it be a decent time? Yes, it is. 112s, 113s for most of the cars, but Simon Bishop, he'll be ruining that early mistake that he made. Side by side, the Jimothy Payload and Dan Wood, the NSX, looking pretty hot at this track. Nice sunny day still here at Watkins Glen. Sideways momentum for Jimothy Payload costs them as a position, and Dan Wood will handily take away a 5th place from Jimothy. And that's Snorksels in the background there. It is Lexus who's trying to take advantage of the scenario. Trev, what an opening lap. Noodles, it's his game to lose now.
Action everywhere, and that's just the opening lap, George. How good is this? Into turn 1 we go for lap 2. Noodles leads, runs slightly wide there through turn 1. And he's got Matty McEwen not too far behind him. 0.6 of a second is the gap as we ride on board. Facing the back, you can see Matty McEwen there right up behind Noodles here. And Paul there just keeping his composure there. Big shout out, thank you to Isaac and Rainer 5 for the very kind comments across the chat here as we go through the bus stop. As you can see there, left, right there. Very easy to get that one wrong there going through that corner, but lap 2 out of 7 here at the moment. And it is Noodles as we ride on board with Ranger Oz here in P4. He can see P1, P2 and P3 not too far up ahead of him there, just 1.8 seconds, Mike, covering the top 4 here on lap 2.
They really have been a fantastic sight to behold, haven't they? I can't believe how much they're starting to spread out there a little bit. They're obviously purple sector at the moment for Noodles at the front of the field, though, but some very, very close racing there behind them. So too McEwen, who's keen to try and pounce. I'm very surprised at Sidod, though, so slow off the line there, Cy Bishop, but he was a little bit concerned, obviously, about that false start and it becoming, you know, a problem if you do jump too early, and but absolutely out of it there. Noodles doing a great job, though, getting himself to the lead and staying there without too many problems. And here comes McEwen too. In fact, I see a lot of the front runners on this lap. Of course, the fastest lap at Fulton. It'll be interesting to see who is the quick one across the line. Noodles, and still Noodles as the cars go there behind him. 1:52.53 is our fastest lap there from the race leader, Paul Candelonian, aka Noodles. Meantime, Matty McEwen is absolutely putting that thing perfect on the apex as he's picking the line nicely, but it's not enough because Noodles is doing a great job. He's just doing it so well. 1:36.8 there for McEwen earlier on, so dropping 3/10 on the power lap there, the first of the recorded high-speed full laps as they go now through the bus stop twisty section here, and this can easily become where you go unstuck. This is where you can get track limit issues here too. George, so I'm actually quite impressed with the drivers. They have been putting up some very, very fast and hard racing. We saw this on the beginning lap, of course, that contact in the first couple of quarters. But George, I'll tell you what, these again, they seem to be playing well with each other, but the gaps are just starting to eke out.
They certainly are, and yeah, the racing mediums that we're using for this, obviously slightly less grippy than what we had for qualifying in the same category of cars. Everyone, of course, in the same car that they were in for qualifying. Fuel also degrading through this, and the gaps are starting to evolve. The closest gap at the moment is between Simon Bishop and Ranger Oz. That third place is still up for contention. Simon Bishop will be gutted because he's really had a bird in the hand, taken into the bush, but as soon as we entered the bush, unfortunately, he managed to release that bird, and all of a sudden he finds himself in P3 and actually under a lot of pressure from Ranger Oz. So Noodles and McEwen will be absolutely stoked with this, and Noodles staring down what could be a very, very tasty bit of cash in his pocket. We are now on the 4th lap of this race, Trev, so half race distance already. Downward P5, Timothy in P6, Norksel P7, and Renegade in P8, and 36 is still a little bit further off the time that we were expecting to see here, Trev.
Certainly is, and you can see a 36.5 for Noodles there. Fastest lap of this race, over half race distance here. As we take a look at Simon and Bishop there in P3. Under pressure here down the back straight. Heading into the bus stop here on lap 4. Riding on board with Ranger Oz now. You can see Super GT cars riding the bumps very nicely here, very up and down. Undulating a circuit here at Watkins, Glen, FIA Grade 2 circuit, of course. And one of the classic American road courses here in the great state of New York, in the great country of the US of A. Here is Ranger Oz now. He's got a Kiwi in front of him here in Simon Bishop, who is looking to bounce back after a difficult start to the day. But you can see there Ranger Oz. Look at the camera angles here on Gran Turismo 7. They are absolutely delicious, if I don't say so myself. And you can see here Simon running a little bit wide there on that occasion. And Mike, is that going to leave him open to attack here from Ranger Oz?
Well, I would have thought so, but he just dropped the tint there, Ranger Oz, took side on, and now I watch him coming back very, very quickly like Lazarus. He's doing a great job there, so never count out the advances of Ranger Oz in 4th place, but side on, he really needs to pick up the skates here and get this dance happening and do the business. It's where is he? He's 1.1 seconds behind McEwen, and McEwen himself 0.7 of a second back to the leader. As you look at that absolutely beautifully turned out little Honda NSX there of Dalwood, he's doing a great job in 5th place at the moment. And we were wondering about the dominance of these Lexus cars, but there's nothing wrong with the old Honda doing a cracking job at the moment. So, you know, just for the sake of changing, like you say, down to the medium type tyres there, George, these guys and girls, the guys have all got to really work out what they got under them, whereas before they had a much stickier set of tyres to play with. Great driving though, just watching back to the front of the field though, and we can see now that Matt McEwen has actually pulled the gap back to 0.6 of a second. It was out to over a second a little while ago, and now we're at 0.6, 0.7 of a second there. So as Noodle's starting to back this one off a little bit and not take anything for granted, but just not push the boundaries. But look at the similar livery cars of McEwen and Noodle. So George, they are looking very, very quick, and now the gap down to just over half a second. So don't count out Matt McEwen in this one. And the old Trans-Tasman battle, the Aussies leaving the Kiwis, and I'll tell you what, Noodles well and truly deserves to be there, mate.
Absolutely right, yeah. No, and a key thing to notice here, I've just been flicking between the data telemetry that we've got for Noodles and McEwen. McEwen's actually looked after his tyres a lot more than Noodles has. And Noodles has been really pushing, trying to skate that slipstream distance of about 1.1 seconds. He hasn't been able to do that, and now that his tyres are starting to wear, McEwen's gone, okay, it's now time to push the boat out into the water and to really see if I can catch up to this guy and get a good overtake done, probably in towards the bus stop chicane or down into turn 1, we shall see. But certainly McEwen has done a great job preserving his tyres. I think Simon Bishop been doing a similarly good job with his tyres. Ranger Oz also looking good on tyres, but it is basically Noodles' race to lose at this point. I believe P2, 3, 4 have just been looking after those tyres a little bit more, keeping the edge of grip just a little bit further on them, so they'll be able to start pushing really hard at the end of this race, and Noodles may find himself making some small mistakes with those tyres as grading ever so slightly faster than his competitors behind. The gap between Bishop and Ranger Oz starting to close up a little bit. The gap between Noodles and McEwen starting to close up, and Trev, this is going to be an exciting end to the race. And similarly to the 90s GP, we are almost at the end of this race on lap 6 right now, 8 minutes and 55 seconds through. going to predict here maybe an 11 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm just going to take a guess. I will inevitably be wrong. Wide line taken in at the toe, Trev, for Noodles on that one.
It's going to be close, no doubt about that. As you can see, a quick race is a good race. We are on to the penultimate lap of this one for the Super GT class. You can see there, Noodles won. Matt McEwen in P2 there. Simon Bishop not too far behind him. Ranger Oz and the rest of them. Very much matching sort of Mercedes F1 style livery there with Petronas branding on the side of these cars. Was that a slight moment for Matty McEwen as we come through the final couple of corners here? One lap to go. We are excited. We hope you are all excited at home as well. Do not go anywhere because it's going to be a cracking finish as we take a look at the drivers lower down the order there. Renegade in P8. He has got Plan Fever for company there down in P9. And Enki Tom there rounding out the top 10 as you can see there. Final lap of this race as there is Snorkel as we head back to the business end. Final lap of this race. And boy, oh boy, it's going to be another quick race. I think, George, you had 11 minutes down for this one. But let me tell you, it's going to be a grandstand finish here. Blockbuster stuff through the bus stop chicane for the final time. Matty McEwen, purple there through that part of the lap. But we are almost home here in the final sprint race of the afternoon. And to quote the late, great Eddie Jordan, winning is everything. The only ones who remember when you finish second are your wife and your dog. So who's it going to be? Is it going to be Matt McEwen, Noodles, or somebody else here as we approach the final finish line here? Not too far to go here until the end of this one, George.
That's right, yeah. And purple there in sector 2 for Matt McEwen. He's putting the pressure on. Has cut about a couple of tenths out of Noodles. I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Takes a very shallow line into the edge of the heel there. But now up the hill, he's lost all that time that he's made up, the ground that he had. He is lost, he's pushing, he's trying everything. The psychological pressure now on Noodles. Noodles got 2 corners left to navigate. It's turn 13, sweep it into the left-hander, ride it across that curb on the exit. Use the speed token if you need to, and then into the final right-hander. Noodles has done enough. He's going to take the checkered flag, and that is a great victory for Noodles. Back-to-back wins for this man right here. Noodles P1, and P2 goes to Matt McEwen. Third for Psydog, who started on pole position. Finds himself in third place, holding off Ranger Oz in P4, Dan Wood in P5, Timothy in P6, Snorksel in P7. Full results coming your way in a short amount of time. But Noodles, great work, and he was actually the real shaker and mover at the start. Got off the line well in P2, sent it down the inside line, forced Simon Bishop offline. That allowed Matt McEwen to come on through. So that move that Noodles did at the beginning of this race set the entire thing up. There is your 7-lap sprint race for the Super GT class. Absolutely fantastic stuff by all our drivers coming across the line. In last place, NG Tom will finish off the race for us, but it is the Petronas livery 36 car of Noodles who has taken victory here today. We will shortly get our race results up on screen. Wonderful stuff by our competitors, and Noodles, what a great race by him, Mike.
Oh, well and truly a great race. I'm also buoyed too that Dan Wood in the 5th place, Honda did a cracking job, and right at the back, of course, the poor old Nissan GTR was leading the rear of the field. But Cy Bishop, you know, Matt McEwen in that last one, he was actually pulling up a purple sector lap, although he ended up with the fastest lap a few laps earlier. Anyway, that time stands. But preserving his tyres, he was chasing down Noodles. But where I heard Trev actually correctly saying it was a shallow entry into the final complex of turns, unfortunately, it was too shallow, and the gap was 0.6 of a second there. The second place there back to McEwen. Of course, Noodles being the race leader in the SC430. Second place, Matt McEwen. Third place is Psydog there, also in the S430. Top 4 places there with Ranger Oz in the 4th place, taking out a good job there, 3 seconds back from the leader. Then we go back to Dan Wood in the NSX in 5th place there. 6th place is Timothy Payload. 7th place is ST Snorksel, good old Snorksel. He's the man that set out one of the races to have a bit of a cup of tea. And Clan Fever in the top 8 coming through there in his Lexus. 9th place is the ESR Renegade car, and the mighty old Nissan. Nismo won't be too happy about that, coming through top 10th place there with Energy Tom doing the job and still getting a good solid finish. But again, guys, 7-lap sprint race. It's really just a sign of things to come here. And actually, I didn't even see the total of time. If you got it right there, George, as far as what it was 11 minutes 22, mate. So you're 7 seconds tail on that again. So again, close but no cigar. 6.8 last time, 7 seconds this time. We're just asking, you know, for a little bit more professionalism from you.
Okay, my bad there. I mean, I'm going to have a cigar regardless, whether it's after the race or after the broadcast or not, but I'd like to have my cigar a little bit earlier. Unfortunately, I just keep missing the mark on this one. But yeah, 7 seconds off. I'm a bit disappointed in myself, I have to be honest with you, Mike. But yeah, good results here from everyone. Well done on that race. And ahead of us, of course, we have the feature races coming up. There will be a longer break before we get into those to give everyone a chance to recoup, refocus, and get ready for the upcoming feature races, which are all 20 laps and above. Before then, though, we will be going to our beautiful Unimog race. So we're going to have a little bit of a meme race in a few moments' time. We're going to do some work to get that organised, but the chaps have done well in the final sprint of the day, and that's another $100 in the pockets of Noodles, 50 for McEwen, and 30 for Simon Bishop. Well done to all of them. So, great racing so far in these sprint races. It's been really high action, and to be honest, I'm looking forward to a little bit of a slowdown in the action. And we're going really, truly, you know, down the other end of the spectrum on this one. We're going for a Unimog, 29 brake horsepower, 70 kilometers an hour, top speed, which takes about 3 hours to get up to that pace. So we're going to be seeing quite an interesting little race. And there may not be too many people jumping in for this one, but it's going to be a bit of fun. Allows us to take a bit of a breather, to make some jokes, have a bit of fun. And of course, ladies and gentlemen in chat, you can also let us know how exciting the Unimog racing is, and maybe we make it a proper staple of the GT7 race day going forward. We'll see. We'll see about that one. We may be a little bit might not be the best idea to do, but we'll see. It should be a bit of a fun race.
Maybe we could race them around the Nordschleife, Mike. Although it could be a 2-day event if we do that. But no, it's going to be great to see how we go. Of course, a bit of fun too to break up the day is always good. But no, great sprint races, all three. Some more money in the kitty there for Noodles. And yeah, looking forward to not just this Unimog race. I'm sure we're going to have some fun and a few laughs along the way. But yeah, and into the feature races, of course, coming up for the rest of this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. That's what it's all about here, as well as we are actually out there playing for real money. It's also about got to have a little bit of fun, that the drivers have a bit of a break and, you know, show the world how great Unimogs can actually be and what an underrated, you know, race car they really could be. You know, people spend $1 million on them, they'd still go like rubbish. But no, it's been a great first part of it. Obviously, the quali went very, very well. I think there's a very high quality qualifying sessions. The first three races, guys, we've seen bumps and scrapes and a little bit of, you know, mistakes and all that sort of stuff. They're human, that's okay. But, you know, soon after the very important Unimog race, was there money up for grabs on that one for first, second, third? What's the story?
I don't think so. I don't think there's any money up for grabs on this one.
Pride
the only way I've got a chance to win. The only way I've got a chance to do anything.
Yeah, that's right. You get an award for patience, as do we. We're all guaranteed, all three of us, a nice award which can go on our blazers and our jackets. Maybe a little trophy we can send around for patience during this one. But yeah, I think that's the only reward on this one is, hey, well done. You are an incredibly patient person to jump into a Unimog for even one lap here.
Oh, you.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll keep you informed on when the Unimog race will be. It should be coming up in a few moments' time. I think the lobby has just opened for that. And remember, everyone who's participated so far is more than welcome to jump in. Come and have some fun. Come and enjoy yourselves on this one, because it is a crazy little meme race, and I think it's going to be a little bit of fun. So before we get to that, let's take another quick look at the upcoming schedule we've got ahead of us. And of course, the meme race, the next item on our calendar. We're going to be looking at the feature races in a few moments' time. It's going to be the Supercar Club, the 90s GP, and the 2008 Super GT, all coming up in short order. I do have to double check if we're using the original qualifying order for those races, or it's the results from the sprint race. I believe, as per last time, it's the result from the sprint race, so that should be the order of execution for the grid. Guys, you can let me know if I'm wrong on that one. But the feature race is coming up, of course, Supercar Club, 18 laps, 90s GP, 22 laps, and the 2008 Super GT, 20 laps ahead of us. Going to be a great rest of the afternoon of racing. Just getting past lunchtime, and after this meme race, we will be taking an extended break of about 10 to 15 minutes. We'll let you guys know how long that will be going for. We'll have a little Be Right Back screen and a few infomercials during that time, so you'll be able to go and get a bite of lunch before we crack into the afternoon's racing schedule. Guys, any of the feature races in particular that you're looking forward to?
All of them. I'm looking forward to all of them. Just had a quick chat off here with Nismo. He said that the grids will be the results of the sprint races. So Quali has done the first one, and then results of the sprint race will tell us how that one finishes, how this next one's going to start. So looking forward to that one, guys. Looking forward to all of them. Obviously the Unimog race, I might even have a go myself. We'll see how that plays out. That's really where I think we're going to see the men, from the boys. But no, look, we can't go past the pace of those F1 cars. I know they're not F1 cars, but they are. And I'm a bit of a fan and a supporter of high-speed action as well on the track. And that's what better can you ask for than 330 kilometres an hour plus GST, doing the pace here at Watkins, Glen. So it really is a sight to behold. The GT cars and the AMGs are fantastic. It's great to see them out there. It's been really, really good race. I love the Mercedes with those glowing front brakes, guys. I don't know if you've been having a chance to see that, but that is exceptional. But definitely the open wheeler class cars. It's full on. It's what to the wall, and it's stupid pace, Trev. And I know not just the F1, mate. You're a fan of good racing in general. That we've got a pretty good smorgasbord of motorsport coming up this afternoon.
Absolutely, looking forward to it, as I'm sure everyone is at home. But it is hard to pick, isn't it? It's like asking which one of your kids is your favourite. I've got 2 of them now, so I could say that. But look, it's going to be fantastic. Really looking forward to the Super GTs as well, and longer races strategy, gentlemen, as well. Tyres, fuel, how are we going to see that play out? That's going to be the big question, but all 3 races, very much looking forward to it. And my wife's cooking something. I can smell something. Also a little bit peckish as well, but no, looking forward to it coming up. It's going to be amazing.
It sure will, and so we're all looking forward to a little bit of lunch as well. But this Unimog race is going to be something very, very special. So hopefully we can get you in there, Mike, and you'll be having a bit of a trundle around the grid, mate, because it's going to be a good bit of fun. So just bear with us while we get that all ready to go and set up. And we do have to do a double check as well. We'll do this in the break. We'll make sure we come back with a little bit of extra information on exactly what tyres are required, exactly what strategy we're going to be seeing during these feature races. Because you won't be able to make it all the way through these races. Fuel will actually become a factor in these as well. The cars will get lighter and lighter. So saving your tyres throughout the race so that you have more grip when you've got less weight in the car is going to be a big, big factor. And you've got guys like McEwen and Simon Bishop who are really, really keyed onto those kind of strategy executions. I thought we saw a little bit of that with Simon Bishop during the Super GT race, but turns out just was lacking a little bit of pace when compared to Matt McEwen and Noodles through that. So we shall see exactly what we get up to. Going to be a good one. Ladies and gentlemen in chat, stay tuned for the Unimog race coming up in short order. And a big thank you to everyone in chat who's been posting messages. Keep those chat messages rolling in. Keep the comments rolling in. We absolutely love to see it. And the engagement has been fantastic so far on the screen. So thank you all so much for that. Remember, we are going live to Trackspot TV YouTube, Trackspot TV Twitch channel, Kid Buyers Twitch channel as well, and the NZ Sim Racing TV chaps. We're also on their YouTube too. So big thanks to NZ Sim Racing TV for allowing us to use their platform for these races. Great collective that's coming together, and a few big announcements on stuff that they're organising hand in hand with NZ Esports. They've got a new 86 league coming in for iRacing, but they're also offering a real world race drive. So this is the point we're at in esports racing. You get good at sim racing and you can land yourself a drive in a real world car, which is super exciting, and of course cash prizes.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? And fantastic prize, isn't it? A real world drive, as Dr. Evil there. But no, look, for me, I just couldn't imagine how fantastic that would be. For me, who's used to driving the Honda Jazz down to the corner store to get a litre of milk, it would be fantastic to drive something a little bit faster than that. So it's a great prize up for grabs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and I'll tell you, not as fantastic as right now in the MOG. I'm doing 79 kilometres an hour. She's tapped out in 6th gear. I'll tell you, there's nothing more satisfying than you guys waffling in the background. And look, hang on, we're doing 83. I'll just throw it in there. Easy, girl, easy, calm down. And my tyres, I've seen soft mediums, I've seen racing hards, I've seen all sorts. I've got CH. I have no idea what that means. I think that's crap. It's probably the abbreviation, crappy hard tyres or something. But my word,
this is going to be worth. It's going to be worth the price of admission alone, isn't it, George? I reckon. I can't wait to see this. And
understeer. I just got understeer, guys. I actually felt the vibration. I'm using an old controller here. So she's tapped out in 6th gear, just at the grass there. and my outlap is 2 minutes 48. So I don't know if you're going to predict the time on this later on, George. We'll see what happens. We've got Nicholas going.
This is going to be a really challenging one there. Yeah, I mean, hats off to you for getting on the controlling. I didn't even know this thing has a 6th gear. So that's kind of a surprise to me anyway. I've also got a message in chat here from Snorksel saying, we're not even hitting the pit lane speed limit. Can't get out of the pit lane at the right speed. I've just seen that we have a starting soon message coming up.
He's
So
just
we will be
making the
getting going soon.
controller off me. Yeah, we've got to start. I mean, I wanted a couple of laps of practice, but he said the racing will be finished by the time you guys do a couple of laps.
Absolutely, and you'll be hard focused on making sure that you get around this track and win the race, right?
Yeah.
You got to do this for all of us here in the commentary box,
Right on. Look, this is like a glorified lawnmower that weighs 2 tons. I've got to do this. I've never driven this thing before. He just threw me the control. I was just joking. He threw me the control. He goes, "Go on then." I'm like, "Oh, what do I do?"
Fantastic.
and like it comes out of the pits in 6th gear already at about 40. Like the thing, you don't even think about changing gear. It's just so geared. And I'm watching these guys at the moment while we're changing this. That they're still trying to zoom around. They're trying to drive around. I wouldn't say zoom around.
Yeah,
Painful.
exactly. Cool. So
I challenge. I call out Psydog. Where's Psydog? I reckon he should get on here.
Oh yeah,
Come on, Psydog. I know you're going to set one out. Oh, there's been contact.
Oh no. Okay, this is going to be a highly entertaining race. Stay tuned. We are getting started in a moment's time. GT James is in, Dengus, Clan Fever, Snorksel's in, Freelix is in, Mike Howe making an appearance.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah. They should be all kicked out. We can't have good ones. We want Muppets worse than me.
I don't think there's no one is good in the Unimog, Mike. I don't think anyone is going to be good in this at all.
Yeah, but rookies race. I mean, this should be for people just to get out there and have a go. I mean, we're in the Formula One of sim racing of the Australasian drivers here, and is there any drivers here that aren't New Zealand, Australia? I think we've got Moon. I think Moondog's jumped in this one in the Mog, so we'll see how he goes.
See how he goes.
And,
yeah.
Any other non-Americans, non-Australians?
No, I think it's mostly Oceania drivers here today for this one, but yeah, I'd be interested. I think next time we're going to have a commentators only race. See which one of us is faster. That's a true rookies race because none of us know what we're doing.
It's been a long time, I can tell you, since I've been in the sim racing world. Somehow, guys, I've ended up talking about it, but it would be nice. I am sitting behind the wheel here in many ways, but I just can't wait to put this 29 brake horsepower to good use with these Unimogs. It's going to be fantastic. No, I'm not. I'm not actually. It's complicated, put it that way, the way my setup is working. But I guess the speed is just is going to be fantastic to see how they go, and hopefully we'll be done by lunchtime.
Fingers crossed. I mean, this is going to be a pretty slow lap. I can see one of the cars coming out of the pit lane. It is very, very slow, but this is going to be an exciting battle, and it's going to be our job today to make this battle as exciting as possible. Who are we going to see on top? This is dead serious stuff, guys. Unimog Racing, 70 kilometers an hour max speed.
Yeah, I'm going to send Jakob from Mega a text and say, mate, if I win this race, I want $100. I mean, come on. I'll even comment myself. I'll say to Nismo, come on, mate, surely. But he's here we go. I've even got the controller now.
That's right. You've been given a controller, and we're about to go racing. So let's jump out on track in a few moments' time, ladies and gentlemen. The meme race of the day, the fun race of the day, is about to begin, and you are about to witness some lightning fast racing out on track. This is going to be super exciting. Let's see if our home commentator here, Mike Howe, has got the chops to get into P1. Let's see how we go. GD James lines up on P1, followed by Dengus, Clan Fever, Snorksel, Freelix, and Mike Howe and Zed. That is Mike Howe. Of course, 4 lights are on, Trev, 5 lights are on, and it's a false start already by someone on the grid. They've said the penalty's worth it, and they're getting going. Look at this. It's a rapid start by GT James. He's off the line like a rocket ship, followed by Dengus and Clan Fever. That penalty not doing anything to Dengus's car whatsoever. Mike is in last place. Can he make it up to do an inside send?
Hang on. Hey, calm down. I'm leading the rear of the field. I'm not in last place. There's no last places here. Just there's no need for that terminology, mate. This is
well,
I think speed of. I didn't realise we had to hold the brake. I thought, hang on, he's going grass wrecking.
Here we go. Yep, Dengus has decided the alternative line, Trev, is the line to take, and he's in P1.
Well, absolutely. They are agricultural vehicles, and Dengus putting that to good use. The speed of these cars very much matching Mike's age bracket as well, as we see him down the back there. But the voice of the New Zealand Speedway's out on the circuit here, and it is absolute carnage here, George. Look at this. Boy, what a contrast. We've had the 90s F1 cars And now I've got the Unimox series like the little engine that could. I think I can. I think I can. He's down the back. He's doing magnificently here.
I was 5.2 seconds behind. I did that shortcut on 4.7 now, so that was a half a second gain.
There we go.
So don't laugh until you try it. I'm just saying. Who cares about track limits? These are I'm going to go straight ahead. I'm going to go straight ahead of the bus stop. Just so you know, inside, I'm going to go straight ahead of the bus stop.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, he's barely going to make it up the hill there, George. Have a look. There he is.
Well, look at what we got here. We've got side-by-side action as we head through the back straight towards the bus stop chicane. Window wipers on. It's a tactic to get better aero on that car from GT James. Was that Clan Fever? That's Clan Fever. GT James in the John Deere liveried agricultural vehicle. 0.006 of a distance between him and Clan Fever. This is incredibly close action as we head towards the bus stop. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to brake earliest? Well, it is Clan Fever who's going to brake earliest there. The Cameral liveried car in the background is Dengus, and he's got Freelix just behind him, followed by Snorksel. Great lines taken by all of these guys, and Mike has slowed down. He's out of this race at the moment. What's happened, Mike?
I got penalised. I got penalised for going straight ahead.
Oh no!
Yeah,
a penalty,
well.
Costing an extra year on track.
Well, who would think? Now I'm 15 seconds down.
He's not going to get penalised for going too quickly, is he? But let's head back to the front here. I've never played FIA truck racing on the PlayStation, George, but this is about as close as we're going to get, isn't it? So GT James leads on board now. Look at this, Clan Fever. Is he going to get a slipstream here, George, coming through the heel, heading towards the boot? And boy, is it going to be gloves off here in the final part of this one?
Oh, I don't think he's going to get a slipstream. I think he's going to get a slip smell from the horse manure in the back of that John Deere vehicle. But yeah, look, he's just gaining a little bit as we head up the hill now. Indicator lights are on for James, so he's clearly trying to distract his opponent. Clan Fever not falling for that obvious trick at this stage. And look at the slowdown now. We're losing pace at a rapid rate. Are they actually going to make it to the top of the hill? They're struggling up the hill at the moment. 0.4 of a second is the gap between Clan Fever and Freelix just behind him. He's trying to take the outside line as we head towards the heel of the boot, Trev.
Well, we're almost going backwards here, but as we see here, GT James, now Clan Fever, it's all about setting yourself up in best position. You can hear the horns and sirens are going. And whichever angle we have a look at this one, it doesn't look any quicker, does it? But here we go through the final couple of corners. Never mind about track limits there for Clan Fever as we ride on board with our race leader. Where's Mike? He's getting there, but we'll keep an eye on this battle at the front so far.
Don't worry about those part-timers, mate. Worry about the guy who's... I'm being consistently last. I started on, and I've very much improved from... Remember, I've got no practice, guys. I haven't had a chance to warm the tyres up on this thing. I've got, those guys had blankets on their tyres before they come out of the pit, so I'm quite disgusted, to be honest. I call it all a bunch of cheats. No.
We'll leave Mike to his... He will take the award for consistency today. We've got a monumental move on the outside by Dengus, trying to get that outside line from Snorksel. Freelix trying to do the same now in that Wrangler blue agricultural car on Clan Fever, who's now trying to close off. He's trying to push him back to the inside line. Freelix have got him on the inside line in the number 3 Unimog. This is fantastic stuff. And GT James out to a brilliant lead at the moment. He made those overtakes. He's made it stuck, and the checkered flag is out. We're going to see a pit lane entry for the Camel livery. There's a big crash. There's been a huge crash into the pits. Clan Fever thought he might be able to get the win under the pit conditions. Dengus has crashed out at the final hurdle, and GT7 James takes the checkered flag in what was an extremely exciting race here at Watkins Glen. Freelix in P2. Clan Fever takes out P3. Snorksel in P4. Dengus comes across the line just in P5, and then it is Mr. Consistent himself doing some antics towards the end of the race. Let's see what you got. Show us your stuff, Mike.
No, I just hit the wall. I swerved too much and I hit the wall, but that's all right. We're flying down here. I'm 30.6 seconds behind. Here we go. Crossing the line. I tried to turn the indicators on. It doesn't have any. But other than that, I'm pretty well pleased with that. That was bollocks, and it was exactly how it was supposed to play. And I'll tell you what, if I had done any better than that, they'd all be crying foul, and they won't be getting the rewards, which there isn't any. But I didn't think we were going to commentate that one. I didn't think I was going to drive it, but that was cool. That was pretty cool.
Fantastic stuff. Yeah, Trev, your thoughts on that race?
Unbelievable. There's our almost a 5-minute lap there. As you can see, GT James taking up P1 in that race. Freelix there in P2. Clan Fever in P3. And Snorkel in P4. Dengus P5. And our man doing his best Liam Lawson impression there at the end. My cow. Too soon? No, I'm just joking. In P6. What a race we've seen.
Fantastic stuff. Mike, yeah, you were out there on track. You were experiencing what it's like to drive a Unimog on a race circuit. Tell us about the experience.
Well, I've got to say that down the back straight, there's actually a little bit of an undulation there, and obviously just coming into the bus stop, I was going to think about, my lines and everything, and then I thought just go straight ahead because it's faster. But unfortunately, Nismo, I thought Nismo would sort of, wink at us, the old fellow, and say, hey, look, it's okay, mate, you can go through there, but yeah. He rolls his eyes at us, that's the son's job to do to his dad. But look, I've got to say, I would say well done to GT James and Felix and Clan and these two and Dingus, but they should have been on the couch with their feet up, having a nice little coal pack on their head and letting the old fella have a bit of a, look at me go, I'm setting lap records here. But no, that was cool. And a welcome surprise. I just didn't have a clue. And I didn't realise on the line, you got to put the brake on when you put the gas on, and that we start in first gear. You no sooner move the things on the limiter, and then you bang, you get to like fourth or fifth gear to do 20 Ks, then you hit sixth gear after that. But that was absolutely horrible, and I wish I'd actually taken that.
Well, we did have Clan Fever do the tactical false start and actually managed to get himself from P4 up to P1 in a matter of seconds. So he actually did really well. It's a 5,000 IQ move there from Clan Fever to basically get past the false grid start penalties, which is absolutely illegal, and the stewards are absolutely furious, but there's nothing that they can do about it at all. They've lost all their authority in a race that means absolutely nothing. Fantastic action. I absolutely love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on to a break. Give us all a bit of time to breathe. Go and get yourself some lunch. Go and get yourself a nice cold drink, because we have the feature races coming up. We're going to go to do 20 laps and plus for the three categories of cars, the Super GTs, the 90s GP, and then of course the Super GT category at the end. So we will be back with you very, very soon. Stay tuned on all of our YouTube channels and Twitch channels. We will be back in about 10 or 15 minutes time. All right, we'll see you then.
Anyone that wants to go motor racing can go motor racing. This is so good. Everyone loves driving a car fast. You will have fun.
You can call me stupid. Yes, you can call me cheap. You can say I'm lazy. You can say I'm weak.
We try to make it accessible to just about anybody. That's a Holden Ute. Well, it used to be a Holden Ute at some stage. Get a team of your friends together, let's go racing. Boost the fun up.
You're in trouble, baby.
The car cannot cost more than $1,000 for the initial purchase. You'll be talking to me. You'll be talking to me and the judging team. And we'll give you penalties like making you dance. We take donations straight to the charities. We do it because we love motor racing. So you should come racing at Lemons with NASCAR.
But when it comes to her, you better keep it sealed. Don't you dare say a single word, or I will strike you where it feels.
Where do I go from here? Have it in your head. You want to be a racing driver. The right way, the fun way. Time in the seat, time on the track. That's the trick. Don't have the big budget is what Lemons is all about.
You're in trouble, baby.
and welcome back to Mega Esports. It's the GT7 Race Day, and boy oh boy, we have had just over 3 hours of super exciting, great racing. We had our qualifyings, we've had our sprint races for the 3 categories that we are running today, and of course our infamous meme race, the Unimog race. Just action absolutely everywhere. It was fantastic to watch. But we are back now, and it is time for 3 categories of feature races coming up for your viewing pleasure. We'll have a little bit of more details on that in a few moments' time. Big thanks to Mega for sponsoring this event. Big thanks to Mega Esports and Nathan Howe, who's done so much work in the background to get things organized. Thank you to the team behind the scenes at Mega Esports, putting together graphics and organizing the race and doing the administration. Fantastic stuff. Great to be here as the broadcasting partner, trackspot.tv. You can check us out on trackspot.tv. It's our website. If you want to join up as a commentator, or if you want to get broadcasting yourself, go and fill in the forms over there on the website to learn more. Trev and Mike, great to have you guys back in the commentary box for this. We've had a nice, short, fast, action-packed break. Our break was slightly longer than some of the sprint races that we've had here today, which has been great. So nice to actually be back, and now back to the feature races, which are a totally different kettle of fish. So Trev, 20-plus laps on these. We're starting off with the supercars. It's going to be a very different mindset these drivers need to take to this.
Absolutely, vastly different approach from the 7 lappers, of course, we saw in the first half of our GT7 day today, with thanks to Mega Esports, of course. But yeah, totally different ball game, Mike, isn't it? Really, strategy. You can play the long game slightly more, of course, in these races. Tyre strategy, compounds strategy, looking after your tyres, fuel, of course, into the equation as well. So plenty of factors, isn't there, Mike, coming up into these feature races here this afternoon?
Yeah, you're right there, Trevor. I'd like to point out I've done the race car service a very good thing by going straight ahead at the bus stop to prove that you will be penalised, and that's what I've obviously got paid a bag of jelly beans to prove that. So yeah, they've really got to take it right. The track limits need to be respected, and like the MOG, I mean, these guys are certainly going to have their hands full, you know, with the driving. So I've managed to recover from that epic battle I had with nobody. But no, the Mercedes-Benz AMG cars are super fast, you know, super paced. I mean, we're talking, you know, north of 270, 280 kilometres an hour, these cars, and again, the bus stop not to be messed around with, but a heavy car. I think the heaviest cars we're running today, apart from the MOG, of course. And, you know, when you're coming down there at that sort of 260, 270, 280 kilometres an hour into that bus stop, that's really going to set the, you know, the cat amongst the pigeons. And of course, those sectors coming onto the front straight there too, George. You know, it's a very precise place. You know, we've seen quite a lot of drivers, and some of the really good drivers, I won't call anyone out in particular, but, you know, coming out of that last corner down the start finish straight, grazing the wall. And I was quite surprised about that.
Yeah, that turn 14 exit is really, really tricky, and you're always wanting to be about a centimetre, you know, to that wall. And you can't do that. You just cannot be that close, because you risk getting damage on the car. You risk losing all that straight line speed, and that right there is pretty much the second fastest part of the track. We've got 3 real straights. We've got the back straight just after the the toe, I should say. We've got the main straight, which is all the way up the S's, all the way towards that bus stop, and then of course the pit straight. So you're sacrificing so much of your lap time when you make a mistake like that, and it's not worth doing at the end of the day. So we are seeing some uncharacteristic mistakes from drivers. They're pushing it just a little bit too hard, making those small mistakes and losing themselves, in some cases, pocket change, which is not ideal, certainly. Let's take a quick look at our schedule going forward and what we have to look forward to for the remainder of today. We have, of course, our feature races. Everything else in the calendar is all done. Time for the feature races. Supercar Club going ahead with an 18-lap race. And then, of course, we have the 90s GP. And it looks like we are getting going very, very soon. So actually, we do not have time at all. We've got to jump onto the start line, because away we are going in a few moments' time. So let's jump over there. Give me a second to get all of this organized on stream. Away we go. Right, 5 lights, and here we are. Noodles is going to lead us. He was the winner of the sprint race. But we had a little bit more time to talk through a couple of things, but turns out we didn't. Caleb in P2, and he is going for it on the inside line there. Will he be able to hold on to the inside line? Yes, he does. So that's an immediate position take by Caleb up into P1. And this is, of course, is an 18-lap race. They're on the sports medium. 1 mandatory stop. Tyres change is not required. But you do have to pull into the pit stop at least once. Battle going on in behind Matt McEwen, making it up to P3, Ranger Oz just behind him, and then it is the pink and black car of GT James 03, who's been doing very well, but yet to snag a podium position. This could be his opportunity to do so. We know Noodles has been dominant in this Mercedes all the way through today. Will that dominance continue? We shall see. Right now it's Caleb in the box seat and out to a 0.3 second lead. Everyone getting through that bus stop successfully so far. Only 8 cars unfortunately on the grid for this feature race, which is not necessarily ideal. Freelix in the background trying to make a move on Snorkel, but it's these top 5 that we're completely focused on right now. Top 3 in this race who finish do end up getting that pocket change. Trev, not a bad opening lap by these cars.
No, so far so good, of course. Freelix is down there at the back, but it's all about this battle inside at the top 3, 4, 5 cars all together on this opening lap. My goodness. Oh, James and Snorkel, I think there, or Jimmy, I should say. You can see Ranger Oz now side by side with GT James getting that move done into the ankle or the heel, whichever part of the lap that is. I never can get that right around this Watkins Glen circuit, but I'm excited. Not look at this, first, second, third, fourth and fifth, all together, 6th and 7th. Right down the field, there's battles whichever way you want to look at it as we come through to complete this opening lap. And it's all about finding that rhythm as we ride on board with GT James. You don't want to be doing anything too silly, as I say silly, as in bouncing off that wall of the final corner, onto the start-finish straight through the opening lap here. You can see up ahead Ranger Oz. Can he make a move? Well, he had a look on Matt McEwen, Mike, but he couldn't quite get it done there on that occasion.
Not that time. Pardon me. No, not that time. He certainly was a little bit wide on the exit of Matt McEwen, but not going to be forced into a blunder. Also to note on this one, we are missing Sidog, who's decided to have a cup of tea in the lie down, and a very smart driver is Cy Bishop. Obviously not happy with the performance and the way it's sort of eroding away at him, so he's decided, you know what, I'm just going to take a little bit of time, have a bit of a think about things, and get himself ready for the rest of the afternoon's battle. You bet your bottom dollar he'll be back fast and furious, and that's exactly what we've got at the front of the field at the moment. The early stage lap there, the starting lap of a 1:59.9, and that is not a slow pace here at Watkins Glen, given any type of vehicle. I can tell you that after doing a 5:40 in the mod, but here we come around now, the long left-hander for the first few cars, and you can throw a bucket over the front of them. There's 1.6 seconds, a big bag, and I'll tell you what, they'll all be covered. Well, Ranger Oz back in fourth place, trying to issue things along there, or trying to force things along there with McEwen, but McEwen just not going to give him any respect. In fact, I think Ranger Oz just goes a little bit wide and misses his apex. Has now dropped down to half a second back behind the third place young fella doing the job there. So great driving there from the front of the field. Tail out there from McEwen in the third place purple car. You can see him, he's really got the bit between his teeth. And of course, fastest lap at the moment means absolutely nothing, guys, because we go through the end of the hill section. Now we go into the last left-hander of the lap, coming to the final right-hander, and everyone is eyes forward. Who's going to get the line here? This is where it's all critical. Watch them go so wide to the pit wall there. A centimetre to spare, says George, every time these cars go through for the good ones. And now we'll see who's got the pace. And it is the third spot, McEwen, who's actually holding off the fastest lap at the moment. No bonus points for that one, though, George. But I'll tell you what, again, McEwen just tails out as he gets himself into the first couple of corners, and he's really got the bit between his teeth. Although saying that, I think he's just dropped a little bit of time to the second place of Noodles. And what about Caleb, George? The way he's just slowly extending this gap, he's just grinding away. He's half a second ahead already.
Yeah, but he's doing really well. He's held on well, and that turn one move that he made was absolutely critical to this, and Noodles has yet to find a response to it. And maybe he's thinking, I can just back off and maintain these tyres as much as possible. Looks like even tyre wear between all the cars at the moment, but it is very much black versus green at the top, followed by blue, followed by Ranger Oz's livery, which does include black and white, and then of course the pink and black livery of GT James. And this is critical. I mean, it's still a 5-way battle for P1, 2 and 3. All 5 of these drivers could well be in contention to take home a little bit of extra pocket cash, and I think we do start to need to talk a little bit about how you manage the strategy. Now, they're not super reliant on aerodynamics, these cars, so you're not getting a lot of grip out of the aeros. We do see a move here maybe by GT James. A defensive line has to be taken by Ranger Oz. head towards the heel. James can't do anything about it at the moment. Snorksel just off in the distance, but slowly catching these guys back up as they continue to hold each other up. Oh, a bit of a move here. A look on the inside by GT James, and he's actually done it beautifully. Number 18 pink car holds the inside but loses the rear end massively. Steps out on him and he loses that position. He'll have to go again whenever he gets close enough, and he is right on the rear bumper of Ranger Oz. But yes, strategy-wise, Trev, I think we need to start thinking about it. Do you run along behind a car, or do you do a pit stop early, get that mandatory stop out of the way? You don't need to change tyres, and the tyres will last at the end, and then maybe just go for it for the next 14 laps.
Absolutely. These are the questions that we need to ask ourselves in terms of the tyres, the strategy. What's more powerful around this circuit? Is the undercut more powerful? Or do you run longer and try to overcut your opponents here, of course? 8 cars out on the circuit, lap 4 out of 18 of this race. Ranger Oz less than a second ahead of him there until Matty McEwen, but he's got GT James all over the back of him. Boy, that camera angle I never get tired of that camera angle, and I never get tired of how they throw these cars into the bus stop there, Mike. Left, right, good night. It would be good night if I was racing out there, that's for sure, but you have been out on track, of course, to get a bit of an idea, a better idea of the conditions. Not quite at this pace, though, but Ranger Oz is holding his own, isn't he, Mike, in P4 at the moment, and looking good. In fact, he looks as though he's catching Matty McEwen as he runs wide there.
Yeah, there's not much of a gap in that one, but he seems to have fended off the worst there from the attack that was behind him, and unfortunately, in fact, I say that, and now we're down to 0.4 of a second, 5th place there, which is GT James trying to come back on he's trying to come back on Ranger Oz, get it right, sorry, wrong screen. And yeah, look, this is a great battle. It really, really is, but these battles right around the track, no one in the top 4 here has got this one all their own way. We go back to GT James in the top 5, I should say. Then we go back to Snorksel in the 6th place there in his machine, and he's what, over 5 seconds behind. I'm starting to see some purple sectors pop up here for potential laps, fastest laps as well. So far is the race leader, of course, Caleb, and he's doing a great job there. But we're seeing GT James some flashes of brilliance, and just not able to pull those off. He'll go purple sector, but then all of a sudden he'll throw it away at the corner. We'll just watch this one as they go across the line to see if it actually changes, and it goes to Ranger Oz this time through 53.9. But I'll tell you what, don't take your eyes off GT James. Having said that, have a look at the tyre wear. These cars, George, are absolutely chewing through these tyres. Now, I heard you say before that these things will do 18 laps without a problem, don't have to change tyres. I think undercut. I heard Trev say before undercut. I think it's a good U word. And I'll tell you what, mate, I think that's a very, very smart thing. Another couple of laps, I'd be changing tyres and going for that grip advantage, because look at the way these things are dropping off.
Yeah, that's right. You know, you could be sitting there getting 0.2, 0.3 of a second per lap on fresher tyres, especially towards the end of this race. That'll be a massive advantage if you don't lose too much time in the pit stop. Of course, an automated pit stop entry and exit for GT7, so you don't have to worry about where you park the car or how you park the car or what your engineers are doing. They'll do that all in a reasonable and very predictable amount of time. So it could be a good strategy call there. I mean, we're already up to lap 5 here, and those tyres, I mean, that front left is really, really bleeding. A lot of grip, and that could be an indication that maybe going in, getting a fresh set of sports medium tyres on these cars could be the option to go for. And if you combine that with not having to follow a car in front and getting a bit of clean air, you could be well in for an undercut here, and that would be a big thing to do, especially in a situation. I mean, I'm looking at Noodles now going, yeah, you're probably going to be starting to think about doing something like that, because you've been stuck behind Caleb for some time. Whether or not he's got the pace on him is the real question, but you'll see these lap times start to really drop off in the next 5 laps as those sports mediums tyres just start to rip themselves to shreds, Trevor.
Absolutely. Fresh air. Fresh air is the key. I was about to say clear air is the key, but look at this. Noodles here at the moment, Paul. He's on the lookout for another $100 in cold hard cash here, and the drinks are going to be on him tonight if he can get the win done here again. But look at the consistency, gentlemen. A short view to the lap times on the right hand corner of your screen. A 54.4, a 54.4, a 54.2, and a 54.5 that last time around. So consistency is the key here, and there is nothing in it. And speaking of pit stops, George, Jimmy is into the pits, it appears, as though the mediums are coming off. And what tyre is he going to change to here in the lane?
Let's see, I do believe they are locked to the medium tyres. Potentially we will see if he changes to a better compound or maybe a harder compound. He's got 62 litres of fuel still on board, and these were about, what, 1/3 race distance, so he does need to put a little bit of fuel in the car. He is sitting there at the moment, so not selecting anything in terms of the tyres that he wants to put in or the fuel that he wants to put in. He may have had a bit of a mechanical problem, just had to pull the car into the pit lane temporarily before he gets back out. But yeah, the tyre life certainly not looking to be particularly good for any of these cars, and someone who is flourishing in these lower grip scenarios seems to be Matt McEwen, who's kind of escaped Ranger Oz somewhat and now finds himself 0.4 of a second behind Noodles. So we have a three-way battle for the lead of this race now, Mike.
Yeah, you're right there, George. I actually noticed it earlier in the lap that McEwen had a purple sector on the first part of this particular lap. So it'll be very, very interesting to see how it all plays out. I didn't manage to notice the next pickup there because obviously looking at the in the pits and seeing what was going on with that position 8 car. But yeah, unfortunately, it's Jimothy may have got damage, and that's why he's had to sit there and get that repaired, and that's what the hold up there is. But yeah, and what the choices are on tyres, I think they're stuck to the same medium tyre that they have to run. They cannot, yeah, Nathan's just given me the nod, they cannot change to a different tyre, and I don't think he'd want to at the moment in this one there, but no change to the laps through. So we are seeing some fast sectors though. I'm just watching Matt McEwen on board here, and I'll tell you what, he really has got the bit between his teeth. This last lap was a 54.6, and the fastest is a 53.9. So where I'm seeing glimpses of purple sector, they just seem to be falling away. But great job at the moment there from Caleb. He really has got the bit between his teeth. He's the pioneer. Now my call would be, and I'm no sim genius like you guys are, but I would come in for tyres now. Like you said before, just a 2 or 3 tenths a second before everybody else. That's going to be enough to put you in front, especially with gaps like this, because we're 0.7 from McEwen to Noodles, and we're 0.3 from Noodles to the race leader Caleb. Just in that alone, I think there's certainly something to gain for these drivers, and plenty of other scraps around the field. Missing Cy Bishop in this one. Cydog not out on the track, and I think that's a little bit of a shame, because these are the sort of conditions that he would absolutely thrive in, and we're seeing that no one really has the clear advantage here, Trev. So plenty to come from these drivers. What are we into? Lap number 7 at the moment. And what's your call, Trev, on tyres, mate? When do you reckon they'll come in?
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. 11 laps to go. Simon, just a quick note on Simon Bishop. He did jump into my chat on my Twitch and did say, I'm going to set out the AMG race so I can have a break. But he put ha-ha at the end of it, George, which I thought he was joking. But no, we'll take him more seriously next time. But look at this lead battle here. Noodles, 2 tenths between first and second. Now the big question is pit stop strategy here with 10 laps to go. Are we going to see them come in? They will peel off to the right-hand corner of your screen. If indeed they are coming into the pits, George, no. They are continuing on here.
Yeah, not this time. I think the optimal strategy whenever you've got a 1 pit stop race is halve the race distance. So you'll be looking at the end of this lap, or after the 9th lap they'll come in. Depends on whether they're going to be okay with having less tyre life at the end or more. If you do an early pit stop, you will be having a lot more degradation towards the end of the race, which can cost you even more time. So you kind of, in terms of the best strategy execution here, you want to be thinking about how can I preserve the maximum average amount of grip throughout the entire race, and the best way to do that is to half the strategy. Go 9 laps in an 18-lap race, put a new fresh set of tyres on, go again. We may, though, see someone try and take advantage of the situation and not change tyres. That'll be an interesting one, as we see Noodles have a bit of a bounce through the exit of the bus stop. Hasn't cost him anything, actually kind of lined him up perfectly for the late apex that is this part of the circuit. Now barreling in towards 6 and 7. Great little bit of line through there, takes it well, takes it nicely. Have also heard that Ridwan not able to rejoin this race because he's had a power cut. We hope that his power does get restored as soon as possible. Real shame not to see Simon Bishop and Ridwan. Can totally understand getting a break. Wants to prepare for the 90s and supercar GT class that we've got coming up in a few, about 10 or 20 minutes time. Going to be exciting stuff. But McEwen here dropped slightly, ever so slightly off the back now. Everyone's just starting to suffer with the tyre life, and they're wondering and calculating in their minds. You can see the mathematics coming out of the cockpit in a bubble chat above their heads right now, thinking, do I pit now? Do I pit later? We're a couple of corners away, and we're shortly going to find out about the pit stop strategies that these drivers are going to start to execute. Will they go 9 laps? Will they go 10 laps potentially? We shall see. You've got to peel off very, very crazily to the right-hand side here and then tuck it into the pit stop lane. And it looks like we've got no one going, at least initially in the top 5. Everyone's staying out at the moment. No, a late dive into the pits for Ranger Oz, and he is our first in that top 5 battle pack to come into the pits. 46 litres of fuel on board. He's going to need a little bit of a top-up, I think, Trev.
Certainly is, and first of the big 5 to be in the pits. We're missing Simon, Ridwan unable to continue on as well due to that power cut. I reckon the voices are getting louder for Mike Howe. Just stay tuned for that. We could see it might not be the last time we've seen Mike Howe, of course, as we are into the pit lane. We're into the pit lane, and now we're out of the pit lane. So the medium tyres, of course, once again going back on to Ranger Oz. And I'm just having a look here, Mike, to see where this will feed him out. And it's looking pretty good on the track map there, so he'll have a chance on brand new tyres, brand new set of boots for him to try and chase down that lead pack, of course, who still have to make their stops.
Yeah, like we've seen this last year as well with Ranger Oz. He's a very good strategist. He worked particularly well at Red Bull. He was one of the first ones to pit there. And honestly, I think we were right about that, about make the call, make it early. These guys would have well and truly done their homework. They know how long these things are going to last on a tank of gas, how much fuel to put in. We saw Ranger Oz chuck a few litres in there as well. He's a very smart little doobie, this boy. And now now I think these drivers at the front, I honestly feel they're in peril. Because watch Ranger Oz, and in fact, I'll have a look a little bit later on, I'm sure you will as well, see what sort of times that he will be starting to peel off on those new tyres. And also, he won't have a full belly of fuel in the thing as well, so they will be the faster lap times, there's no doubt about that. I say that he will be up for the fastest lap of the race, and whether or not anyone else comes in, unless they come in very soon and they can pounce on that same strategy, it's going to be very, very interesting to see. But just look, you just got to take your hat off to Caleb, though. He's doing a cracking job at the moment. Look at this battle with Noodles. Noodles is trying to work him on this side. He's trying to work him that side. Caleb says not going to work either side. Come into the pits for a cup of tea and the lie down, and that's exactly what we're seeing there. And I think one of the guys on the wheels is actually that's Side Dog helping him out there at the moment, do a wheel change on those particular cars. So they're doing a great job. And look in the top 4 cars, including McEwen. And of course, GT James has popped in there for some tyres. Now, the question is, did they take any gas, guys?
Well, they did, yeah. I was just looking at that exact thing, and actually Noodles had more gas in the tank when he came in. It was about 8 litres, so that's massive. He's taken 65 litres total in his car, but he'll be out in first position, so he's actually gone ahead of Caleb, who's on 33 litres of fuel. And so that means that we do have a new race leader. It is Noodles once again back in pole position. Snorksel actually leading this race, but he's probably a little bit out of position, hasn't come in for his pit stop just yet, but that's big news. Caleb has lost out. He took more fuel, and he was using more fuel throughout the first stint of that race. And now look at Ranger Oz, he's right there. Ranger Oz is on for a P2 position. He pulls out to the outside line, and then they'll come into bus stop. Who will break later? This is so close. Look at the distance between them. That is the AWS very, very close display right there, because that was a couple of centimeters between the cars. Luckily for Caleb, he's able to hold on. And now Ranger Oz, who pitted a lap earlier, is in the box seat. He's also gone ahead of Matt McEwen. So that is absolutely massive work from Ranger Oz. Saved enough fuel, got into the pits. We saw him do this in the Red Bull Ring GT7 track day, but he was very conservative on his fuel. We didn't get a good comparison of exactly how much fuel he was able to save, but I'd suspect it'd be similar amounts to Noodles. Trev, big switch up in the top 3.
Big moment in this race, no doubt about that, George. Mike and everyone watching at home, slightly twitchy there from Caleb as well, and Ranger Oz. We talked about pit stop strategy. This man coming in, making his pit stop slightly earlier, and he is all over the back of distinct Caleb now into the final part of the lap. Sector 3 here at Watkins Glen. Beautiful, one of the most famous American road courses on the motor racing calendar. Great to have your company, of course. Hoop Esports, Trackspot.tv. Yes, George, still waiting for the Trackspot merchandise. Anyway, we'll worry about that a little bit later on, but Mega Esports as well. But this is the battle we need to be looking at here for the time being. Who is going to get P2, P3 here in this race, I should say. You can see he's very close. He's so close. Is he going to have a go here, Mike, off the start-finish straight and down into turn 1?
Well, he's a smart driver, Ranger Oz. He's a very good strategist, and he's just sitting there working the back end of this car. The other thing that's going to come into play is how close will these cars be on fuel in another 7 laps time. On lap number 11 already, they've already had a tyre change and some gas. I don't know how the fuel's going to stack up for this one, but we know they've got these sorted out down to the wire, and Ranger Oz is that driver. He's so fast, but he's so good on his gas, and he's pretty dang good on his tyres as well. But these things are just ripping up like you know, some of the more coarse race surfaces that we see. Obviously it's 5 times tyre wear, so great job there from Caleb, still in the 3rd spot at the moment. Noodles though, he's just having a little time by himself. I just jumped on board quickly, Snorksel before, and had a look at him and see how he was going. He was all over the place like a bad spaghetti, but he managed to hold it together. He was losing like 3 or 4 laps a second to the fast flowing cars, now well into the 54s, and I think he was doing 56, 57s last time through. Though as we see Ranger Oz just coming in for a big dive, he throws it in the bottom of the hill there, and can't really capitalise on Caleb in the 3rd spot at the moment. Noodles, who's another 2 seconds ahead of this battle, so he'll be hoping these two squabble for an age-old time there, because behind him Caleb and Ranger Oz having a good old skid, and as you mentioned, McEwen another 1 second back in 5th place, so he's got some work to do there, Matty McEwen, with 7 laps to go. Just jumping on board with him very quickly. He's got very, very good tyres, and as I say that, he's just gained a fraction there on, in fact, just done a personal fastest sector for himself, so we'll see how he plays out. But I'll tell you what, at the front of the field though, well, in fact the front of the field is about 5 or 6 seconds apart. Now we saw before the pit stops, and that's with Snorksel, who's just gone into the pits, guys. So George, he's out of play now. Now the grid actually purifies itself. We'll see how this one plays out. It means that 1st to 4th is now 3 seconds difference.
That's right, yeah, no, getting very close at the top of the grid. I did actually see Snorksel was typing in the chat while he was driving. Naughty, naughty, naughty. He said stop the count. He was in P1. Red flag he wanted. He wanted the race to be over and the stats to be calculated. Fair enough, I can say, but no, he's gone to the pit stop. He's dropped down to P6 at the moment, getting a bit of fuel in that car. Ran very, very long into this, but did a good effort anyway. He's now out in P6. Will be battling Freelix for that P6 position. GT James still holding on to this pack, though, I have to admit, valiant effort from him. But yeah, McEwen, he seems to have dropped off yet again. He needs to somehow find a bit of extra pace, because Caleb and Ranger Oz are really showing him how it's done at the moment. That said, between these two, if they continue to fight, which they have been, this is what's helping Matt McEwen come in. That's a very, very wide line for Caleb. It's not going to be good for his exit. It certainly isn't. Ranger Oz maybe going to have another chance up here as we head through the boot, part of the boot called the toe, now up the straight where the penalty line is. Noodles though, 2.3 seconds. This battle is doing him a world of favours, Trev.
Certainly is. You can see there's still plenty to play out as well, George, in this one. Let's have a look here. 2.3 seconds. You can see off into the distance in that beautiful green Mercedes AMG car. I'm not sure whether that's the livery that Noodles chose, or whether you don't own the necessary colours from the GT Auto part of GT7, but the liveries are looking fantastic nonetheless. But lap 12 out of 18, Caleb, Ranger Oz, McEwen, Matty McEwen there, who's did drop back, didn't he, not too long ago, but now he's right up amongst the action there, right in the thick of it here, as you can see, riding on board. Very, very easy to get it wrong coming through that last corner. There'll be a bit of paint off there by the time we're done today. Across the line, a 54.151. So still Mr. Consistency there with the lap times. As you can see now, just dropping back slightly here, running wide through turn 1. And, well, he's still not done with yet, Matty McEwen. Mike, he's still got a podium well and truly in his sights here at the moment.
Yeah, I think so, well and truly. And I actually, while you called out that lap time, I was looking at Noodles. I think you called it his time as a 1:54.139. He's just gone and done a purple sector for going into the bus stop at the moment. So he is absolutely pinpoint precise there as our race leader. Noodles, he's doing a great job there. Paul Candelonian is another name that he sometimes goes by, coming out of that little sector down the straight. And again, just looking back through the field there, you know, it's terrible. We've got so many cars strewing towards the rear, and one who looks like Jimothy is just stuck in the pits. Not quite sure his issue is, unfortunately, but the rest of the field, really, it's all down to the front 4 cars that are in such close quarters racing. And not too far back is Jimothy, of course, and he's about 2 seconds behind McEwen in that beautifully turned out looking Mercedes-Benz. But we start to see these drivers really get themselves to the front of their craft. Haven't they done a great job for 13 laps now? And as we start to count down our first feature race of the afternoon, 18 laps, and these fire-breathing monsters doing a great job. We look forward to what's to come, but in the meantime, we enjoy what's on the track at the moment. And these AMG Mercedes, there is all sorts of strategies trying to be played out here at the moment. I'll tell you what, don't take your eyes off any of them, because McEwen's in there with a chance. We know what Ranger Oz can do. Then we jump up to Caleb in second spot there. He's just a master at the moment. I say that he just grazes the wall coming onto the front straight. And then of course our race leader there, Noodles, who has just shown them a clean set of heels after that pit stop. So George, we have got 4 laps and a bit to go here at Watkins, Glen in America, and these drivers, the front of the field, the front 4, the fast 4 and the Furious, still yet to be played out.
That's right, yeah, it's still anyone's game. Noodles dropped a little bit of his lead. I don't know if he's had a mistake in the last few corners or not, but it certainly dropped about 0.5 of a second. That, or Caleb has just decided to amp it up. Big opportunity now for Matt McEwen. He's in the slipstream. He wants a move. He's dashed left, he's dashed right, but Ranger Oz has covered him off nicely. Does go purple in the first sector, so McEwen is absolutely rapid right now. He knows that he needs to get an overtake done in the next couple of laps to really start to secure a P3 or maybe even a P2 if he has any shot of getting ahead of Caleb. He's got to get past Ranger Oz as soon as possible, but we're entering the part of these tyre stints where the tyres start to get a little bit less on their life, and that's not the racing line you want to be taking. Matt McEwen, he's decided to do a bit of work for the Jim's Mowing contractors that have been shipped over to Watkins Glen for this event, and Jim's Mowing are definitely going to be unhappy with the fact that their job is being done for them. They get paid per metre, of course, square meterage of grass, very important for their grass cutting business. Nonetheless, Matt McEwen doing a little bit of that himself at this circuit today, and that means he's now a second off the back of Ranger Oz. He's going to have to refocus, re-gear up, and go at it again. Bear in mind, GT James doing a great job in P5 just to hold on. I don't envy a single one of these drivers. These cars look very, very difficult to drive, Trev. The rear end constantly stepping out on you.
Yes, absolutely. Powerful and heavy, very difficult to control, as you can see here, approaching the final part of this race, and things starting to settle down here, gentlemen. Of course, you can see Ranger Oz, I'll say that, and then something big will happen again. It's been happening all day. You can see distinct Caleb. He's well and truly he's still got Noodles in his sights there, hasn't he, guys? The Noodles has not checked out at the front, as we saw Matty McEwen there spending more time on the grass than Bob Marley. But 3 laps to go until the end of this one. Still plenty to play for. Will Noodles be taking home the $100? Well, we'll wait and see in 3 laps time. But 2 seconds, that gap is closing, George. I'm getting nervous here for Noodles. Is he just easing off to give those tyres a bit of a break as well? You can see the tyre wear. Is that going to become a factor in the last couple of laps?
It may well be, and you know, this relates to the number of mistakes you can possibly make as well. As the tyres remove grip as you're driving around the circuit, you're going to end up in a situation where you can make more mistakes, and the more mistakes you're making, the closer your opponents are going to get. And if you make one larger mistake, that's it. Your race is over, and you're going to guaranteed lose the position you're in. Great last lap there from Ranger Oz. It's a 53.990, so getting very, very close to for Noodles, and getting very close to Ranger Oz's fastest lap of the race. Ranger Oz still not able to do anything about Caleb ahead of him though, and that gap has re-expanded again to about 2 seconds. So it's hovering between 1.8 and 2.2 seconds. It looks like the middle sector and the end of the chute and the bus stop may not be Noodles' strong point, or he's just taking it easy through those sections to make sure that he survives. And that really is it. You know, Noodles needs to just be very, very calm, very cool, very, very collected, because it's his race to lose at this stage. And one small mistake, as we said before, will cost you, and it'll cost him, you know, potentially up to $50 or even $70 at this stage. And given how close McEwen and GT James are, it could cost him a top 4 position in this race. You can see the last 3 there, P2, 3, 4 coming round the final corner. We are now on the 16th lap of this race, not long to go, 5 or 6 minutes at the absolute maximum. Looking down the rest of the grid, Snorksel in P6, Felix in 7th, and Jimothy unfortunately not able to get the car going again. That means he is out of this race and will land himself in P8 position at the end. Last dash here for Caleb, last dash here for Ranger Oz, last dash here for McEwen, who is going to make up a position.
Well, million question here, that's for sure. But 100 for first place, 50 for second, 30 for third position, and nothing for P4. So Matty McEwen will be doing everything he can to get up into the podium. Money, money, money. Cha-ching. Positions there. 3, 2, 1. Right up ahead of him there. He's 3.8 off of that leader in Noodles. Jimothy. Payload there. Poor old Jimothy's been stuck in the pit lane for the rest of the race. I've just realised his actual name. I've been calling him Jimmy for 3 years. How about that, George? That's the Mandela effect maybe in full effect there. But 2 laps to go until the end of this one. And Matthew McEwen, Mike, is closing this gap.
He's down to 0.7 of a second at the moment. He really has got the bit between his teeth. We actually saw a purple sector for Ranger Isles that were going into the bus stop earlier on in the slap, but it wasn't converted into a faster slap. So, you know, these drivers, they know the distance, they know the track, they know these cars very well. They've practiced well and truly through the course of the week. I'm surprised at only the eight starters in this one. I really am. There's so much to play for, and you know, we've got real money cash on the line. Not disappointed, just a little bit surprised. So great to see the quality of pace we've got out there on the track though, and we start to follow the cars through this final corner of lap number 16. 2 to go after this one. We start the penultimate lap now, and through goes the race leader Noodles, who shows them another clean set of heels, and consistently, new word, there we go, consistently anyway, these cars are in the low 154 still. Considering how these tyres have degraded, I'm very, very impressed with the pace and the consistency of these drivers. Second place though, Caleb, he really has got the tiger behind him at the moment. Ranger Ross is just tracking him down. He's like the lion prepared to pounce, and he's trying everything he possibly can. 0.3 of a second for the second place battle at the moment. In fact, Ranger Ross just goes through with a purple sector into the bus stop. This is the second or third time in a row he's done that. It won't necessarily convert to a fastest lap, but it just goes to show you that the pace is on in the third place car here, and he is driving absolutely pinpoint and precise, and it looks like another great pace there too from Caleb. But looking back through the field as well, guys, they really have the first 5 cars are just out there having a good old scrap, even though McEwen is a second back in 4th place. We go back to GT James in 5th place here, and he's another 3 seconds behind McEwen. But you know what, no one's given up on this one. Everyone's out there to see the full distance is still on the track, and that's what we can ask for. And I'll tell you what, George, it's looking like it's going to be a fantastic bit of motor race until the end. We have got just over 1 lap to go.
That's exactly right, and you know, fuel is not going to be a concern for most of these drivers. From what I can see, most of the fuel calculations have been done correctly, but I will report that Caleb is got the lowest fuel out of all of them. Used a lot of fuel in that first stint, had to refuel a lot. That's what lost him the position to Noodles originally. Now he is actually on that red light, so fuel running low for distinct Caleb, with Ranger Roz right behind him. So he needs all the fuel he can get, because he's got to keep the foot down as much as possible through the last lap of this race, and we are now approaching the last lap. Noodles totally dominant, 2 bits of wall bashing there, one by Caleb, one by Ranger Roz, and McEwen having a moment too. So Tyre Life also catching up with these drivers as we proceed onto the final lap of this race. Noodles dominant in the qualifying for this class of car, supercars. He was dominant in the sprint race. Now he's dominant in the feature race, done incredibly well. But the question is going to be, can McEwen catch up? Can Ranger Roz get that P2 position, Trev?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it, that we need to answer on this final lap. Down the back straight for the final time. And he's running on fumes here, isn't he, our man distinct Caleb, into the bus stop and back out of the bus stop for the final time. I think he's going to be okay here, and tyre wear also not an issue. I'm pretty sure it's standard lobby settings for fuel depletion, I think, if that's the right word to use. But into the final sector now we go. There is Matty McEwen having a slight moment of oversteer there, but managing to collect it all up and get it pointing in the right direction. You can see there's money to be had here for Matt McEwen. He can see P3, he can see $30, he can see $50. Depending on what happens in the final few corners, he might even be on for 100 there, but very tricky to handle these cars, all 1,650 kgs of them, as we're coming into the final part of this race. Matty McEwen, 4/10 is the gap to that podium finish. He'll want much more than $30, I'm sure, here, Mike, as we get ready for the finale here, the grand finale, the final lap of this first feature race for the Mega Esports GT7 day here at Watkins, Glen. Great to have your company with us here. You can see It's going to come down to the wire, but it's going to be that man, I reckon, Noodles, taking the money here and the victory this afternoon. But do not go anywhere because it's not over yet. Around the final corner, onto the start-finish straight, Noodles wins again here in the first feature race in the Mercedes AMG cars. To stick Caleb, he gets that car home. He just gets it downhill there across the line, running on the smell of an oily rag there, and Matty McEwen in P4 couldn't quite get that podium there in the end. And it was so close. He could reach out and touch it, couldn't he? And the cash prize as well, they're missing out. But Ranger Oz third, Caleb second, Matty McEwen fourth, GT James in fifth, Snorkel in sixth, Freelix in seventh, and Jimothy, I should say, Payload, had a good view of it all from the pit lane, George, and that is our first feature race done and dusted. But you know what we say, don't go anywhere, we've still got 2 races to come.
Exactly right. Yeah, no, good final bit of the racing there. Unfortunately for Ranger Oz and McEwen, they couldn't make anything happen, and actually McEwen ran out of fuel in the last corner, so he was absolutely at the wire all the way through that on fuel. Does manage obviously to retain his P4 position at the moment, so 4th for the Kiwi driver, 3 Aussie, or 1 Kiwi up there in P2, and then 2 other Aussies as well, so we may as well keep the comparisons going. We'll get to the full results in a few moments time, and of course bear in mind we've got the 90s GP feature race coming up. It's going to be lightning quick, that one, and boy oh boy, nice racing by all of these guys here. Mike, I mean, what's your hot take on that one? It was generally a good race. Strategy didn't play as much of a part as I thought it might have.
Yeah, I actually thought the tyre strategy was going to play a little bit more of a factor, and I thought Ranger Oz was a shoe-in. You know, third place is nothing to be sneezed at, but you know, it's a very smart driver as this young fella, and well and truly deserved you know, the podium at the very least. So there's some money in his pocket, and no one's going to be upset about that. But you know, we saw at Red Bull last year where he just played a superb strategy game. So you know, the question is whether or not the time was there for him to work out the strategy on the Merc. Maybe others just worked it out better, but yeah, McEwen, he was coming fast in those last few laps. I mean, no one else got beat Ranger Oz's you know, fastest lap, 1:53.9, which is quite early in the piece, but you know, nonetheless, there was certainly plenty of flashes of brilliance coming through there. But yeah, you just can't take away from Doodles, you know. I mean, it looked like Caleb had that one in the bag up to the pit stop, and of course we can't pick up necessarily that, you know, was it 7 or 8 laps, 7 or 8 litres of fuel difference that had been conserved by Noodles, and that was enough to do the job. So it's been an outstanding race, a great start to the long lap races here this afternoon with Mega Esports in association with Hooncorp Esports and of course Trackspot.com TV. You know, it really does show that these drivers are very well balanced and serious about the way they go about their business. And you know, after obviously, you know, going out there and doing my time in the mob, it just makes me realise how hard these guys, how well these guys, and how much they prepare and drive these things so consistently. Trev, you know, we see this all the time, mate. We take it for granted, but you know what? It really has been a sensational start to the long lap races, and just the numbers surprised me. But nonetheless, if this is the quality we're going to have for the rest of the afternoon, I say well done us.
Absolutely, sport for choice, no doubt about that. Quick shout out, thank you to Jason for the sub in my chat. As we take a look at the results from the first feature race, it is Noodles there winning. Very rapid pace there. Look at that, those top 3 all in the 53s too with their best lap times. 2.3 ahead of distinct Caleb, who had to roll that thing down the hill, didn't he, to get it home in the end, running out of fuel right at the final corner. Ranger Oz in third, Matty McEwen just missing out there on some cash prizes and a podium finish. GT James in fifth. It was all out on his own, wasn't he, there in the last part of that race. Snorkel in sixth. We had Freelix 1 lap further adrift there. And Jimmy, who is still running in this race, not a great race for him, but he is classified at the end of the day, George, in P8 at the end of this one.
That's right. Unfortunate DNF there for Jimothy. He does say he's running, but that will be a DNF. Unfortunately, not able to get back out of the pits after what was a disastrous start for him. But nonetheless, a valiant effort from the 7 drivers who were able to finish this race, and Noodles just dominant and really just showed his stuff. 2.3 seconds the gap. It was only came as low as about 1.8 seconds, and unfortunately for Caleb, he just wasn't able to do anything about it, and he had Ranger Oz to worry about and behind. So, a valiant effort by those three. Also a shame for Matt McEwen, but nonetheless, I'm sure he'll be bouncing back because we have the 90s GP race ahead of us in pretty short amount of time, and that's going to be a fast and furious, very distinct difference from what we've just seen here today. But yeah, I think the only thing that's really similar is that the rear end is absolutely going to be stepping out, so expect to see some pretty spicy stuff in the upcoming race. Big thanks, of course, mentioning our main primary sponsors, Mega, over there in Oz and New Zealand and around the world, doing incredible stuff and opening their own esports division in Mega Esports. Mega Esports, of course, hosting this GT7 Race Day today and throughout the year. The Oz NZ Endurance on PlayStation 5 for Assetto Corsa Competizione. Next race for that coming up in a week's time, so stay tuned for more details on that towards the end of the broadcast. And make sure you tune back in a week because it's going to be a very exciting Oz NZ Endurance round, that's for sure. If you do want to get involved, go and look us up on Discord, Mega Esports. Get involved because these races happen often. We've got plenty of action ahead for you in 2025. So make sure you get signed up and throw some love there in the chat as well. If you've been having a good time, let us know. And we've actually got Yozar saying it's his birthday today. Happy birthday to those who have a birthday today on the 22nd of March. Right. So, exciting stuff in that race. Pretty good overall strategy as well. The big strategy execution there was from Noodles. He saved fuel at the start. That's what allowed him to leapfrog Caleb. Got him the clean air, and then it was away, and he was good to go at that stage, Mike.
Yeah, it didn't look like he was doing anything exceptional. He was just doing everything really well. And I think at the end of the day, we can't see fuel saving. And I honestly don't know the strategy on how you fuel save, because I see people doing, such a high pace, the person in front, the next person, and all that sort of carry on. And I don't understand how they can do it, because to me, I'm probably, to the wall driving because I don't have the skills. But when you look at these drivers that don't just have the ability to stay on the track, to be right up on the pace of others around them, and some miraculously they're doing a Shane Van Gisbergen, and they've saved 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 litres. Shane Van Gisbergen, the Kiwi race driver there, Trev. Anyway, they've done this amazing job, and that was no doubt at all. That's where that win came from, as well as fantastic racing. Lap after lap, he was within 3-4 tenths of a second of the fastest lap. It wasn't his fastest lap, but he was 3 or 4 tenths there or thereabouts every blooming lap. And you just can't say fairer than that. And George, you being a fellow Kiwi, I mean, we have to sometimes sit back and watch the Aussies make good decisions.
Yep, that's absolutely right. I mean, Ranger Oz taking the fastest lap on that one. He was absolutely rapid in that Mercedes, so he did incredibly well. But yeah, Trev, I mean, at the end of the day, the strategy execution, lifting and coasting, looking for ways to get off that throttle, maybe use a little bit less throttle. It could have been to the advantage for Noodles to be running in that slipstream of Caleb's for that early part of the race, just able to lift off a little bit down the straight, using the slipstream to even out that speed and still maintain the gap to his competitor ahead. And all of it came down to that strategy. So whatever techniques he was using, it worked incredibly well.
Masterpiece, wasn't it, of strategy in that one from Noodles? Yeah, did that help him, I guess, with Caleb there punching a hole in the air with the slipstream earlier in the race? I know from experience on GT7, I know there's various different modes as well, isn't there? You can sort of dial up or dial down the engine modes as well to save fuel and tyres. But Noodles, also the tyre whisperer as well, managed to get those, or the one stop obviously for everybody, but getting those tyres through to the end. And it's something we've seen, of course, with Oscar Piastri, the Australian F1 driver. Mike, not sure why I leaned forward there, but just getting that point across there to my fellow Kiwi friend there. I'm in the middle of 2 Kiwis here this afternoon, but no, great performance from Noodles. And did someone say 90s F1 cars coming up in the feature race, George? I think we did. That's what I'm hearing.
We
so
did.
It's going to be fantastic.
It's going to be fantastic, agreed, we are. And so let's take a little look at what we have ahead of us. We've got 2 feature races left today, so let's take a quick look at the schedule and where we are at. So we've just had our feature race for the Supercar Club. It was 18 exhilarating laps of strategy decisions and rear ends not being stuck to the ground. And now we get to see something very similar but extremely fast. The 90s GP making a return for 22 laps at Watkins Glen, coming up in a few minutes' time. And this is going to be an exciting one. We saw the sprint race. It was absolutely hectic. We had stuff going on all over the track. We had people making small mistakes that led to big accidents. And even the qualifying was absolutely exciting. And remember, the 90s GP guys, they've had more qualifying time than they've had actual racing time. So whether the strategy comes into play for this 22-lap race is going to be the big question. Will they end up having to make a pit stop with a lot of fuel, a small amount of fuel? Are they going to get rid of those tires, go onto a fresh set? By all means, probably yes. And who's going to make the mistakes this time? That's going to be the real question. Trev, Mike, let's hear who's going to make a mistake this time. Let's preempt the commentators to us.
Well, that is not an easy thing to do, is it, George? But now you look at this race. I don't forget as well, State 509, who's he's the 90s F1 specialist here this afternoon for this GT7 day at Watkins Glen. But difficult. We've got Ridwan as well. Simon Bishop is back off the couch after arresting in that Mercedes race, of course. But it's difficult to see who's going to make a mistake first. Who's going to blink first? I know if we blink up here in the commentary box, we're going to miss this race. But yeah, it's a tough one to call, Mike. I'd love to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, again, it's off the start, isn't it? And obviously it's down to pit strategy. George made a really good point, being a fellow Kiwi, about how fuel saving, and you've got to do that. And I didn't even think about how much that can play into it. And you take that for granted. You go, oh, fuel saving, yeah, whatever, wah. So the guy in the front's never going to win, and that's not necessarily the case. But this one in particular, aero was a big part of it. I mean, in one breath you want to fuel save behind them, another breath you want to be, in the front and try and pull away. So it's going to be a really interesting strategy, this one. I know that, the key thing we're all taking away from this, it's going to happen really fast. George has already got an exact time of how long the race is going to take, and I mean that sort of thing. With 18 laps at a minute, minutes at 20. Come on. Okay, sometime today. Don't go to your calculator. You embarrass both of us.
Going to the calculator right now.
But it's going to be really interesting to see how this one plays out. But again, start was the key thing. But then, Trev, getting back to aero, I mean, fuel saving the aero and, clean start and consistency. I mean, have I not answered the question properly for you?
Well, I'm still trying to translate your accent there, Mike, but two things when I came onto the stream this afternoon. One, I told my wife I wouldn't sing, and the second one was I wouldn't do the Kiwi accent. So, but you're on very thin ice, I should say. But no, we'll let you calculate the race time coming up, George. But I've forgotten what the question was, Mike. But seriously, though, it's going to be all about that start and whether everyone could get away cleanly. And I cannot wait to see them just barreling down that back straight into the bus stop again on lap one at the pace that we saw in qualifying in the sprint race. It's just hectic stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Looks like the calculator is coming out. That's me. I calculated this in my head, of course. 28 minutes and 14 seconds is going to be the race length, it looks like. So we'll see if the calculator, is correct on this one, and maybe we can reduce that margin from 6 or 7 seconds down to maybe half a second. Proper close racing kind of thing.
Well,
but
go ahead. If you're accurate, we might have to get him on the pit wall for Red Bull, I think, Mike, depending on how accurate he is and how good he is with his calculations. So.
Yes, they definitely want another Kiwi at Red Bull in Formula One.
You said it.
Yes, I did say it. Yep. We'll see what happens. Chinese Grand Prix happening at the moment, of course, in the background. So lots of exciting racing happening this weekend. Next weekend, of course, is a break for Formula One, but that means we have time for the AusNZ Endurance Series, which will be led by Trev, which is going to be very, very exciting. We're looking forward to that very, very much. Trackspot TV with plenty of broadcasts on the weekend and on Tuesdays and Saturdays as well for a couple of leagues. So make sure you subscribe to all the channels that we're going live to today: the NZ Sim Racing TV YouTube, the Trackspot TV YouTube and Twitch channels, and of course Trev Byers on Twitch. That's Kid Byers on Twitch. And make sure you get subscribed to them, because there's lots of racing action coming out on all these channels going forward. And we will have a replay of today's GT7 Race Day up in the Mega Esports YouTube channel in the next couple of weeks or so. And I believe we will be going to the racetrack in a few moments' time. So we will look forward to what's going to be an absolutely frantic race. And I'm just worried for these drivers. Turn one, getting off the line's just a bit scary. So we shall see, and we'll just hope that they can all get through nice and cleanly. Any particular names standing out today? My money at the moment is on Matt McCure.
I'd go Matt McEwen. I just had the 30-second call there from Nismo, so we're not too far from getting in the way. I'd go Matt McEwen. I won't do anything other.
Yeah. Trev?
There you go, Trev.
Noodles for me. Nothing to do with the fact that he's an Aussie, but I think on his current form, I would be very wary of betting against him.
Fair enough. All right, so we're about to go out on track. We've got 8 cars lined up on the grid, and we are nearly ready to go. This is going to be a fantastic race. And of course, one thing that we haven't mentioned so far is that actually we are in a situation where we are getting towards the later parts of the evening, so the track is actually getting ever so slightly darker out there, ladies and gentlemen. False starts, as always, will be penalised. It's Matt McEwen from Simon Bishop, from Ranger Oz, from Noodles. 5 lights are on, waiting for them to go out to start this race. False start at the back. Diswood has had a bit of a false start, so he'll be slow at the beginning of this race. Sidedog has had a great start off the line as opposed to what he had for the Super GT race. As Simon Bishop gets the traction he needs but runs wide at turn 1 and back into the lead is Matt McEwen. They're side by side as they head up the S's, and that Ferrari Hamilton live read Ferrari of Simon Bishop looking to maybe take that position again. He's trying to try down the inside. Matt McEwen is holding that inside line, so nowhere for Simon Bishop to go. He's going to have to try and outbreak him and get a better line through. Bus stop, big sideways moment for Matt McEwen. This is extreme stuff. Simon Bishop back into this lead of the race. Ranger Oz and Noodles line astern, those 2 and 3 and P3 and P4 with State, Danwood, Jimothy and Dengus rounding out the rest of the grid. But that's an extreme bit of action at the start of this race, and it nearly came all unstuck for Matt McEwen at the bus stop chicane. Got it sideways, the car went left, the car went right, and he applied the right amount of counter steer, got off the throttle, got back on the throttle, just enough to bring that car back onto the racing straight line. And Simon Bishop, though, has found himself in the top spot early on in this race. 22 laps to go. Prediction is 28 minutes and 14 seconds as the sun starts to set at Watkins Glen. Ranger Oz not close enough to Matt McEwen for any kind of move at the moment, and Simon Bishop out to a 1-second lead already, Trev.
8 minutes will hold you to that, George, but a big moment there, like you mentioned, for Matty McEwen. It was left, right, and almost good night there at the same time across the start-finish line into lap 2. It is Simon Bishop, fresh as a daisy now in this 90s F1 race after sitting out the previous feature race here this afternoon, and he has a lead of just over 1 second. No DRS, of course, here. Matty McEwen, he's within that 1 second. His purple sector's there. As through the bus stop we go at a very frantic pace indeed, but still Simon, he's being kept in check here from Matty McEwen as we look towards the back of this Ferrari. Now we're going to have a look at Ranger Oz here in P3, just 5/10 between him and Noodles. And it looks like Ranger Oz there has settled into P3 there, but Noodles not too far behind him, stayed in 5, Diswood 6th. Jimothy and Dengus there rounding out the 8 drivers in the field here this afternoon for this F1 90s feature race. 27.5 last tour there for Simon Bishop as we take a look at State 509. And Mike, the 90s F1 specialist, they're sitting pretty in P5, less than a second off Noodles in P4 ahead of him.
Oh, well said. Yeah, absolutely right there. Everyone is going fast in their second lap. So we're seeing purple sectors left, right and centre. But of course, first car across the line, it's Cy Bishop with a 21.4. Just watching everyone behind him at that time, it does stay the same. And they all obviously do personal improves from the standing start earlier on. But yeah, the F1 specialist, State 509, doing a great job. He really is. I mean, nothing wrong with fifth place at the moment. We've seen these strategies play out all today with the the shorter races and the long distance races too. It's their race to throw away. Most important thing is to stay on the shiny side of the surface really, and again more purple sectors starting to pop up all around the track for sector, but that means nothing at the bus stop. It talks about the last turn 14 coming down the start finish straight when you go across that line, and even then it's about how do you look after the car, and we're only into the third lap at the moment. Looking after the car is paramount here at Watkins Glen in New York in America, because if you don't, it can very, very quickly bite you in the backside and send you spiraling all out of control. We also saw the fuel strategy before. It was down to so close. We had cars running out of gas on the last lap on the previous race in the Mercedes. Now we know that it's going to be the same thing with the Formula One cars here and just staying on board myself personally with the fifth place car there of State 509. He's done a great job. He really has shown them a clean, some very clean lines, but they're not turning into the fastest lap, and he's still 0.7 of a second away from fourth place there, which is Noodles, who was our previous race winner. And we can see also Ranger Oz as his usual consistent best there in third place at the moment. We move up to McEwen in second spot at the moment, and he's dropped a massive, can you believe it, 2 seconds to Cy Bishop. Cydog sat out the previous Mercedes race. Now, I don't know what he had in his cornflakes, but by crikey, in the time that he was away from that race for those 18 laps, he is absolutely on fire. As we go through the bus stop section there with McEwen, who's not too far behind the race leader, and we are on board with Cydog, and Cydog is just showing them all how it's all done. It'll be an interesting one to watch this one, guys. George, I think this is going to be another fastest lap, the way he's just pulling out the gap with absolute relative ease.
Yep, that's exactly it, and it's still holding around 2 seconds. Matt McEwen has done a bit of a better job getting through the chute and into the toe. I do want to note here that I could just tell there's a slight fuel difference already between Simon Bishop and Matt McEwen, and I get the feeling Matt McEwen may just be trying to conserve a little bit of fuel. He ran out of fuel in the Supercar Club meet in the previous feature race that we've just had on the broadcast. So I wonder if he's just thinking, he saw Noodles save a lot of fuel, come out of the pits, and then be able to leapfrog his opponent. So he's probably going to be equal pace to what Simon Bishop could do. Simon Bishop not improving on that lap, but still up on his delta to Matt McEwen. I get the feeling that Matt McEwen's just waiting and lurking in the background going, I'll just save a little bit of fuel and I'll pip you in the pit stop. Well, certainly he'll be in a better position to make an attack after these pit stops do evolve, expecting pit stops around lap 11, Trev.
Yeah, you can see there he's playing. You can see him lurking in the background. Cue the Jaws music. I won't do it. Through the bus stop we go with Simon Bishop, who is got the Lewis Hamilton livery there, as you can see. Hamilton doing very well, of course, in the Chinese Grand Prix. Sprint qualifying yesterday afternoon, but it's all about this race here at the moment. And 28 minutes. We are going at a rapid pace. That was your estimate, George. We're on lap 5 here out of 22. But there's no doubt, like you mentioned, George, that Matty McEwen is playing the long game, isn't he? He's going to conserve those tyres, try go a little bit further on with his fuel, of course, as well. But we see Ranger Oz still third, Noodles in P4 there. And in terms of liveries, that's not the most exciting livery that we can see out there. But here we go, Diswood, loving the, was it the Williams FW15B style livery there. Here comes Jimothy in P7 at the moment, and the very unique payload livery there, Mike, going across all 3 categories for Jimothy, which is fantastic. And Dengus there in the Holden racing team colours there as well, down there in P8. And we might only have 8 cars, Mike, but we've got battles right the way down here, even for 7th and 8th between Jimothy and Dengus.
Well, we did actually. The previous lap we were talking about McEwen just looking after the car and the tyres and the fuel. Actually had the fastest lap of a 21.1, and this last lap through, Cydog's just come back with a 21.0 and taken back that fastest lap. So I'm not quite sure what to make about that. I thought the same thing. I thought, he's Mr. Smart being conservative here, but we've seen now that he seems to have thrown caution to the wind again. Guys, we are up to lap number 6. Remember, this is a 22 lap and not an 18 lapper like the previous race for those that are watching around New Zealand and Australia and around the world. But these tyres are disappearing at an alarming rate. They really are wearing out. And watching Cydog as he starts to come into the final complex of corners before we go across the line to finish lap number 6, start lap number 7. He has got this thing absolutely flying, but the tyres are chewing. We're probably 20+%, 20-25% of tyre wear already 6 laps in. So it's going to be an ugly set of tyres that they bring into the pits, I'm sure, and possibly a little bit of jungle juice there as well, as Cydog comes out off the final turn 14 down the start, finish straight with a 21.3. And just jump on board to see what McEwen's gone done, a 21.4, and last lap through for Ranger Oz was a 21.6, and Noodles with a 21.8, just the top 4 of the field across the line. In fact, 22.2 going back to state 509, so it's the fifth place car. So, you know what, guys, I'll tell you what, this is going to be a very, very interesting strategy. Not like before where I thought, you know, you come in a little bit early and do the business on tyres and gas, because this, just watching on the fifth place car there, you just have a little bit of advance going through the bus stop. But, you know, this strategy is going to be a very interesting one, but it's really about being, you know what, to the wall. Just wind this thing up to the maximum that you can do, George, and give the car a good old-fashioned traction make to stay on the island.
That's basically it, yeah. I mean, your speed at the end of the day is going to be what determines where you end up on the track, but there's a lot more that goes into it, as we all well know. Strategy may make a bit of an impact today, especially if the fuel-saving guys are going to be actually executing that to the maximum capability, but hard to fuel-saving cars that are doing 17,000 RPM, that is for sure. We've got a nice onboard lap here, Simon Bishop giving us a masterclass, going through the last corner now into turn 11, into turn 11, which I've been calling 14 for basically one reason, which is the inner loop. The inner loop bus stop is actually technically 3 corners. Nonetheless, through the first corner we go, and great stuff from Simon Bishop. He is super consistent right now. The inputs are smooth. He's looking very, very stable, very, very strong, and quite happy to be out the front with a couple of seconds behind him to Matt McEwen. Matt McEwen still saving a bit of fuel there. Looking around the grid, Ranger Oz not saving as much fuel as Matt McEwen. The difference is starting to become noticeable here, actually. And even Noodles not able to save as much fuel as what Matt McEwen's doing. So I get the feeling he's doing an absolute brilliant job with the lifting and coasting in this car, and it is one car that you can do that very, very easily in. You're holding so much speed as you enter the corner, lift off a little bit early. Yeah, you're not accelerating directly into the braking zone, but it does mean you are saving a huge amount of fuel in these races. And yeah, Trev, that's, I think, going to pay out dividends for Matt McEwen as we head towards the 11th lap or so of this race, 8 laps in now.
Well, it certainly is in terms of, like we said, he's playing the long game. We can have a look at Noodles here in P4, George. Look at that tyre wear now. He's getting to that 50% range on the fronts, a little bit better on the rear tyres around this circuit, but that's something to keep an eye on. But what about the onboard footage we had there with Simon Bishop, watching the master at work? And it got me slightly excited. We'll leave that one there, but if I can say that, but just minimal inputs into the wheel. You can see there, just so calm behind the wheel of that car. As we take a look at state 509, 10 ahead of Diswood in 6th. 4th, he's 3.2 seconds off of Noodles in 4th, as he takes a very wide line there through the opening corner and into turns 2, 3 and 4. Beautiful vision of these cars around this circuit here on Gran Turismo 7, the Mega Esports Day. There is that livery, Mike. Look how good does that look, the classic Williams livery, the FW15 and the FW14-15. Great cars there in F1, of course, as we ride on board now through the bus stop with Diswood. Look at these speeds, Mike, 250, 260. I'm on the edge of my seat, and I'm not even out there driving these things.
Nothing wrong with being on the edge of your seat, mate. Just a little questionable how excited you are. But I'll tell you what, that is a phenomenal pace to be showing. He's throwing these cars around. Look at the iconic livery, all right. That is a car that's just synonymous with the 90s, isn't it? I mean, we all remember that car back in the days of the old Williams Renault, and Williams being such a thing. It was such an iconic name that when they changed from using Renault Williams, it was almost, you know, it just never was quite the same. But it is a great looking lineup of cars we've got on the track here. I am surprised with the money on offer just yet. Contesting this one as well, as we have a little bit of a jiggle coming out of that particular corner, going through the second to last. Now the turn 11 on to the start finish straight, and down the start finish straight. Gives the old wall a bit of a kiss, which is for good luck and good measurement. Just going through the times of the cars in front last time through, guys, we were talking low 121s. Now we're talking 121.6 as a fast lap. In actual fact, it goes back to Cy Bishop last time through was a 21.9, and now we only have 7 cars circulating around the track. So we've had a little bit of a drop off there, obviously, of someone being disconnected, which I'm sure will gut them like a Trevally. But meantime, front of the field for Cy Bishop, 1.8 seconds, almost 1.9. He's been maintaining that pace and that gap to McEwen back to second place for quite some time, and he's just making it look easy. Now, I don't mean to say this in a disrespectful way, but when Cy Bishop set out the Mercedes race, I thought it was a silly thing. I thought, you know, mate, you're better than this. But, you know, looking at this now, what I'm seeing is a very, very strong Cy Bishop. I'm seeing a guy who's been not making any mistakes. He's not making, you know, silly little decisions and calculations. I'm not saying he's got this race won, but the driver I'm seeing on the track at the moment, George, this is a championship winning drive there from Cy Bishop. I think he's recognised himself. You know what? Last time when these guys did this and did all this mileage, I got tired, and he's not going to get tired again. He's going to look after himself, refresh himself, because you know what? Longest race of the day, George. And I think Cy Bishop really wants to prove a point. More than the money, he wants to win this race.
Absolutely, yeah. Pride and dignity as much as anything in these races here today at Mega Esports. And I have to unfortunately report it is Noodles that is disconnected from this race. He's unfortunately disconnected from the lobby, and that means he won't be able to complete this race. He'll have a DNF against his name. So that is such a shame for our race winner from Supercar Feature Race. And unfortunately in the 90s race where he was pinged for a podium position, he is not going to be able to finish this race, and we hopefully will see him back for the Super GT class coming up in 11 laps time or so. We are now at race half distance, so we're going to be seeing some pit stops start to evolve out of this. Simon Bishop still leading from Matt McEwen from Ranger Oz, now guaranteed almost a P3 position. He does have State still in there, so State, you know, if he's able to do something clever in the pit stop and maybe get that speed up just a little bit, he could be in for a podium position. We shall see. 15 seconds back to Jimothy, Dengus and Diswood having a bit of an issue. No, not an issue at all. He's actually gone into the pits. He's fueled up to 53% on his fuel meter, put on a fresh set of tyres, and he is away and going again in that Renault livery. There's our first pit stop from our leaders. Matt McEwen is in. The racing mediums are absolutely gone, Trev.
They are, and he'll be well and truly glad to get rid of those. Look at that, out of the pit lane we go. Amazing in terms of safety, these F1 cars. Look at how the driver's shoulders are exposed in that car, but it's just in the sim racing world, of course. But there we go, first gear, get ready. Away we go then, State 509. Up this onboard view as he feeds back out of the lane. Crossing that pit lane line there, but nothing too untoward going on. State and Dengus also into the pits, and tragedy for Noodles. I pulled up one of my first commentary gigs, George, saying disaster and tragedy. Someone pulled me aside and said, no, the Titanic was a disaster and nothing like that relates to what we're watching. But anyway, it still is. Tell Noodles that, as you can see there, lap 12 of 22. More impressively, we are on for that 28-minute mark, but we'll keep you to that, George. But look at this, through the bus stop we go. I still cannot get used to the pace of these cars. It is incredible, isn't it? And I hope you're enjoying it at home too. There is Jimothy, I should say, with his livery, Mike, which looks like one of those colouring competitions they get to design a new logo. They send it out to the 6-year-olds, don't they? That's terrible for Jimothy if he's watching back later on. But here we go, race leader, or Simon, I should say, into the pits here, Mike.
Yeah, he's just come in there. I'll tell you what, one thing I noticed with McEwen was he didn't actually take any fuel. He came in with 50, he left with 50. We'll see how that plays out. He's certainly cut it to the wire. Sidog a lap further down, leaving with 55 litres. Has that cost him? Has that helped him? What's going to be the call on that one as Ranger Oz now becomes the race leader? He's taken over the reins of it, so to speak. And of course, McEwen back in up to second spot. Now here comes Cy Bishop, Sidog on the screen there, getting himself back into third place, 21 seconds back behind the Ewan as we start to recalculate the times and get ourselves into position. So 21 seconds behind the race leader. Get it right, old man with bad technology. And McEwen, he's doing a cracking job there, 1.7 seconds ahead of third place Cy Bishop. And of course, going back further up there, he's got some work to do to catch up, to Ranger Oz. But Ranger Oz, surprisingly, has done another cracking job here. He's just done the job that we expect from Ranger Oz. He's come in very quietly. He's got some gas on board. He's got good tyres, and he's got 19-second lead. Guys, I didn't see that come. I don't quite know how that's happened.
Unfortunately, not correct. Ranger Oz has not come to the pits. He's now into the pits for his first pit stop. He was on racing medium tyres all that time, so he's just come up to his pit stop now. We'll see where he pops out, but the big news here is that McEwen, saving fuel and going onto the racing hard tyres, has actually leapfrogged Simon Bishop for the lead of this race. And McEwen now it was 2 seconds behind Simon Bishop when he came in. He's now 2.3 seconds ahead. Ranger Oz just coming out of the pit lane now. He will be overtaken by both Simon Bishop and Matt McEwen, but that's the big news right now, ladies and gentlemen. You have a new race leader. Simon Bishop has fallen to P2, and Matt McEwen is in the lead of this race by the distance that he was following Simon Bishop before the pit stops. So that fuel save, yet again, has proven to be absolutely massive. Racing hard tyres on his car, which is an interesting choice given that there's a short distance left. Simon Bishop also on the racing hard, similar fuel between the two, and a 3.5 second gap back to Ranger Oz, who's 11 seconds in front of State. And yeah, Mike, this is a tricky choice here from these guys. They're going into the hard tyres, which is interesting, and Matt McEwen actually now has less fuel than Simon Bishop, so Simon Bishop has got the fuel advantage. They've got no tyre advantage between the two, except for maybe one lap fresher tyres on Simon Bishop's car. So can he pull Matt McEwen back in?
Well, sorry about that, mate. Wrong screen. Apologies. That's why the confusion. It doesn't take much to be fair. It's attitude. It's not just the hair colour. Hey, you're right there, and that is the call. Now the strategy is fuel. It's all about looking after your fuel at the moment. So Sidog sitting back in second place there, and as you can see, the gap of 2.7 seconds at the moment. Right, 8 laps to go. Doesn't mean so just over seven laps to go now. So flash across the strip any second soon. It doesn't matter a hill of beans as far as position right about now, because if there is a fuel strategy issue there, McEwen's going to have to start backing off, because we already see him run out of gas early on in the Mercedes race. He knows how to cut this fine. How fine has he cut it? Well, we'll have to wait and see as this one plays out. But we are on lap 15 now, guys, and that is absolutely fantastic. And I take away from my earlier comments here from Ranger Oz, I still think he's played a great strategic game. I just gave him a little bit too much credit that time around. I'm trying to help the Aussies out, to be fair. These Kiwis are, what are they, top 2 in the podium? Just saying. But no, look, it's been absolutely brilliant. And yeah, he's 6.8 seconds off the lead at the moment there, Ranger Oz. And I'll tell you, he's got pretty good tyre life, obviously, new tyres. Got a little bit of gas there on board. And I jump up to Sidog. He's actually the man with the most gas between those three at the moment. So, he's handily placed, and having that refresher moment earlier on, he's still 2.8 seconds away from McEwen. I just wonder if he's just thought, here's a few things I can do, Trev, because, it's going to be right down to it, 7 laps to go, but we saw how quickly those tyres plummeted. And, Trev, it's going to be very interesting to see how they last and who's got what strategy to the end on fuel.
I don't think we are done with this race at all. I think there's still plenty of storylines to play out, and there's always a twist in the tail, especially when we're dealing with Matty McEwen, Simon Bishop, Ranger Oz, that top 3. State there as well. Don't forget about him in 4th. He's doing a magnificent job as well. Lap 16, 15 for State, 16 for our race leaders. Now it's lap 16 as he comes across the start-finish line, as we jump on board with State now to get an idea. We've seen these drivers all day in these 90s F1 cars, just pushing the track limits at turn 1, but look at the speed, look at the undulations here at this Watkins Glen International Race Circuit, hosted the United States Grand Prix in F1 cars in the 60s, 70s and 80s, as we see there, very quick change of direction. And that's one of the big things, George, just fascinating to see how quick these cars can change direction here as we come through the heel of the circuit, long flowing corner, then heading down to the toe part of the circuit, 5th gear, 4th gear now. You can see the paddle shifters on these 90 F1 cars rather than the manual shifting as we climb the hill now to come through to the 3rd sector of this track. And State's having a good time, isn't he, George? P4 for him, 12 off of P3, and he's got a fair way back from Jimothy behind him, so he's having a great time in P4 here.
Yeah, a little bit of a quiet race for him at the moment. Was looking potentially to be up there with the top 3 and doing some stuff towards the beginning of the race. Sadly, he's just not had the pace to keep up. Riding the curb there, so scary in these cars. And you guys at home can now get an idea of what that feels like. It's just doing a little bit of a side-by-side action. Thank you very much, State 509, for the onboard we've got with you. Fantastic stuff. The gap at the top come down by 0.2, 0.3 of a second, in fact. Simon Bishop starting to really push Matt McEwen and trying to find his way to claw back up into that slipstream range, which is key. Once Simon Bishop is within 1 second of Matt McEwen, he will get a big toe down those long straights, and at high speed that can make all the difference between an overtake or finishing in P2. 17th lap now in this race, and we are getting sunset, so the sun will be in the driver's eyes as they head through this part of the section, this part of the sector. And so far we haven't seen too much wheel-to-wheel racing. We saw this play out in the 7-lap sprint race, didn't we, Mike? But it's all really about that strategy execution. And your question that you posed a few moments ago is absolutely the right one. It is the one that we need to be focusing on throughout the remainder of this race. Has Matt McEwen underfueled his car for the remainder of the race, or will he have to start to give up pace and that delta to Simon Bishop in the last few laps?
Well, I just watched McEwen in the previous lap, and on two of the straights, right at the end of the straight, he's backing right off the gas, half throttle or less. So he's starting to fuel save already. He knows that he's cutting it very short here. He's got track position. He's still holding, 2.6, 2.7 seconds lead in front of Sidog. So he's doing a cracking job. But look at him. He's off the gas a lot more than he's on it now in the previous laps. He won't worry about fastest laps, although last one was a 21.8, and there's nothing wrong with a 21.8 this late into the race, with 4 laps to go. But a couple of times now, watching the race leader, very, very smart driving. So I don't think he's going to worry too much about Sidog coming back at him, because their tyres are going to equalise. He won't have much of a gain Sidog to make an early pass. But he's actually going, in fact, one of the corners of the turn one, I think, wasn't the earlier part of this lap, he was actually going around 1 gear higher. So trying to keep the pace on so the revs are down, because it's all about revs. Watch him even just then. He was off the gas a long time before he accelerated to the past the apex of that corner. Again, taking his time. He's not snap accelerating. He's taken a long time to get his foot to the floricas, and he's down to 2.1 seconds as we're going to finish lap number 18. We'll start with 3 to go, Trev. So it's not all over by any stretch of the imagination. The strategies are starting to play out. The fuel is starting to disappear with 3 laps to go. Well under a quarter of a tank of petrol left in these Formula One cars, and Matt McEwen has got some work to do here. He's got to keep this thing going and fend off the advances, the very indecent advances of motorsport on the track here at Watkins Glen from Sidog Simon Bishop.
I'll tell you what, tyre wear will not be an issue, will it? Both of them, of course, on the hard compound. We see a bit of banter there in the GT7 chat, so keeping everyone on their toes here, but the gap is 2 seconds, 3 laps to go. And we saw how close Matt McEwen ran things at the end of the previous race. Keep thinking of Jean Lacey sitting in his Benetton there at Albert Park back in 1997, and the famous call from Murray Walker there as he ran out of fuel that day. But 3 laps to go, 7/10 further down. Is he easing off now, George? That gap, though, is still steady at 2 seconds. It's coming down. If there's one person you don't want behind you, it's Simon Bishop. A funny story, my 6-year-old daughter came up to me before the start of the race today. She said, "Dad, do you ever drive these cars?" Instead of just sitting there talking about them, I said, "Why would I? With the quality of Matty McEwen and Simon Bishop, you can't get better than this, George, but it is going to go down to the wire, isn't it? And still plenty of time for Simon Bishop here. You can see him, he's right up behind him now, both on the start-finish straight here."
Oh, just into the heat waves, you can see the car of Simon Bishop emerging, the red Ferrari liveried F3500. A car just emerging from those heat shadows. 1.9 seconds is the gap as we've now entered the 20th lap of this race. Complete this and we'll be on the penultimate lap of the race. I get the feeling Matt McEwen is starting to look at that fuel gauge and starting to get a little bit worried. I certainly would be myself. He's lost another couple of tenths through the bus stop, and he's having to lift off nearly every single corner now. And Simon Bishop, if he's able to hold on to this and keep putting in the consistent laps like he has been, he will be in the box position. He will be able to catch up to him within a lap and a half or so. So we could have a final couple of corner shootout between these two incredibly talented drivers and what's been a fantastic bit of racing here over 22 laps. A 90s GP feature race coming to an end reasonably soon. Stay tuned because we've got one more big race to go after this, and all these drivers will be going hammer and tong to get the final glory and pocket that final bit of cash that's available. Right now, Matt McEwen losing time, hand over fist. Every corner he's going slower and slower. Look, he's now into the red. That means 10% and 10 litres of fuel left in the car. I don't know if that's going to be enough. He's coming across the line now onto the 21st lap, penultimate lap. The white flag has been waved, and that gap is now 1.3 seconds, just over, and 1.4 seconds. Simon Bishop is closing in, Mike.
Well and truly is the case there, George. He's closing in beautifully. He's played a well-orchestrated game in this. Remember, he sat out the previous race and thought, you know what, I'm just going to take my time. Is he going to be stressed? No. Is he going to be phased? No. Will he win? Who knows? We're going to find out very, very soon in a few kilometres' time as we start to come down towards the famous chute going around, what's that, the top part of the ankle or something along the lines, and we go down towards the toe. And look at the gap now, 1.2 seconds. And on board with Matty McEwen, he's actually got a car in front of him there that he needs to manage as well. Has he got enough gas to do the job? Coming down through the toe, down towards the heel as he gets himself lined up for the right-hander. And now I'll tell you what, he has got a lot of things in his mind with a 1.3 second lead above Sidog. That should be able to be defended. Has he got enough gas in the tank, quite literally, as we come down to the last couple of corners, George? Let's call it across the line. Let's call it what it is.
Here we go. The 22nd lap is about to begin. The 21st lap ends, and this is going to be the final lap of the race here for the 90s GP Mega Esports GT7 Track Day, the feature race. After 21 laps, we get this final shootout between these two giants who have been dominating this 90s GP category today. Matt McEwen is suffering. He is running out of fuel. He's running on the smell of an oily rag at this stage, and Simon Bishop has smelt blood in the water. He might have smelled oil in the air, the gas that's coming out of the fuel cap of Matt McEwen's car, and into the bus stop we go. This is where Matt has lost a lot of time to Simon Bishop. Most times very, very wide run through there. It's cost him time. Look how close Simon is now, 0.5 of a second. Simon Bishop is running out of fuel as well, but not nearly as much as Matt McEwen, who's right on the absolute limit. He could be out of fuel in the next couple of corners. Up we go into the toe for the last time. It's turn 7, and this is the tricky part. This is where you need to use a lot of fuel to get the car back up to speed. The gap bringing back up to 0.7 of a second, but you can see the amount of acceleration that Simon Bishop is able to put down onto the car up the hill, able to use a lot more of that fuel, and this is going to be it. Last couple of corners, will there be enough fuel for Matt McEwen on board? Through the heel, through turn 9 we go, now turns 10 and 11 to go. That's a very slow car right now for Matt McEwen. Gap is 0.6 of a second. He looks like he might have done enough. Last corner just ahead of him, he's going to swing through that right-hander. He's got enough speed, he can hold it all the way to the line, and Matt McEwen holds on. He's at 0 litres of fuel across the line and takes the victory with a brilliant fuel strategy all the way through this race. He is absolutely calculated to that perfection. If I could do that with race length time, I would be making money as an accountant. I am absolutely sure of that. Wonderful bit of racing we've had on the last couple of laps, and so exciting. We did not know which way that would have swung. In the previous race, Matt McEwen ran out of fuel on the last corner. We thought he might have done it wrong. This time out, he's got it absolutely right. Brilliant work by these 8 drivers here today. Sadly lost Noodles as part of this race, and that is your final grid right there. Matt McEwen from Simon Bishop, from Ranger Oz, from State, from Timothy Payload, from Dan Wood, Dengus in there too, and of course Noodles at DNF. We'll get the results up on our screen in a few moments' time. Trev, what an exciting way to finish this race, and I don't think there is any fuel left in that car for Simon Bishop.
I tell you what, if the FIA want to do a fuel sample in Parc Ferme at the end of this one, there's going to be none left. I'm surprised you can even get around that that slowdown lap. But there we go, the results on your screen. Matty McEwen, not quite the 28 minutes we were expecting. Yeah, we'll get those 2.5 minutes back, I'm sure, George. But there we go, Matty McEwen taking the win. Simon Bishop, he had a little bit of spare fuel, didn't he, gentlemen? And I reckon he turned up the wick a little bit there on that final lap, but still couldn't quite get it done. Ranger Oz in 3rd. He would have been thinking he might be in with a chance there of the $100 if the first 2 come to a stop. But State all on his own there in P4, 26 seconds further adrift. Jimothy Payload there in P5, Diswood in P6, unfortunately losing Noodles, and then Dengus there in P8. But, well, he's done it again. Mike, how on earth Matty McEwen is getting these to the line is just incredible, these cars. He's done it again, and he takes the race win.
Yeah, he does. And look, you don't have favourites. You can't have a favourite. But of course, we have people that we know. And I know him, you know, from seeing him last week. I was sitting going, "Come on, mate, come on." But I've also met Sidog. He's a good rooster as well. But hey, well done to the Aussies there for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. You guys did particularly well. You should be proud of yourselves making it all through the top 10. But obviously, the Kiwis doing what the Kiwis do. 1, 2. No, I'm just saying with a chuckle because, hey, well done for all concerned. But you're right, though. Ranger Oz, I thought, was in with a bit of a chance. I just saw the drop-off there from Sidog, the way his fuel was disappearing too. He was chasing McEwen with everything he possibly could. He turned a 1.3 second deficit down to 0.5 of a second. So 0.8, and well done to McEwen. Man, was it a 122.2 as he went across the line, so he wasn't that slow. I don't know, George, how he managed to even have any gas left in the tank after that one. But we'll forgive your terrible prediction on time on that one, mate. But we will congratulate some great driving from the whole field. Also, do like too, I think it was Dingus on the finish of that one, got right out of the way on the last lap, moved out of the way and let the guys go through, so he didn't interrupt their racing, and that's good sportsmanship there from him as well. So, but George, look, another one in the bin, another fantastic race. $100 there to McEwen, $50 there for Sidon, $30 for Ranger Oz. So the money is still flowing, and with driving like that, I think it's going to be a warm feeling to hand over to such quality driving seen on the track.
Absolutely right, and as the fuel tank on Matt McEwen was absolute zero, his temperature and cool and calmness was absolute zero as well. That man operates at minus 471 degrees Celsius. He is absolutely cool, calm and collected, didn't bat an eye at all in that race, and yet again we see the strategy comes down to fuel. Save fuel, leapfrog someone in the pit lane, make it to the end and win the race. We saw Noodles done it in the supercar category. We've seen Matt McEwen now do it in the 90s GP category. Will we see someone try the same thing in the Super GT category? We will see, and that race coming up in a few moments time as well. But yeah, that's a big lot of pocket change there for Matt McEwen, and I think good for Simon Bishop as well. He took that break. He's got $50 in his pocket now as a result of that second place finish in the 90s GP. That's going to set him up well, give him a bit of extra confidence going into this Super GT race. Speaking of which, we are lining up very, very soon for that race, and it will be the last feature race of the day. We've been going for nearly 5 hours here, guys. It does not feel like that because it's just been excitement all the way through the track.
Yeah, it really has, isn't it? I mean, it's the way that it goes about it, to rapid fire, a qualifying race, 10-minute races, that's easy, but then there's the before, the during, and obviously the after. And then we did 3 of those. Then we do the 3 7-lappers, bang, 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 before, during, and after. And now here we are, 22 laps, 18 laps, and I think we're back to 22 laps on this one as well. I stand corrected, but looking forward to what's going to be a great racing afternoon. I got asked earlier on there, what time are you going to finish up this afternoon? I don't know, sort of early mid-afternoon. I thought, no problem. But boy, it doesn't feel like 4:45 New Zealand time in the afternoon. Trevor, I know you've been going early hours over there in Australia too, mate. So, for you, it's in, 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You started at, 8 o'clock this morning. You're on screen. So, getting everything already, doing the sound check. So, it all happens. And it's eyes wide open, sort of, wow, this is cool, And bearing in mind, we're watching sim racing. We're watching guys and girls. Well, guys, where are the girls? We're watching guys out there doing what they do. They do it so jolly well here. And I've really been pleased with the respectful driving I've seen. Even like I was that shout out before about moving out of the way. And that's all you can ask for is just good competitors on the track. But there's hard-earned money up for grabs here, and it's a fantastic sight to behold. Looking forward to this last race of the day.
That's right, yeah, and Snorksel, by the way, was the one whose birthday is today, so Snorksel, big happy birthday, State 509 is his birthday today, so happy birthday to State. He's been in chat on the Trackspot.tv YouTube, and we've had his pals over in Trackspot.tv Twitch as well. Trev, any shout-outs you want to give to chat on your side of things?
No, just happy birthday to State 509. My birthday's tomorrow.
Oh.
I'll just wait for the gift. Might not make it over, Mike, in time. But no, so happy birthday to State 509. Big shout out CP Greeny as well, who says, gee, that was close. Obviously, Jason as well in there. And
that's for you, mate. I'll send that over to you. I don't know what it is, but it's not mine.
yeah, we'll work that out. I'm not sure what's going on over there, but no, look, a big shout out Greeny in the chat, Wilco, Jason Wilkinson as well in my chat. But 5 hours, it's felt like 5 minutes, and I've got a feeling the best is yet to come. Looking forward to this final feature race this afternoon.
Agreed. Should be absolutely fantastic. Let's take a quick final look at the last parts of our schedule before we head into this. So obviously everything now on the event schedule is done. 2008 Super GT is the final feature race of the day, and it is 20 laps. I thought it was 22 as well. Actually 20 laps. I'll do another calculation. Luckily, I'm not in charge of the scheduling for this event. Otherwise, I would have told everyone it's going to be an 8-hour series, when it's actually in fact going to be a lot shorter than that. So glad that I'm not the one doing the mathematics on any of that. Bear in mind, of course, the prizes, the prize breakdown. You've been hearing it a lot from us during the broadcast. That's just a refresher. for all of you there. And the final race, of course, being in the Super GT cars, which have been fantastically exciting. They're slightly slower than those F3000, F3500, but they pack a lot of punch. 520 brake horsepower. The Lexuses have been incredibly dominant throughout the entire weekend. Over 300 kilometers per hour is their top speed, and only 1.1 tons. That is a very, very intense bit of kit. And we get to see them now, gentlemen, going around the track for 20 laps. Strategy is going to play in effect. They've got that one mandatory stop still to do. So, we're guessing lap 9, maybe 10, maybe 11. We see some pit stops happening. And the question is going to be, can you save fuel? You might even be better off, by the sounds of it, dropping back to P2, P3, running behind some cars, saving fuel. Saving fuel seems to be the play. I mean, watching this, if I had to drive these races now, I would just save fuel all the way through the race, except for that end bit.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed at 1100 kilos. We run the endurance cars, not sprint, lightweights like this, but our Nissan Pulsars, for crying out loud, the 2-litre options, and they're 1,050 kilos. And we're not stripped out by any stretch of the imagination, but to find out that one of these is 50 kilos heavier, you put a Nissan Pulsar beside these things, it's like the elephant versus a peanut. So when you sort of put it in that perspective, and that's quite impressive. But I think what you say, George, is quite real. Saving fuel is the first option, and then anything else after that is an absolute bonus, isn't it? But we're seeing tyre management. We're seeing those that burst out, straight away. I mean, it was a ballsy move at the pit stop there with McEwen. Half race distance, he had exactly 50 litres of fuel left in his tank, and I called it out. I said he didn't put any fuel in. What does that mean? But then, what would that 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 litres that he put in? How long would that take him? A second or a second and a half? And how would that have played out? Would it have sped him up where he could have passed Sidog, who would have been the leader at the time, or whatever the case may be? But it's a hard one. I mean, you're right about save fuel, but then if you're the front guy, how do you save fuel other than back off early? And even with about 4 or 5 laps to go with McEwen, I saw that he was saving fuel. I said that he was saving fuel quite easily. He did a purple sector the first part of that particular lap 17, I think it was. He did a purple sector, for crying out loud, and he was definitely backing off the gas and saving fuel. So it's funny, isn't it, how that can play out? What do you reckon, Trev? What's your strategy on this?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, you're telling these guys are racers, aren't they? At the end of the day, they want to go flat out all the time, and it's not in their DNA to ease off, to back off, to conserve fuel, conserve tyres. But as you said, George and Mike, it has been the strategy play today. We've seen Matty McEwen, of course, running the margins fine on fuel. I really think it's going to be a big part of this Super GT race coming up. I think, as much as it goes against that natural instinct of a racer, isn't it? It's something I couldn't do in the sim racing world either. I just would spend all the lollies straight away, all the sweets, as Martin Brundle, I think, says. But no, it's going to be a big factor in this race. And I think if you can do it early, come in lap 9, lap 10, following that half race distance that we've seen in the first 2 feature races, that is going to be the best strategy. I think it's the old, the professor, Alain Prost, wasn't it, winning the race in the slowest possible time or something? So we'll wait and see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think mentality is a big one in these situations. When you're in that first place, you're expected to go fast. You're expecting yourself to go fast. You're expecting to then build a gap and then to run away with things. That's what you want to do as in first place, and then you just go and you win an easy race, no worries. What Matt McEwen and Noodles have demonstrated here today is that you run to that fuel number. Do your calculation, you do your preparation, you figure out the ins and outs of how long are you going to be in the pit stop for, how much time it's going to take to put fuel in the car, whether or not you need to change tyres, what tyres to change to, the pace that you're going to be doing on those new tyres across a stint. All of that starts to come in, and there is a little number. You get like a litres per lap that you see as part of the Gran Turismo telemetry when you're in there racing. So Matt McEwen's done enough practice, and all of them obviously have done practice, but he's done enough practice to know exactly what that number needs to be. He's working to that number and executing the strategy. Noodles did the same, and that takes a big leap of faith in a way. You may not be leading the race. You qualified on pole, or you won a sprint race, you're starting pole on the feature race. but you're not actually going to be leading the race for most of it. You're going to be waiting to this pit stop and then hope that you've been running to the right number. So there's a lot of stress involved in that, I can imagine. I've never run to fuel numbers when I race because I'm absolutely hopeless at numbers, as you guys have found out. So I go, oh, I need about this much fuel. Yeah, thereabout. I'm going to add about 20 litres anyway, just in case.
I've just had the word from Nismo. We're about 30 seconds away before we get to start. So final thoughts on this one, Trev. We've been putting some predictions out there on who you think's going to do what, and we'll have a listen to you, mate. What do you reckon this time around? Who's going to feature in this?
It's going to be the usual suspects, I've got to say. We've got Simon Bishop. He's going to be right up there. Ranger Oz as well could be the sharp end, as he always is. But I reckon Matty McEwen, keeping an eye out for him. Ridwan as well. I know he's had a few issues, hasn't he, with power and whatnot today, but he might be another one to keep an eye out on. And just keeping an eye on those battles. Lower down the field as well, we've got Clan Fever, Supra, and Engie Tom as well. So very keen to keep an eye on those battles right throughout the field.
Absolutely, yes. So we will be going to track in a few moments' time. Noodles, of course, being the winner of the sprint race, starts on pole position. Then it'll be Matt McEwen, Simon Bishop, Ranger Oz, Dan Wood, Jimothy Payload. That's your top 6. And it is Snorksul, and then NG Tom. We've got Freelix. And there is another competitor in there at the moment that I don't recognize the name of. Might be a late sub. I will check with that. And, of course, we will be getting started in a few moments' time. There we go, 8 seconds. And we are entering the final race of the day. What a day it's been. We've got so much more ahead of us. This is going to be super exciting. Let's get out on track and get this started. Right, lining up on the grid. Here we go. You can hear the rumble of the engines. Everyone keen and ready to go for this final race. It is racing medium tyres, the tyre of choice for Noodles at the beginning of this. 20 laps of this race begin in a few moments' time. 4 lights are on, 5 lights are on. Don't release that brake pedal too soon. And lights are out, and we are away racing for the final 20 laps of the GT7 race day. And that's a bit of an interesting move early on from NG Tom, and bit of contact already between our leaders. Noodle trying to cover off Matt McEwen. Matt McEwen couldn't find a way through, and Simon Bishop right up on his rear wing. He is in 3rd place right now. Dan Wood, good start from him, already up ahead of Ranger Oz. Ranger Oz has fallen down to P5, so the NSX of Dan Wood is up into P4 and running strong, and will be looking to make an overtake on Simon Bishop if he can manage it. Look how close Simon Bishop is already to the back of Matt McEwen. He's angry. He wants to get another go at taking Matt McEwen down. Is frustrated from what's happened just before. Dan Wood has a bad run through the bus stop chicane, so it's going to be Ranger Oz on the inside, and now going to be on the outside as they head into this first part of the boot. Turn 6 down to turn 7. That's another issue we've seen up front. No, it's not. That's just a little bit of latency. Still side by side, P4 and P5. Ranger Oz will be trying to hold it as they head up the toe, and yes, he has secured that very, very nicely. Jimothy Payload trying to take a position away from Dan Wood. The Lexus is coming through thick and fast right now on that poor lone NSX in the field at the top. Noodles up to a 0.8 second lead already in this race, with Matt McEwen maybe executing another fuel-saving strategy, looking a little bit slower than his competitors around him, actually going so slow through turn 9, that he's actually caused Simon Bishop to have a little bit of moment on his tyres, which won't be doing anything good for the degradation. Great opening lap. Here's the order as it stands. Noodles from Matt McEwen, from Simon Bishop, from Ranger Oz, from Dan Wood, from Timothy Payload, Snorksul, and Steve O, the Chippy, who is a new entry in here as the fastest lap. Get set, Trev.
It's heating up, isn't it? Lap 2 out of 20 in the final feature race here of this Mega Esports GT7 exhibition day. Prizes, cash prizes up for grabs. I feel bad actually for hanging it on Jimothy for that livery, but it is fantastic. It's unique. Let's keep it at that. But he's under pressure here from Snorkel in P7, and he's got Discwood right up ahead of him. Close. Look at that, a beautiful view of that Lexus down the back straight for the final time here in the feature race. Not the final time in this race, the final run. Is big moment. Ranger Oz is around, and there's massive contact there, Mike, and he is in a bad way there. Ranger Oz, terrible for him, down to P9.
He won't be too happy about that one, and quite rightly so, but just one of those things can only take a small amount to cause an issue like that, and unfortunately Ranger Oz didn't actually see the lead up to it, unfortunately, but he won't be a happy camper. Make no bones about it, he'll be trying to fight his way through. He does, on the only are in lap number 2 at the moment, of this plus 18 to go. How much more can the man move through the field? I'll tell you what, He will gird up his loins. He will pick up the pace. He will absolutely sing and dance all his way through this one. Watch for an early pit strategy if he can try and make some sort of undercut on the rest of the field. But I'll tell you what, at the front of the field, it's all guns blazing. A fantastic drive there from Noodles. We've seen the quality of what can come from these drivers, including Ranger Oz, which unfortunately is helping to lead the rear of the field. But front of the field, though, away they go. 1.4 seconds from first to third. Fastest car on the track that time through was McEwen. Back in second spot there, side on, not too far behind, about 0.6, 0.7 of a second, guys. Then we go back to this one in the fourth place car. Then it's Payload, who's really got himself, Jimothy, has got himself a nice little line there at the moment. The NSX, one of the few cars out there that isn't the Lexus, is handily placed. But look at the battle he's under at the moment. He's got more pressure on him than a steam cooker, and he's coming. In fact, there's a pass being done on him at the moment, and the big action coming on. Oh my goodness gracious me, it's all on. Everyone's having a go. And Jimothy manages to come through to fourth place here against the little Honda NSX. It's a NSX is doing a great job. Then of course Snorksel starting to get himself into a bit of a rhythm here as well. This is just the third lap, guys. And unfortunately Ranger Oz from the back of the field has got an ultimate amount of work to do. He's got a mega job, no pun intended. But I'll tell you, right around the field, look at the liveries of these cars. Don't they look fantastic? And the NSX is coming back. And Woody's doing the cracker. He's doing exactly what he needs to do to get himself up the inside. So it's all on for young and old for this lot as they go into turn number, turn number 9. They're doing the hard graft. There's no doubt about it. This is playing for keeps for the moment. And I think if this is going to carry on, these guys need to start thinking about looking after these tyres, gas, and everything in between. Look at that. A couple of slaps there for good measure.
They're going to have to look after these libraries as well because they're exchanging paint every other quarter. And Jimothy, unfortunately, got a bit of contact there with Snorksel and was forced out wide, hit the barrier, comes back onto the track, rejoins back in P6. The battle out the top, unchanged in its order right now. And look at the time of day, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting some beautiful shots from in-game, sun setting through well and truly over the circuit and over today's GT7 race day. It has been a fantastic day of racing, and that sun setting is just giving us the last bit of beautiful racing. That sun, though, I tell you, the direction it's in, that last sector, not a lot of fun because you cannot see where you are going. So lots of action still, bit of a move there. I think it's Freelix in the background being overtaken by Ranger Oz. So Ranger Oz has started his charge back through the field. Choosing the racing hard tyres at the beginning of this race is an interesting one. Ranger Oz has decided that that is the play to make, so at least his tyres will be on pretty much for the entire race. He probably doesn't even need to consider getting rid of them. That said, he's got a lot of work on his shoulders getting onto the racing medium tyres when we get up to that half race distance. It's probably going to be the right call, Trev.
Yeah, he's on the comeback trail, isn't he? What's the buzzword they use? Damage limitation. Oh, speaking of damage. Oh, my goodness me. That was so close from ending up heading straight to the scene of the accident there in the wall. But that has got Matty McEwen all over the back of Noodles. They've got the matching Patronus coloured liveries there on these beautiful Super GT cars here. Lap 4 out of 20. And you can see the sun is setting, but it's still heating up there. Still plenty of action to play out in this one. You mentioned, George, that sun setting here at Watkins Glen International Raceway. I wonder whether that visibility is going to become a factor in the final sector. But these boys, they're professionals at what they do. And I'm sure that looking at sun in the eyes over the dash won't worry them too much. But here we go, onto the back straight. First, second and third all together. Less than a second separating your top three. And big prizes up for grabs here. It's serious business. Sheep stations, if you don't mind. Couldn't have got through the stream without saying the word sheep. But you can see 1, 2, 3 all together on lap 5 here, Mike. And it's too close to call at the moment.
No, it's just too close to call. Too early, far too early, or too soon, I think is the object phrase. But we are 5 laps and 25% of the race has already been completed. And the tyres, you know, like you say, Trev, the hardware tyres are still starting to get chewed up. Now you've got to run mediums after this one. A pit stop. What will they choose? When will they choose? If they're chewing up the hards this quickly, how long is it going to be until the mediums will potentially last? And the ones that have done the R&D on these medium tyres, they'll be the ones with a little bit of inside knowledge. So we'll see how that plays out. Good news too for Ranger Oz, still 17 seconds back off the lead. Had a good old battle with Steve-O the Chippy. That old Steve-O, you know, mate, he's pretty darn good. He did a great job, but he's up to 7th place there now, Ranger Oz. So we'll see him on the comeback trail. We certainly hope and wish him well, as he was 17.5 seconds back behind the leader. So we have got plenty to go. Guys, the lap times are still very, very fast and very consistent. These hard tyres are doing a cracking job, and I'm just noticing the impact of the headlights against the Armcos going through the corners. So it's starting to get quite dusky up there. We talked about the sun in their eyes, but it's when the sun has gone all the way down. How dark that track get for the next 14 laps there, George, because it's going to be interesting to see if that brings out a little state of play for the drivers by itself.
I think it might well do. I mean, as we're heading rapidly towards a very, very dark scenario, twilight, dusk, as you say, already here. I mean, we had sunset for the 90s GP, for the finished in sunset. Now we're going to be solidly getting towards darker territory, and this is going to be really interesting for the drivers. And will they be able to adapt? I'm sure they absolutely will be. They're all experienced in night racing. We're not going to get to full night conditions here, I suspect, but we certainly will be using these headlights a lot more than maybe the drivers were hoping to during this race. A few moments there from Simon Bishop you're seeing on screen. These top 3 runners, all on the racing mediums, actually. So a lot of guys around the track, a lot of drivers around the track have been on the racing hard tyres as their optional tyre for the start of the race. But these top 3 have all opted for that racing medium, which, as you can see, is starting to drop off massively in grip drift.
Certainly, as you can see, the tyre wear at the bottom of your screen on the left-hand side of the fuel gauge there, they are really getting through these tyres here, and they are churning it through this rubber. You can always tell the spectator cam too, gents. It looks a little bit brighter, doesn't it? I guess if we right on board, you can see that the drivers, it'd be much darker out there for the drivers. Here we go. You can see as we ride on board with Diswood across the start-finish line, he's got Storple for company there. 6-7 tenths of a second further back, and I've got to say the NSX car doing very nicely indeed up there in P4, 13.9 seconds off of that leading battle, 1, 2 and 3. They're very much in a race of their own, aren't they, at the top of the field. But you can see Ranger Oz here on the comeback trail, the comeback kid here. Can he make a move on Jimothy? Well, there's the question, and I've answered it already, because he has. Ranger Oz straight through it up into P6, and he's only 2.6 seconds off P5, Mike.
Yeah, he's flying. He has been driving extraordinarily well. Bearing in mind he's working his way through traffic. You know, 1:37.6 was his last lap time, and we have a look at what Noodles did last time. It was a 1:36.4. So there's a little bit in it, but not a huge amount, considering he's actually got to work around traffic. After the spin, coming back at 9th place, 8th, 7th, and now he's up to 6th. Never say die attitude. And also remember, he's on the hard tyre. Ranger Oz has seen the foresight here. He plays the alternate strategy, and it's all down to looking at the tyres off these front 3 cars. We know they're chewing through them like a bad pack of chutty, but in the meantime, on the hards, with 7 laps completed, Ranger Oz has already got just over half the year on, but not even half wear on these tyres. He's got plenty more to go. And McEwen's already in the pits, guys. We're into lap number 7, and Matt McEwen has come in for a tyre change. Will he take any fuel on board? Here's the question. No fuel. No fuel for Matt McEwen.
Mike, I think he's also got damage. You can see the front bumper of that car glowing red at the bottom telemetry on the left-hand side. So he's had a mistake, and I think that's what's triggered this. He's had a big mistake coming out of one of the final corners and decided, you know what, I'm going to go onto the hard tyres. Yes, it is hard tyres. He's got plenty of fuel on board, so didn't need a refuel, but he is out of position massively. He actually filters back into this race behind Jimothy Payload. Just under a second to him, so he will get a wisp of slipstream. That will help him massively in this race. In the pits also Steve-O the Chippy. I don't know if he's had a problem too, we shall see, but I think Matt McEwen may well be in a bit of trouble in this race because he had front damage. He's clearly made a mistake somewhere. Looking at the top leaders here, neither of them have damage on the car, so I get the feeling that it was a self-imposed mistake for Matt McEwen, triggering an early pit stop, and he's going to have to run to the end 12 laps on those racing hard tyres, where his original strategy may well have involved being on those racing mediums towards the end, like his competitors are likely to do. 1.3 second gap now between Noodles and Simon Bishop, and there's a big gap back to Diswood, Dan Wood, of course. He's on the hard tyres, bear in mind the top runner's been on the mediums. That will help to explain part of the gap. Also, we have noticed a pretty big skill gap And a lot of these drivers, we've got drivers from all skill levels able to race in the Mega Esports events, and these top 3 drivers have just been absolutely on point. Simon Bishop is in the pits. Look at those racing mediums, they are gone.
Absolutely, here he comes. Off go, a very warm set of medium tyres. There's a new set of tyres on to that car. Simon Bishop back out into the lane. Good to see Steve-O, the chippy. That's Australian, of course, gentlemen, if you couldn't understand my Aussie accent. But Simon out into the lane now, 70 litres of fuel onto the hard tyres, as we'd expect in this one-stop race. Right on point there in terms of strategy. Lap 9 out of 20. Hello here, we've got this little battle here, Matty McEwen. I've got a feeling, Mike, it's not if, but when he's going to get this move done.
Yeah, it looks like he's certainly lining them up, and we've seen Ranger Oz make a similar sort of pass on Mr. Payload, who's doing a great job being very sportsmanlike and gets himself out of the way. But who does Matt McEwen catch up onto the back of? None other than the man himself, Simon Bishop's side on. Now, is this an undercut strategy? Interesting to see these guys' lap times up against Noodles of the race leader. Is this the ultimate smart thing there from the side dog? We know, well, we believe that there's damage there from McEwen's car. That's why he came in. Although during the pit stop, it must have self-cleared though, because he didn't actually come in for repairs per se. And Sidog is, well, he's starting to fall into the clutches of McEwen, down to 0.6 of a second now. So McEwen got, both of these 2 cars as well, guys, when they came into the pits, neither took on fuel. They must be very happy that the cars are going to go the full distance. In fact, with more than 3/4 of the tank of gas, with not even half race distance. So, that's telling you they're pretty confident, and they should get there without a problem. So fuel is not a factor in this one, as the race leader Noodles comes in, rightly or wrongly, no fuel, still got 71 litres anyway, and he goes out onto the track as well. So this will be a very, very interesting rejoin, arguably a critical rejoin, as McEwen comes wide out of the final turn. Putter down the track there for the race leader Noodles. How's this going to play out into turn number 1? Oh, hold on tight to someone you care about. Put down your popcorn. Here comes the interchange. Cold tyres for Noodles. Plenty of heat on board for Side Dog. Oh, you could have put a feeler gauge between them. That was close quarters racing. And now McEwen says, I smell blood in the water. I heard that phrase earlier tonight. I smell blood in the water, and a purple sector there for McEwen. So even though they've downgraded to the hard grace tyre with a belly full, not so much a belly full of fuel, these guys are starting to get really, really pacey here. And the 1:35.7 set by the third place there, Noodles, is that's under fire, guys. Oh, gee whiz, George. Is this enough, or are we in for an absolute epic battle?
We are in for a battle of the ages here in the last 10 laps on the GT7 race day here at Mega Esports. This is going to be a monumental scrap to the end of this race. A second between Simon Bishop and Noodles. Noodles under so much pressure on those cold, hard tyres. Came out of the pits, got overtaken by Simon Bishop, easy as you like, and Matt McEwen will be absolutely spewing to know that he's got a car in between him and his competitor Simon Bishop. And that's a little bit of a moment on the exit of turn 10 for Noodles, and not looking super calm and cool and collected like he maybe needs to be. The question is going to be who's going to look after these tyres enough to have the pace at the end of the race to hold on. Right now that man is Simon Bishop, ahead of them by 1 second only. A Ranger Oz on very worn hard tyres, trying to make it as far in this race as possible. Probably come into the pit lane at the end of this lap, Trev, I suspect, and that gap is reducing very quickly. But he is not blue flagged, because he is actually leading the race by position right now.
Absolutely, this is for position. He's not going to just jump out of the way, is he? No blue flags here, of course, onto the back straight. Turn it. Meant to be the Jaws music. We're talking about blood in the water. Look how close Simon Bishop is getting. And George, I don't want this to end. I know we've had plenty of racing action right throughout the course of the day. Can we organise a Unimog race or something after this? Another 20 laps, maybe in the dark? No, we want to get home at a reasonable time for dinner. But Simon Bishop, half a second now. Oh, Ranger Oz, surely Mikey's going to be coming in this lap. Let's have a look. Down to the toe we come. And Ranger Oz now holding on to that lead. This is, like we said, for position, of course. No blue flags here. We're going to wait and see Ranger Oz peel off, I would say, and come into the pit lane there through the final sector we go. Look at the speeds of these cars. Simon Bishop, the sun's setting here at Watkins Glen. historical American road course in the great state of New York here in the good old US of A. But Simon's getting close, and he doesn't want to do anything too silly here. He's a wily old customer. You've got to get up pretty early in the morning to beat Simon Bishop as we come around the final corner now. They look very nice indeed, as expected. Ranger Oz peels off into the pit lane. He might throw a set of hard tyres on as well. Fuel will not be an issue, of course, gentlemen, because that's not so much of an issue in this race. Into the pits and out again. He will feed out somewhere inside that top 6 as we get back to the lead battle, George.
That's right. You know, Timothy Payload, by the way, up to 4th position. Freelix up to 5th. Dan Wood dropping over to 6th position in this race. Ranger Roz will file out just behind him on medium tyres, though, so he is going to be absolutely rapid. Got 2 seconds to make up to Dan Wood, and then probably another 2 or 3 seconds to Freelix. So he's still in the box seat, still very much in this race. But Timothy Payload, he's done very well to be up in P4. Just noticed, though, he hasn't changed his tyres yet, so he will be coming in for a pit stop. Freelix, he hasn't changed his tyres either, so Dan Wood technically still in P4 position at the moment. This three-way battle, though, at the top, Mike, is what we are all here for.
Yeah, it's the price of admission by itself, isn't it? It's an absolutely cracking battle, and this is the first race of the day, guys. First race of the long distance races that fuel is not a factor. So that's just completely thrown that out. And obviously these drivers, they just practice. They know what they can and cannot do on whatever race and fuel and tyre regulations that they've got. They know how long the mediums are going to last, and that's what I think Ranger Oz was backing. Was that starting on the mediums? Starting on the hards was his job. It was his race. It was his race to win there, because I think that was a brilliant strategy. Unfortunately, that early race spin, second lap, he was facing the wrong way, and unfortunately the car sustained a bit of damage, and he managed to limp his way around and put up a great, I mean, we saw him leading the race for a couple of laps there, but obviously the others have already done the pit stop and the damage was done. Now, that doesn't mean to say, as Timothy Payload comes into the pits for a couple of boots that aren't quite so horrible, so it doesn't mean to say that that's the best we're going to see out of Ranger Oz, because cars in front of him into the pits here, he has already moved up to 5th place after a disastrous start. He's just been Mr. Steadfast and not going to give up. He's a stubborn driver, as Ranger Oz, and absolutely brilliant that he is, because he's putting up with a top 5 at the moment. Can he move his way forward? And we certainly hope for his sake that he can. He's 1.2 seconds behind Dale Wood there in on the Honda, so from 4th place or better. Then if we have an issue, guys, Trevor, if we have an issue with one of the front 3, if they take themselves out, just jumped on board momentarily. Ranger Oz with a half a tank of gas and mediums just set a purple sector into the bus stop by a massive margin. And I didn't take note of what it was, but it was quite decent. So we'll see if the lap time can actually go by way of this. It won't give him any bonus points, it won't give him the winner any money, but hey, sometimes it's not about just winning the race, is it, Trevor?
Might get him in front of the man ahead of him, though, very, very shortly. Let me tell you, Diswood there in the NSX car. He is being chased down very rapidly by a Ranger Oz there. You can see Noodle still at the fastest lap at 35.775, and you can see the man on your screen there. He's doing very nicely there. Diswood still holding his own there in the NSX. He's got a beautiful rear wing view from this NSX car of Diswood 1. How long is he going to see Ranger Oz, or how long before are we going to see Ranger Oz have a go at him here through the final corner? One of the best possible passing opportunities, or one of the best, is either down into turn 1 or the bus stop chicane. I don't think it's going to take until the bus stop chicane on this occasion. Ranger Oz, although he goes down the inside, not quite getting the move done there, George. He had a couple of goes at that, didn't he? He went back for a couple of bites of the cherry, but he still couldn't quite get it done.
Yeah, it looks like Ranger Oz expected that door to be closed, but this would unfortunately missed the apex of the corner, and that opened up the door once again. He'll have the big opportunity here. Dives to the outside for the bus stop. Will he be able to get a nose in front as we enter that braking zone? No, he can't, so he'll have to retain that P5 position for the moment. Dan Wood just closing the door every single chance he gets, saying, "Walk with me," and then slamming the door right shut in Ranger Oz's face. And this is going to be a great little battle for the next lap or so. I do think that it's going to be a matter of a matter of when, not if. Always get those mixed up for Ranger Oz to make a dive, and he has another little look. He's just applying the psychological warfare to Dan Wood right now. Dan Wood, though, an incredibly cool, calm and collected driver. He races all over Australia and New Zealand in sim racing leagues, and he has got so much experience behind the wheel in these GT500 machines, and his racecraft up there with the absolute best. So he knows how to hold off a very fast driver coming behind him. He's on warm medium tires. Fuel not an issue, as we've said before, but versus fresh medium tires and a Lexus, which we do believe is the faster car at this circuit today in the GT500 class. This is going to be a real tough one for Dan Wood, and he's got to be absolutely pinpoint precise for the remainder of this race. We are finishing up lap 14, 5 laps now to go. Simon Bishop still leads us from Noodles, from Matt McEwen, and we're staying on board with the battle for P4 between Dan Wood and Ranger Oz. Speed token being used by Dan Wood very wide at turn 1.
Last lap 2 for Ranger Oz, not this one completed. The one before was actually a lap record, so he does have, fastest lap. So he is now the fastest car on the track with the medium tyres. And Dan Wood in this NSX, just to point out, he's also on medium tyres, played the same strategy as Ranger Oz. That's why he's so fast, although his last couple of laps have been in the 37s, whereas Ranger Oz has actually been in the 35s. So he's a trail behind the Honda last time through. They're also doing the 37 as you would. So he is well and truly being held up because he was closing down McEwen. In fact, the gap to McEwen and Ranger Oz at the time wasn't a huge amount of time at all, but it's actually just dropped a couple of seconds now. It was 15 seconds, I think, back to McEwen, and now it's 17 seconds. So this battle with the Honda is certainly not helping. It's a personal fastest sector there for the NSX, but it's a couple of seconds or thereabouts slower there for Ranger Oz. So your heart goes out to him that he's being held up, but it's a fair fight. He's entitled to be on the track as just with there in the NSX, so you can't blame him for being in the way. Ranger Oz, big. And Ranger Oz just needs to really capitalise. He's not quite sure why he didn't make his way through there that time, Trev, but it's way it is, isn't it? We are 15 laps in. This is going to round off 5 laps to go after this one, and mate, we've got a long way to go, but these guys have got a short time to impress.
Well, they're professionals. So is this man Diswood. I think that might be the end of this battle, though. Look at those brakes on the NSX. Also own a Honda, or a couple of Hondas, so love the NSX. There is Diswood going to have a go back at him here. He's very close. Is he going to go right? He's going to go left instead. Onto the back straight we go. Sweeping through 5 and 6 onto the back straight. Is he going to have a crack down the bus stop? The straight line speed of that NSX, not quite enough on that occasion. Ranger Oz manages to cover it off and live to fight another day. There's some traffic. I think that's Steve-O the Chippy doing his thing there. I think that's him anyway down there, further down the field. But wow, Diswood, he's not going to die wondering, George. I think, though, that Ranger Oz might be able to breathe a sigh of relief now as he's well and truly earned that 4th spot there.
Yeah, and he's building that gap already, as you can see, and this is the difference between worn racing medium tires and brand new ones, because the speed that Ranger Oz is going to be able to carry into these corners, he's finally got that clean air. Now the aero starts to come into effect on these GT500 class cars. Massive thing to be aware of here with these cars, as you are relying mostly on the aero. It's much closer to a Formula 1 car than it is to a GT3 class car, which is the car that is basically the class down from the GT500. So you are relying on that aero, and the clean air is paying dividends. You can see the amount of gap, 1.2 seconds already as we return now to the leaders battle, and there is a big gap that started to open up. 1.5 seconds is the gap from Simon Bishop to Noodles. Noodles with slightly better tyre wear on those racing hard tyres, and Matt McEwen is 2.5 seconds, Mike, off the back of Noodles now.
Well, he's driving it particularly well, isn't he? And I mean, he's you know, it's just one of those things. I think the strategy was a good strategy. It was a good call. But at the end of the day, sometimes you just get drivers that drive away from you. You know, that's just the way it is. 1.6 seconds to the leader, Cy Bishop, who's just managing this race like a conductor. He's doing a cracking job. He really is. It's a sight to behold. But I was watching the countdown. I said to you before that it was 17 seconds from Ranger Oz. He was held up behind the NSX. We've got clear air now. 15.6 seconds back to 3rd place McEwen. You know, the battle for the money is not over yet, guys. I'm not sure that he's going to close down that gap, but the way he's going, 15.6, 15.5 seconds back to McEwen. So we'll see how he can play this one out. But whoever gets whatever, it's been well and truly organised. And also a big little bit of look-see there from McEwen about 2 or 3 laps ago. I just saw you guys were having a bit of a chat that on the rejoin there for Triple OSTK and the Blue Skyline. He was coming back onto the track after his pit stop, unfortunately a lap down, and unfortunately got a little bit of involvement with some contact with McEwen at the time. And I say that as he's just got out of the way there for Timothy Payload to go through his corner into the last complex before the end of that lap. So, you know, it's one of those things. There's different races out there playing out. We've got guys in the mid-130s, we've got guys in the 140s, 145, 46s, and we've got to respect that we don't all have, super fast drivers out there. It's welcome to drivers to get out there on the track, just keep it clean, and that's exactly what we're seeing. There's always going to be bumps and scrapes. But the battle there for fourth place at the moment, it's probably going to stay the same, but I'll just point out Ranger Oz there, Trev. It's 14 seconds back behind McEwen, and we've got 2 laps to go. I don't know who's going to change that, but boy, this is a great drive.
Sure is. Have a look at this. Engie Tom down there in P10. No cash prizes for being down there, but let me tell you, still great to see all 10 cars here in the field. Engie Tom in the Nismo there. Beautiful shot of that car. Loving that Mega Esports logo there on the back part of that car as he comes through the bus stop. So he's he's kept to himself. He's kept it clean. Kept his nose clean, as they say. He's 47 seconds behind P9 as we get back to the lead now. 2 seconds is the gap. He's a wily old customer, George. Is he managing that gap? 2 laps to go. We'll wait and find out.
We certainly will, and I just have to admit I caught myself in a yawn there, not because of the racing, because the time of day in game. I've been so locked to the screen and watching it that my day-night calendar for my body cycle has actually switched directly to what's in game. So the lowering of the sun and the raising of twilight in the night has started to cause me to go into sleep mode. But I can't go to sleep because there's so much good action still happening out on track, and 2 laps to go. We're on the penultimate lap of this race. It's lap 19 out of 20. Simon Bishop leads us through this at the moment. He is set for a great win. Matt McEwen is not able to do anything right now about Noodle's pace, and 3.5 seconds is the gap. So P1, 2, 3 looking rather solid at the moment. Have to give a shout out to Ranger Oz. He has done fantastically well in this race, other than obviously the spin, which commiserations to him for making that happen. But nonetheless, he's driven back beautifully through the field and got past Dan Wood after a really epic, great bit of battling between those two. Old tyres versus new tyres, all the defensive strategy books being tossed out of Dan Wood's car window towards the front window of Ranger Oz, and he's unfortunately for Dan Wood, those books have sadly bounced directly off that front windshield. Tyre life now starting to become a bit of a factor for all these guys as we head towards much darker conditions and to the final lap of this race. What brilliant racing that we have had today, and a nice, in fact, nice way to start to wind down today's proceedings after 5.5 hours of racing life.
Yeah, look, it's a wind-down moment right now. You said for our last lap, penultimate lap now, and I mean, the drivers have done such a great job so far, and we hope that it continues and finishes well. We've only got just over a lap. No, we've got less than a lap to go now as Simon Bishop comes into 10 number 1 for the final time, the final race of the day here at Mega Esports. It's been absolutely fantastic. Boy, it's a privilege to be involved in this. If I was at Discord, I'd be watching this anyway as a spectator. This is just so cool. And then we go back to Noodles in second spot there, who is just 2.2 seconds behind the race leader. 3.5 seconds further back is McEwen, or Matt McEwen, as he likes to be called. We go back to the 4th place there, and that is Ranger Oz. Mr. Allen is doing a brilliant job. Never say die attitude. You just got to love someone who fails to give up and say, oh, it's too hard, I'm going to pack it in. Then we go back to the mighty old Honda NSX on screen. Here he is, Daywood, in the 5th place at the moment. That's a great drive. 25 seconds away from the lead. After 20 laps, will be there of battle. He's absolutely incredible. The only NSX on the track. Everyone else has got the same sort of information underneath them. That's our top 5. There's plenty more to come, though. Trev, what a great race week it's been. What a great day it's been. We've only got a few more corners to go, mate. Let's call this one home, and I'll tell you what, it's going to be a great sight to behold.
Let's bring it home. We're on the final lap here of the final feature race of the day. It's been a fantastic day. Trackspot.tv, Mega Esports. Sleep, George? Winding down, Mike? What on earth is that? I've got a 1-month-old at home. I wouldn't know what sleep is for the next 12 months, but let's have a look. Simon Bishop around the final couple of corners as the sun sets here on what has been a brilliant day of racing action here at Watkins Glen. Simon Bishop crosses the line. Paul Candelonian in second, aka Noodles finishing in second, picking up another cash prize for him. Matty McEwen in third. As we continue back to Ranger Oz, P4, great recovery drive from him after he ran into some trouble earlier on in this feature race. He'll take P4, fastest lap as well, no points for that, but a 35.6 for him to finish this race. Then Diswood in the NSX, squirreling his way across the line there to take P5. Hello, gentlemen. We have a battle in front of our eyes between Snorkel and Jimothy. And it's Snorkel winning the day. Jimmy hasn't had a great time, has he, with those last lap battles? As we take a look at Freelix in the Wins livery there. The old Polywaffle wrapper there, if anyone's old enough to remember that as well. But great livery there, and into the wall he goes to finish off. A bit of fun now as we wait for the Monster Energy car of Steve-O the Chippy. No surprises there, Mike, seeing an Australian flag next to his name. Or is he a Kiwi? No, anyway, I think he's an Aussie. As Steve-O the Chippy comes home. But Simon Bishop, it's all about this man. He's had a difficult day by his standards, his lofty standards, George. But he's on the wind-down lap on some very worn tyres, but he's managed to get through to the end and take a win in the final feature race of this amazing, amazing day.
What a key
Kiwi
moment.
or Aussie, it doesn't matter. Sorry, mate. Kiwi Aussie, it doesn't matter. It's been a blooming good day's racing here, Trans-Tasman battles, and I think really who's won is Mega Esports has won. Thanks to Trackspot.tv, you guys really have put together a fantastic little package. We don't want for any knowledge. We've got all the information at our hand. We know exactly what, who, what, where, what's coming up and next, and the graphics second to none. It's been absolutely brilliant, and to see Kiwi, Aussie, it doesn't matter. To see happy drivers go across the line, I'm sure there's going to be an interesting story there of what happened to Ranger Oz, and we'll unpack that in the future. But you know, just we saw fuel being the battle for the long distance races for the first two races. We saw tyre strategy come in after that one, and then we see really what was the race of the day of Ranger Oz. You know, 17 seconds off the lead there after a big spin and losing a huge amount of time with big damage to the car, coming through to finish in fourth place, and so many other stories to come in the next days ahead, hours, days. And of course we count down to the next race meet. But before we even think about that, guys, let's talk about how it finished up. And Psydog, Simon Bishop, did the job. He took out the last win of the weekend of the day. It's only Saturday. Second was Noodles in his position there in the Lexus as well. McEwen comes through for third. There's a bit of a payday there for McEwen. He'll take some solace in that. Ranger Oz, what a battle. He'll come through for fourth place there. And of course, Danwood Diswood in the NSX, the first non-Lexus, comes through in the top five. Then we go back to Snoxall there in sixth place for him. Seventh place is Jimothy Payload in his little rocket. And of course, Freelix, we didn't really mention much about Freelix. He was out there doing the business. He just stayed well out of harm's way, didn't cause too much mischief, unlike Trev. And that's why he's got a 1-month-old running around, and comes through for 8th place. Then we go back to good old Steve-O the Chippy. Good on you, mate, probably from Invercargill with a name like that. He'll come through for 9th place, and of course Energy Tom and his Nissan Godzilla a lap down that brings the old Nismo car back there. Like you said, a good mega sticker on the back of that machine. Guys, it has been absolutely fantastic. There's still plenty more to talk about, but by crikey, like you said earlier on, George, it's 5:30 in the afternoon New Zealand time. We started very, very early here. And I'll tell you, I feel like we only started half an hour ago. It's been such a pleasurable time here.
It has been. Honestly, I'm stoked. You know, at the end of a good day, when you just feel a little bit tired, but you just filled with satisfaction, and that is the feeling that I think all the drivers, all the admins, and all of us here in the commentary box are going to be walking away from and remembering as well. That's what makes these GT7 race days so special. Had the same feeling at the end of the Red Bull race that we had last year for Mega Esports. Got that same feeling once again, and it's just satisfying that everything's come together. got a few people stepping away with a nice bit of cash in their pockets, which is excellent, and everyone's going to step away with some great memories today. So fantastic work by everyone. A big shout out, of course, to Mega for sponsoring this event. Mega Esports, of course, run by Nathan Howe, who's been doing all the work in the background, organizing the lobbies, corralling the cats, so to speak, the drivers, getting them in the right place at the right time, and of course enabling us here at TrackSpot TV to bring you guys an awesome broadcast. Big thanks to Trevor Byers for your work today, mate. Absolutely legend on the microphone, and yourself too, Mike Howe. Absolute legend. You know, wouldn't have been this event without you guys. And of course, to everyone watching there in chat, across YouTube, across Twitch, across the world, you guys make this happen as well. Thank you all so much. We've got a few things to talk about, but honestly, I think we get some final hot takes on what's been a fantastic day, maybe some standout moments from each of you guys, and we can start wrapping up the stream. So, Mike, we'll head to you for some final thoughts. What was the day like for you? What was the standout event?
I think the format was a winner. I think the qualifying was really easy, quick, fast, no mucking around. 10 minutes was awesome. I think the 7-lap races, I absolutely loved it. And, you know, they were fast and furious and good, clean races. And it's not about, we don't want to see hard racing, but it was good, clean, hard racing. And, you know, then once the gap was established in those last 3-lap races, the first two, fuel was a factor, and the last one, man, it was all about just get it right, you know. And I honestly think, and I don't mean to be nasty here, but I think that was Ranger Oz's race to win there. But for that spin, you know, he had the right strategy. I think the hard tyres, the hard tyres first, then the mediums, I think was the right call. I think the other guys got away by the skin of their teeth, because we saw how he was storming through the field at the end of that, you know, and 10 seconds behind McEwen at the end of that one. So, you know, that is pretty amazing. Just want to ask us a favour. Just want to grab this young fellow over here very quickly, because he hasn't been on screen all the time. And Nismo, mate, you've done an outstanding job. You're my son. I'm proud of you. I love you to bits. But got to say, well done. You've got to be happy with the way the day's worked out today.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously the first one was just so well received that we had to try it again. And, you know, we changed a few things. We did a few, not two, because it was such a well-received format the first time round, but yeah, no, different track, different set of cars. It's awesome seeing the reception and seeing how it all sort of developed. And yeah, we'll as always, we'll sort of take away a few notes from this one, and might well do it again very soon.
And that's the best thing about it too, is that you guys do debrief for many, many days afterwards. You find out what worked with, and all the drivers, all the people that have had input as well, you know, getting their input. And I see a lot of people putting in a huge amount. A lot of the drivers here today put in a huge amount of time. But well done there to you, mate. Thanks for all the effort. I mean, from my point of view, I've got no technical nous. I don't want to know about the stuff. I'm just too old, too fat, too lazy. This guy here gives me everything I need, and I know that he could have been on the track and probably done quite well too. But behind the scenes, he's doing this all the time. So without dragging on about it, mate, thanks very much. And that was a really, really cool. It has been a really cool day to be part of.
Nah, it's all good. Yeah, I'll get my racing fix next weekend in Indianapolis, so that's all good. I'm happy to take the back step on this. Yeah, no, it's been fun, and you know, hopefully the drivers and the people watching have enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed putting it on. Yeah, we'll go for the next one.
Well done, mate. Now start off with the pros talk. Right.
Thank you very much. Nathan Howe, ladies and gentlemen, the administrator and runner of Mega Esports. And yeah, agreed. Every sentiment you just had said there, Mike. What a job he's done to corral everyone into the right place at the right time to get an event like this. That's, you know, it's a long event. It's a 6-hour event. It takes weeks and weeks, months of preparation and planning. And, you know, on the back of what was a very successful first go, I think the format now very much solidified. And I've been seeing in the chat, we've got lots of feedback coming in, people saying absolutely love the racing, great day of racing, people love this format, and I believe this will not be the end of the GT7 race day, that is for sure, Mike.
No, that's right. And before I'll hand over to Trev in a second, but I just want to also say that it's money that's been paid out to these drivers, and that's because of Mega. That's to Jakob, and exactly, Trev. It's thanks to Jakob, who's actually trusted and believed. I mean, you know, it's a professional gig. This isn't being paid for by jelly beans and unicorns. It's been paid for by hard money. So I just want to shout out to Jakob, to Dr. J, as he's on the Discord. Mate, I don't know if you're tuned in at the moment. Nathan will tell me, it doesn't really matter. The point is, he'll see this, he'll go over it. He's very thorough, and his team as well at Mega, you know, it's because of them that this actually happened. So thanks very much, Jakob, appreciate you. And right, guys, back to it. Trev, what's your take on it, mate?
Well, 2 words for me, Mike, George: fun, close, exciting racing. That's 4 words. I've never been short of words, Mike, but no, look, just in summary, just such a privilege and an honour to be part of this these incredible events. I know that's the second one we've done now, coming off the back of the hugely successful first day we did at the Red Bull Ring back in November. Great to be a part of TrackSpot TV, of course, Mega Esports, and just very honoured to be such a small part of it. It's been a fantastic day, and cannot wait for the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for everyone involved. Trevor, thank you so much. Mike, thank you so much. Nathan, thank you so much. Jakob, thank you so much. Thank you. A huge thank you to you out there in the world watching in and tuning in to our channels. There will be a replay available on YouTube and on the Mega channel in the next couple of weeks. But for now, that is going to be us for today. My name is George Cook, CEO of TrackSpot TV. A pleasure to be bringing you the broadcast today. Big thanks to Mega Esports. We'll see you for the next one. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Take care, stay safe, and we'll see you next time.